Israel's colonial project in Palestine. Colonialism has three foundational concerns: violence, territory, and population control, all of which rest on racialist discourse and practice. Placing the Zionist project in Israel/Palestine within the context of settler colonialism reveals strategies and goals behind the region's rules of governance that have included violence, repressive state laws, and racialized forms of surveillance. In Israel's colonial project in Palestine, Brutal Pursuit, Elia Zureik revisits and reworks fundamental ideas that informed his first work on colonialism and Palestine 3 decades ago. Focusing on the means of control that are at the center of Israel's actions toward Palestine, this book applies Michel Foucault's work on biopolitics to colonialism and to the situation in Israel/Palestine in particular. It reveals how racism plays a central role in colonialism and biopolitics, and how surveillance, in all its forms, becomes the indispensable tool of governance. It goes on to analyze territoriality in light of biopolitics, with the dispossession of indigenous people and population transfer advancing the state's agenda and justified as in the interests of national security. The book incorporates sociological, historical, and post-colonial studies into an informed and original examination of the Zionist project in Palestine, from the establishment of Israel through to the actions and decisions of the present-day Israeli government. Providing new perspectives on settler colonialism informed by Foucault's theory, and with particular focus on the role played by state surveillance in controlling the Palestinian population, this book is a valuable resource for students and scholars interested in the Arab-Israeli conflict and colonialism. Elia Zureik is head of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies in Qatar, and is Professor Emeritus of Sociology at Queen's University in Ontario, where he is the holder of the Research Excellence Award. For Mary, whose insightful questions made the book all the better. And for Jordan and Zachary, who I hope will grow up in a more peaceful world where sovereign Palestine is a reality. Contents. Preface. Acknowledgements. Introduction. 1. Researching Palestine and the Palestinians, a roadmap. 2. Zionism and colonialism. 3. Colonialism as surveillance. 4. Biopolitics, eugenics, and population discourse. 5. From calibrated suffering to necropolitics. 6. The Internet and acts of everyday resistance. Conclusion. References. Index. Preface. Intellectuals are never free-floating individuals with no ideological moorings. For the present purpose, there is more purchase in Antonio Gramsci's, 1991, Differentiation of the Organic Intellectual from the Traditional Intellectual, the one who represents the aspirations of the masses from the one who is bound to the dominant strata of society, than there is in Karl Mannheim's, 1991, notion of the detached intellectual. The purpose here is to underscore the sociology of knowledge axiom that ideas are formed in a social context where positioning of the self and liminality are key markers. The journey from Palestine to North America half a century ago was an act of severance for me. To my mind, coming to the United States at the age of 21 was not just a journey in search of higher education and eventual return to Acre, my hometown in northern Palestine, but also an act signaling the beginning of a new phase in my life that is now nearing its finale. For me, at one level, it was a voluntary act of an immigrant in search of better life chances in the face of discrimination in the Jewish state on account of my minority status. If anything, the sociological literature tells us that voluntary immigrants are likely to remain and settle in their adopted country or countries, as was the case with me. At another level, my immigration in the early 1960s came at a time when so-called 20th century globalization was at its height, but it was also a continuation of this phenomenon from early in the century, when my father had made a non-voluntary trip to the United States after graduating from the American University in Beirut in order to evade being drafted into the Ottoman army. In his case, he returned to Acre after spending close to 3 decades in New York. I occupied different roles on the way to becoming a university student, first in the United States, then in Canada, and finally in Britain, and later to becoming an academic. There is nothing unique about this journey. A countless number of people traveled this road before me and have done so since then, although I must say that in the aftermath of the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States, the size of the foreign student population in U.S. universities has dwindled significantly. The more interesting aspect of this journey is that I experienced different ways of positioning myself vis-a-vis others, inside and outside academia. This positioning of the self is different from the modernist notion of role-taking, which is characterized by fixity. Surely, the argument goes, we occupy different roles, even interpret the same roles differently, but we are still tied to a prescribed script, and we follow the script more or less faithfully. This is not the case with what I mean by positioning. A positioning of the self as well as the other implies incorporating both a conceptual repertoire and a location for persons within the structure of rights for those that use that repertoire. Once having taken up a particular position as one's own, a person inevitably sees the world from the vantage point of that position and in terms of the particular images, metaphors, storylines, and concepts which are made relevant within the particular discursive practice in which they are positioned. At least a possibility of notional choice is inevitably involved because there are many and contradictory practices that each person could engage in. Davies and Hare 1990, 46. The point I am stressing is that there is no unitary or even essential self that is universal and timeless. The self is reflexive, historical, interactive, and contextualized. As a result, we experience a contradictory positioning of our various selves when we are subjected to constitutive discourses, but at the same time we negotiate and even resist these discourses. After all, this is the productive aspect of disciplinary power, to invoke Michel Foucault, 1977, 194. Some of these observations are not new. Sociology has dealt with the self in various venues, including symbolic interaction, Bloomer 1986, dramaturgy, Goffman 1959, small group dynamics, Bales 1955, action theory, Parsons and Shills 1962, structuration theory, Giddens 1984, and identity and subjectivity via cultural studies, Hall and Duguay 1996. But it is also the case that, for Palestinians, both land dispossession and the 1948 Nakba catastrophe, which was accompanied by ethnic cleansing, have been central to understanding identity formation across generations. Let me state a caveat at the outset. I am not espousing a form of relativism or solipsism, or the idea that you have to be one to know one, to quote the philosopher Brian Fay, 1996, 9. Similar to Fay, I subscribe to what I call multicultural epistemology, by which I mean the need to bring to bear points of view from the margin, views that are excluded in a system of domination and hegemony, Gramsci 1991, which Fraser, 2013, 142, calls the discursive face of power. My position here is not all that different from Sandra Harding's, 2004, notion of standpoint epistemology. It also resonates with Edward Said's, 1993, resistance culture on the part of the marginalist. In questioning and critiquing Western views, there is the temptation to present an alternative, relativist, even essentialist, view based on the experience of the marginalist other. In a statement that has an air of multicultural epistemology to it, Said, 1996, 217, warns against ascribing superiority to any one experience or system of thought over another. A confused and limiting notion of priority allows that only the original proponents of an idea can understand and use it. But the history of culture is the history of cultural borrowings. Cultures are not impermeable, just as Western science borrowed from Arabs, they had borrowed from India and Greece. Culture is never just a matter of ownership, but rather of appropriations, common experiences, and interdependencies of all kinds among different cultures. This is a universal norm. The fusion of cultures, it must be stated, is carried out against a backdrop of the borderline intellectual's liminal status as an émigré, expatriate, exile, or refugee. This liminality positions intellectuals in an in-between border zone that separates them from the dominant society and at the same time marks them as outsiders in the society of origin, Ganem 2006. It expresses a feeling of ambivalence about both inclusion in and exclusion from the spheres of citizenship, nationality, and culture. Liminality is crucial to the borderline intellectual because, as Homi Bhabha, 1994, points out, it fosters reflexive thought, which enables intellectuals to transfer their individual subjectivity to collective objectivity, although this occurs in varying degrees, depending on political circumstances and the intellectuals in question. Liminality allows individuals to move between spaces and time periods, testing the threshold of survival. In Representations of the Intellectual, said, 1996, 49, captures the liminality of the émigré intellectual. The exile therefore exists in a median state, neither completely at one with the new setting nor fully disencumbered of the old, beset with half-involvements and half-detachments, nostalgic and sentimental at one level, an adept mimic or a secret outcast on another. Being skilled at survival becomes the main imperative, with the danger of getting too comfortable and secure constituting a threat that is constantly to be guarded against. A full appreciation of the debate surrounding the self demands a brief mention of the relationship between the self and memory. The self is not the product of solitary experience as in René Descartes' dictum I think, therefore I am. One's self and identity extend back in time to whatever one remembers of their past. After all, what is the self without memory? However, a recent surge in memory studies shows that memory can play tricks on us, in fact, many tricks, or as some psychologists have claimed, memory has 7 sins. A saving grace of memory distortions and biases, due, for example, to our need to reduce cognitive dissonance, is that we are more likely to remember encoded information about the self than about others through the so-called self-reference effect, Shatter 2002, 233-34. As a Palestinian who spent the first 2 decades of his life, until the completion of high school, in Palestine and in what became Israel, I experienced significant regime change, from living under British imperialism to later experiencing Zionist colonialism. Each regime ushered in its own system of occupation and domination, but the one that had an enduring effect on my formative years and structured my worldview, self-positioning, and subsequent intellectual endeavors was Israel's form of settler colonialism. Intellectually, this experience culminated in my first book more than 3 decades ago, The Palestinians in Israel, A Study in Internal Colonialism, Zureik 1979. I consider this book to be a continuation of my ongoing attempts to understand and situate the Palestinian experience in the nexus of the colonial moment, which, as Joseph Massid, 2001, 9, notes, is the moment when colonialism establishes a state framework on a colonized territory/country, either replacing an existing state structure or inaugurating one where it had not existed before. This inaugural moment establishes the political, juridical, administrative, and military structures of the colonized territory/country, effectively rendering it a nation-state. Laws of nationality, governance, and citizenship are codified, borders and maps are drawn up, bureaucratic divisions and taxonomies of the territory and the population are imposed, conscription and/or induction of colonized men into colonial military structures is established. This moment constitutes a radical discontinuity with what existed before the colonial encounter. It was revealing of the ideological mood in Israel that when the reviews of my above-mentioned book began to appear in the 1980s, Israeli academics labeled it a biased publication for adopting the colonialism perspective. The late Barak Kimmerling, 1980, 77, who eventually became one of the most vociferous academic critics of Israeli policies toward the Palestinians, described my book at the time as war by other means. Within a decade, however, the tone of reviews had changed significantly. Rather than dismissing my book as merely a Palestinian perspective, With all the reservation that this view implies for the Western reader, reviewers began to embrace my book as pioneering for its application of the colonialism model, Yiftikel 2008, 88, which eventually culminated in the texts being acknowledged by critics and appreciative authors alike as essential reading on the early sociology of the Palestinians in Israel. How to account for this shift? Three main factors contributed to this change of tone. First, a stream of critical writings by Palestinians about the treatment of their society in Western and Israeli scholarship eventually penetrated academic discourse about Palestine. Second, there were changes taking place in Israeli social science, and so-called post-Zionist writings emerged that began to question the orthodoxy and the straitjacket interpretations of the Palestinian circumstances by Israeli society. A third factor relates to developments on the ground, particularly Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967, which was blatantly colonial by various accounts, including those of Israeli writers. Thus 2 points of departure define my intellectual self-positioning in this project. First is the fact that for a century the Palestinians have been struggling for self-determination, often at a very high human and existential cost. Israel's brutal pursuit of Palestinian colonization remains a defining feature of its reactions to Palestinian resistance. The tragedy is that the Jewish state is following a path similar to that adopted by European states toward their Jewish minorities. Zygmunt Bauman, an internationally acclaimed Polish sociologist with strong family connections to Israel, has remarked that Israel is taking advantage of the Holocaust to legitimize unconscionable acts, such as the West Bank Wall, which he compares to the wall built around the Jewish ghetto of Warsaw, in Forster 2011. Among the approximately 80 million refugees currently displaced around the globe, close to 6 million are Palestinian refugees, who comprise more than half of the global population of the Palestinian people and have constituted one of the largest national groups with this unenviable status for about 60 years. Second, the fact that Palestine experienced several colonial regimes in its modern history, starting with the Ottoman Empire and followed by Imperial Britain, Zionist colonizers, the Israeli state, and Egyptian and Jordanian occupiers, makes colonialism the second defining feature in my intellectual self-positioning. The research for this book has been a continuous effort that followed the publication of my first book on Palestine, Zureik 1979. Published material that is used in some of these chapters has been updated and cast in an expanded theoretical conceptual framework to reflect ongoing innovations in researching the Palestinians. Whereas the first book dealt mainly with the Palestinians in Israel, the current one expands the focus and addresses the conditions of the Palestinians in all of historical Palestine, west of the Jordan River, and in exile. Yet, as the title of this book conveys, Israel's dominant role as dispossessor of the Palestinians remains paramount in this intellectual undertaking. Acknowledgements. This book is the culmination of research conducted over several decades. During this time, I benefited immensely from associations and exchanges with colleagues in many countries and from different disciplines and political orientations. Individual acknowledgements here can only be sketchy. Salim Tamari, director of the Institute of Palestine Studies, provided me with research facilities when I spent 2 sabbaticals there in the early 1990s and during my frequent visits thereafter, and he exposed me to fascinating sojourners who always had interesting things to say about Palestine. Salim's wit and ability to narrate Palestinian history from a sociological angle brought historical biographies to life and enriched my understanding of Palestine. André Mazzai, who now teaches at the University of British Columbia, and with whom I cemented a lasting intellectual exchange and friendship after we met during one of my trips to Palestine, is the consummate observer and interpreter of Palestinian life. André, with his sociological imagination and philosophical humanistic bent, has proved to be invaluable in reading and commenting on my writings over the years. His feedback has invariably improved my arguments and made my texts less obtuse. Fuad Mufrabi, a political scientist at the University of Tennessee and a colleague of more than 40 years, traveled with me on several occasions to Palestine and other Middle Eastern countries on research missions. Our efforts have yielded collaborative work over the years. I continue to treasure our friendship and intellectual exchanges. Anthropologist Efrat Ben-Zeev, at Hebrew University's Truman Center in Jerusalem, shared with me her anthropological research on memory and always provided me with much-needed Hebrew sources for my research. I am indebted to many colleagues for their willingness to share their work, both published and unpublished. The generosity shown in also giving me their time is deeply appreciated. I single out sociologist Rita Jacoman and anthropologist Rema Hamami of Birzeit University, who over the years have provided me with work in progress, published articles, and survey data about the human cost of occupation for the Palestinians, particularly its impact on the mental health of youth and women. Nadira Shalhaub-Kevorkian, a criminologist at the Hebrew University, single-handedly launched studies into domestic violence and violence against women. These studies have become lightning rods for situating the experience of Palestinian women in the context of traditional masculine Arab society and Israeli domination. Political scientist Ahmed Sadi, of Ben-Gurion University, enriched my knowledge of Israeli governmental control and surveillance of Palestinians through his meticulous archival research on Israeli bureaucracy. Neve Gordon, also in political science at Ben-Gurion University, prepared the only publicly available report about the political economy of the surveillance industries in Israel that I know of. His report, for which I am grateful, fed into my ongoing interests in surveillance. Sari Hanafi, a prolific writer and head of the sociology department at the American University in Beirut, who himself epitomizes the predicament of Palestinian intellectuals living a liminal existence, continues to boldly experiment with sociological theories in order to gain deeper understanding of the Palestinian predicament, particularly the position of Palestinian refugees in exile. Psychologist Vivian Kams, also at the American University in Beirut, continues to publish extensively on the impact of violence and occupation on Palestinian family life in the West Bank and Gaza. Her meticulous empirical research enriched my understanding of Palestinian society under duress. Hanadah Ghanem, who was awarded distinction for her doctoral thesis in sociology at the Hebrew University and whose work on the liminality of Palestinian intellectuals enriched my work, always graciously answered my questions and provided me with much-needed sources. Amal Jamal, of the Political Science Department at Tel Aviv University, made available to me his work in progress that had direct relevance to the intersection between race and surveillance, which proved to be immensely useful for understanding the way surveillance and control unfold in colonial and ethnically bound societies. My fruitful association with Aziz Haider dates back to the mid-1980s, when he was a fresh graduate with a doctorate in sociology from the Hebrew University. 30 years later, Aziz has emerged as one of the most authentic empirical analysts of and commentators on the Palestinian minority in Israel. His views are sought after by policymakers and others, including me. Although my acquaintance with anthropologist Helga Tal-Sauri at New York University is fairly recent, I am grateful to have met her and for the privilege of reading her work on culture as a form of resistance. Orab El-Abed, currently a doctoral candidate in the School of Oriental and African Studies at London University, has managed to write the only comprehensive, published study of Palestinian refugees in Egypt. She was always ready to share her work in progress. For nearly 4 decades, Queen's University provided me with a stable environment that enabled me to carry on with my teaching and research unimpeded. Starting in the mid-1980s, I began developing an interest in surveillance as it applied to the workplace and society at large. Eventually, my interests in Palestine and surveillance merged, as will be apparent in this book. This cross-fertilization was enhanced through my collaboration with David Leon, an internationally recognized scholar in surveillance studies who directs the Surveillance Studies Center at Queen's University. During the final days of this project, I enjoyed a stimulating environment at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies in Qatar, where I am now head of the program in sociology and anthropology. The editorial work of Sarah Chung, Ben Bijo, and Robert Lewis made the manuscript all the more readable. Elia Zureik. Doha, Qatar. February 2015. Introduction. Ian Lustig, 1980, 64, an astute observer and scholar of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, has remarked, "What has been most striking about the position of the Palestinian Arab community that has lived in Israel since 1948 has been its political acquiescence. There is some truth to this statement, even today, in spite of the opposition to, and at times violent confrontations with, police and other state agencies, for which the Palestinians have paid dearly with their lives." Dalil 2003. This acquiescence, however, should not be interpreted to mean that the state has succeeded in pacifying the Palestinians into accepting their subordinate position in Israeli society. Political scientist Amal Jamal, 2013, 245, claims that Israel has manufactured the quiet Arab. This has occurred even as the state has pursued persistent surveillance techniques and at times brutal policies to subdue and thwart active Palestinian aspirations both in Israel and in the West Bank and Gaza. From the outset, however, unlike other, post-colonial states, Israel had no intention of integrating the Palestinian community into its socio-economic and political fabric. In the words of anthropologist Patrick Wolfe, 2012, 136. Zionist policy in Palestine constituted an intensification of, rather than a departure from, settler colonialism. In stark contrast to the Australian or United States models, for instance, Zionism rigorously refused, as it continues to refuse, any suggestion of native assimilation. Zionism constitutes a more exclusive exercise of the settler logic of elimination than we encounter in the Australian and US examples. Since its early days, the main focus of Israel has been to depopulate Palestine of its original inhabitants, denationalize its refugees, and seize Palestinian land and property in order to accommodate Jewish settlers and actualize the Zionist project. The question is how to achieve these objectives under the banner of democracy while keeping the Palestinians in check and preventing them from forming an organized opposition that would amount to what the state labels a fifth column. To his credit, Lustig, 1980, advanced his group control model early on, instead of focusing on ethnic identification as a mode of explanation, something that remains in vogue to this day among social scientists who write about a deeply divided Israeli society. This form of control, he argues, is exercised through co-optation, dependence, and segmentation of the Palestinian minority at various political, economic, and societal levels. Although he acknowledges that one can infer that Israel's attitudes to the Palestinian minority arose from an overarching Zionist ideology, he contends that what actually transpires amounts to an unintended consequence of the unfolding events of 1948. The actual policies towards the Palestinians emerged as byproducts of the new regime's efforts to cope with the difficult problem of sudden statehood. Ibid. 65. I contend that the Zionist leadership, beginning in the 1950s, implemented preordained and meticulous plans to control and dispossess the Palestinians. Ariel 2013. About the same time that Lustig, 1980, presented his model, I published my book The Palestinians in Israel, A Study in Internal Colonialism, Zureik 1979. More than 3 decades later, my study remains a testimony to the fact that the colonialism framework once shunned by academic researchers is now being acknowledged by a wider segment of mainstream academic writers as an important contribution to the sociological study of the Palestinian population. Colonialism is the system of control that I chose to work with at the time and to which I now return in an attempt to investigate the means by which the State of Israel carries out its form of settler colonialism in both Israel and the occupied territories. As will become apparent, I try to explain the predicament of the so-called quiet or quiescent Palestinians through understanding the minutiae of the control and surveillance that the state exercises over the physical, socio-economic, and psychological well-being of the Palestinians under the umbrella of Zionism. Theoretical focus. It would be difficult not to recognize Israel's past and ongoing illegal seizure of Palestinian land, the racialization of every aspect of daily life, and the large-scale and piecemeal demolition of Palestinian homes, destruction of livelihoods, and efforts to destroy the social and family fabric, as decimation by concerted and concentrated colonial design. These are the well-honed practices of regimes that define colonialisms and have flourished across the imperial globe. Stoller 2010a. This quotation from the distinguished anthropologist and Laura Stoller's statement in support of the boycott and divestment campaign, a reaction to Israel's practices in the West Bank and Gaza, captures the theoretical and empirical concerns of this study in focusing on the relationship between colonialism, biopolitics, and territory. At a time when the governments of industrialist nations and spokespersons of leading international organizations sing the praises of globalization, it may seem intellectually quaint, if not out of place entirely, to resuscitate a discussion of colonialism. This is only true if one limits the discussion to mainstream neoliberal social science, which sees in globalization a defining transition to a so-called interconnected and networked world where borders and the nation-state are on the wane. As Wendy Brown, 2010, clearly demonstrates, the mushrooming of barriers, example walls, fences, and checkpoints, between and within states challenges the globalization thesis. As far back as the 17th century, if not earlier, European colonialism had already left an enduring mark on modern nation-states, particularly those of the post-colonial variety. In discussing the colonial present in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Palestine, cultural geographer Derek Gregory, 2007, remarks that while they may be displaced, distorted, and, most often, denied, the capacities that inhere within the colonial past are routinely reaffirmed and reactivated in the colonial present. John Strawson, 2002, 363-64, echoes this sentiment when he remarks that while colonialism has withered, a post-colonial world has taken shape in which the world replicates elements of the old order through which the West assumes a centrality against the periphery of the ex-colonies. It is not only the territorial, economic, legal, and political dimensions of colonialism that have left their mark, and that are reproduced in the colonial present, but as the late Edward said, 1978, 1993, noted, a point reiterated by Gregory, 2007, so too did Orientalism's colonizing culture and its discursive instruments of power, see Dirks 1992. 1. Colonialism has three foundational concerns: violence, territory, and population control, all of which rest on racialist discourse and practice. It is also transformative, albeit under conditions of duress during which colonialism transforms the life of indigenous people beyond their choosing and control. It is concerned with disabling old forms of life by systematically breaking down their conditions, and with constructing in their place new conditions so as to enable, indeed to oblige, new forms of life to come into being. Scott 1998, 26, emphasis in original. Settler colonialism, the central concept underlying this book, is intrinsically associated with the dispossession of indigenous populations through violence, repressive state laws and practices, and racialized forms of monitoring, currently referred to as racial profiling, each of which has become an essential tool of governance today. Such laws and practices extend from informal to technologically sophisticated formal means of monitoring and control. Two key elements of control concern us. The first is the relationship between colonialism and what Michel Foucault terms biopolitics, a relationship that is not explored by him in the colonial context and that remains understudied. 2. Even though the European states with which Foucault dealt, aptly labeled by Brad Evans, 2010, 414, the colonial heartland, were invariably colonizing states in one form or another, Stoller 1995, Venn 2009. Although I agree with said statement that Foucault ignores the imperial context of his own theories, in Stoller 1995, 5 and 8, Foucault's observations on the modern nation-state, racism, and population management are germane to understanding the workings of colonial states. Robert J.C. Young, 1995, 5, captures the relevance of Foucault's discourse analysis, where power and knowledge are conjoined, to understanding racism and colonialism, even though Foucault did not deal with colonialism head-on. Whether early or late, so much of Foucault seems to be applicable to the colonial arena, his emphasis on forms of authority and exclusion, for example, or his analysis of the operations of the technologies of power, of the apparatuses of surveillance. Foucault's own concepts have themselves become productive forms of conceptual power and authority. According to Foucault, 2003, 245, biopolitics deals with the population as a political problem, as a problem that is at once scientific and political, as a biological problem and as power's problem. Thus conceived, biopolitics is a form of politics that entails the administration of the processes of life at the aggregate level of life processes, Duffield 2007, 5. This is to be distinguished from disciplining, which is applied at the level of the individual. Management of life is made possible with the ascendancy of demographic knowledge through the application of statistical techniques, economic planning, and medical science. As underscored by Foucault, 2003, 254, in society must be defended. The transition from sovereignty to governmentality in the 18th century saw the state exercise biopolitical power that takes life as both its object and its objective. 3. If by the right of sovereignty is meant the right to take life and let live, the new right ushered into the 18th century by liberalism meant the right to make live and to let die. Ibid. 241, the emphasis of the former is on death, and that of the latter is on life. Thus it was in this context that biopower emerged to replace sovereign power, Leg 2005, 139. In Foucault's words, 1978, 138, the old power of death that symbolized sovereign power was now carefully supplanted by the administration of bodies and the calculated management of life. Patricia Clough and Craig Wills, 2010, 49, draw our attention to the important point that biopolitics is not applied in a blanket fashion in managing and enhancing the well-being of the population. Rather, Foucault argues it is a form of racism that allows for death in biopolitics, the death of some populations that are marked as inferior and harmful to the larger body of the nation. In discussing colonialism and biopolitics, it is necessary to speak of racism, as well as surveillance, a central tool of governance. Although racism has existed in various forms since antiquity, modern European state racism, according to Foucault, emerged in the 18th century as a tool to serve the state's interests and defend society from within. The nation-state racism that Foucault addresses is anchored in cultural and ethnic differences, not in any essentialist, biological considerations. It is, to use Etienne Balibar's, 1991, phrase, a neo-racism, which refers to a racism without races, whose dominant theme is not biological heredity but the insurmountability of cultural differences, in Montag 2002, 118. However, in pursuing a racialist agenda through the calculated management of life, Foucault 1985, 140, state racism in the 20th century, enacted in a world saturated with refugees and displaced people, Arendt 1943, had the effect of pushing Foucauldian biopolitics into what Giorgio Agamben, 1998, and Akhil Mbembe, 2003, call, respectively, thanatopolitics and necropower, the politics or the power of death. 4. Patrick Wolfe, 2006, 387, draws a similar inference, labeling settler colonialism as inherently eliminatory of indigenous populations, although not invariably genocidal. According to Wolfe, 2011, race is colonialism speaking. Thus the place of race and racism is central to the discussion of biopolitics as a technology of colonial power and population management, as demonstrated by Matthew Hanna, 2011, in his work on biopolitics, as well as in his analysis of the ways that the 19th century American census played a crucial surveillance role in managing and constructing the territory and lives of native Indians, Hanna 2000. Of interest in this context is how the Israeli colonizing state strives to constitute and discipline Palestinians in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT, as dangerous populations, Kemp 2004, by deploying a gamut of surveillance and control technologies that extend from informal, bureaucratic, and discursive to behavioral and technologically sophisticated, Verta 2013. When it comes to methods of control over the Palestinians, Israel is best described, according to historian Elon Papp, 2008, as a mukhabarat state, meaning in Arabic an intelligence or surveillance state, a label that applies to the neighboring Arab states as well. If colonialism is the context in which the study unfolds, surveillance, in its material, corporeal, and discursive forms, is its indispensable tool of governance. Surveillance of individuals, groups, and populations is accomplished through soft and hard technologies that involve information gathering by means of bureaucrats, informants and collaborators, direct observation, census taking, territorial mapping, categorical sorting, cross-referencing of identities in databases for the sake of profiling individuals, wiretapping, and more recently, the deployment of sophisticated electronic identification systems, from internet filtering, closed-circuit television, geopositioning systems, biometric profiling, and iris scanning to radio frequency identification and behavioral profiling, Whitaker 2011, all of which involve what Ben Anderson, 2011, 205, labels effective tools of war. These techniques and their application depend on the objective and location of the surveillance network. They vary historically and according to the spatial configuration of the territory in question, its population size and distribution, and the ability of the colonizer to combine. In the case of automated and electronic surveillance, the use of these various technologies in what Kevin Haggerty and Richard Erickson, 2000, call the surveillant assemblage. In the context of urban warfare and counterinsurgency, as in Palestine, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Chechnya, to name a few salient areas of national and ethnic conflict, biopolitics is considered an integral part of colonial strategy against guerrilla warfare, whereby so-called anticipatory action, based on prior assessments and on models for forecasting levels of insurgency, is utilized to target and preempt oppositionary sectors of the population, Anderson 2011. No matter how thorough the surveillance of the population and its classification into loyal and insurgent groups by means of simulations and modeling techniques, and this is not to support the logic of such surveillance, the civilian population ends up bearing the brunt of so-called collateral damage. The use of drones by Israel in the OPT and by the United States in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Yemen is an excellent example. The second feature that concerns the study and complements the first is the place of territory in the exercise of surveillance and control in colonial states. In Patrick Wolf's words, 2006, 388, territoriality is settler colonialism's specific, irreducible element. It determines individual, mobility, access to land, use of time, economic viability, and indeed life chances. As will be demonstrated in the study, biopolitics and territoriality intersect at various levels to advance the state's racialist agenda, and they are framed by Western-based colonial law to facilitate the seizure of territory, privatization of communal land, dispossession of indigenous people, and population transfer. In pursuit of their objectives, colonial regimes rely on systems of corporeal identification and enforcement of policing at borders, frontiers, and checkpoints, where bodily inspection, psychological humiliation, and the accompanying violation of privacy are carried out routinely in the name of state security to the detriment of freedom of movement and population mobility. It is important to point out that population identification systems, such as census taking and identification cards, are common to all states, Bennett and Leon 2008, Torpy 1998, and are essential for state planning and modernization in general. In the case of colonial regimes, however, identification systems are distinguished by their discriminatory practices and racialist targeting of the population, thus creating a rigid stratification of citizens, subjects, and non-citizen immigrants, displaced people being an example of the latter. Beyond, and directly related to these two key concerns, this study also deals with the relationship between colonial law, a hallmark of which is the state of exception, and national security, in whose name surveillance, control, and violence are exercised and justified. Insecurity, Territory, Population, Lectures at the Collège de France, 1977–1978, Foucault, 2007, 108, notes that governmentality conceives of power that has the population as its target, political economy as its major form of knowledge, and apparatuses of security as its essential technical element. To quote Giorgio Agamben, 2002, 2, security has now become the sole criterion of political legitimation. Furthermore, the study clarifies the connections between what appears to be two separate intellectual pursuits, the mushrooming field of surveillance studies on a global scale, on the one hand, and the study of a regional ethno-national conflict that is the product of 19th-century colonialism, on the other. In doing so, this book aims to fill a lacuna in Middle East research by situating discussions about surveillance and discipline in Israel/Palestine in the context of the colonial experience as it relates to the control of territory and the management of population. Chapter Outline. Chapter 1 is a roadmap of academic research on Palestine and the Palestinians during the last half-century. It provides the reader with a tour of what I consider to be worthy research from a variety of disciplines and perspectives in order to demonstrate the evolution of studying a people who have been locked in a national struggle for more than a century and who have been living in dispersal since 1948. The chapter highlights the contribution of the study to complementing existing critical research, including the role of surveillance in governance. Chapter 2 takes the reader into a discussion of colonialism and its relevance both to the Zionist project, which culminated in the establishment of Israel in 1948, and to the continued colonization of the occupied Palestinian territories since 1967. Because of the contested nature of the debate surrounding settler colonialism in its Israeli manifestation, the chapter initially delineates the main features of colonialism as a prelude to discussing the claims and counterclaims in the debate over Herzlian Zionism. It pays special attention to what I call breaching the consensus regarding the nature of Israel and Zionism, as well as to the official use of obfuscatory language and rhetoric in describing Israeli colonial policies. Chapter 3 traces the specifics of surveillance and information gathering in Palestine's colonial past and present. The chapter provides an overview of the historical antecedents for present-day surveillance practices in order to highlight the role of colonialism in innovating the development and transfer of surveillance technologies across the colonies and its part in occasioning their eventual deployment in the home country under what Foucault calls the boomerang effect, see Leg 2007, 266. 5. I note the place of Palestine in Britain's colonial surveillance systems and how attempts to rule Palestine have relied on the adoption of British methods of surveillance and control developed in India, Egypt, and other colonies. In addition to dealing with advanced surveillance technologies, the chapter pays special attention to bureaucratic and informal face-to-face surveillance that was, and is, used minutely by Israel to control the Palestinian population in Israel proper. The chapter summarizes post-colonial state use of micropower in its capillary form through reference to several case studies of surveillance in Israel/Palestine involving identity cards, mobility across borders and checkpoints, the disciplining of memory, and the racialized use of time. Chapter 4 situates the Israeli discourse on demography and population management, and the contradictions arising therein, as aspects of biopolitics in a colonial context. A brief detour addresses the place of eugenics as a component of biopolitics in Zionist colonial discourse going back to the early part of the 20th century. Two aspects of the debate surrounding biopolitics are examined. First, at the institutional level, the impact of racialized government legislations and strategies bearing upon the demography debate are scrutinized in order to understand how Israeli society is defended, to use Foucault's phrase, by reaffirming the geopolitical boundary of the state through racialization of the Palestinians. Second, at the societal level, a review of the public discourse and public opinion data that highlight the place of racism in Israeli society is undertaken. My intention here is to gauge the extent of convergence in the levels of Israeli Jewish racism among the public, governmental, and private spheres. Chapter 5 demonstrates the nature of Israeli violence and how the state resorts to pseudo-scientific explanations in order to account for its lethal policies toward the Palestinians. Chapter 6 analyzes the use of the Internet by Palestinians as a discursive means to mobilize and resist hegemonic control. The study concludes with reflections on Zionism and Israeli colonialism, as one of the last vestiges of modern colonialism in the 21st century, and its confrontation with the Palestinians. Notes 1. Gregory's inspiration for treating culture as sui generis is the work of Said, 1978, see also Said 1993. Gregory, 2007, 16, claims, the colonial present is not produced through geopolitics and geoeconomics alone but is also set in motion through mundane cultural forms and cultural practices that mark other people as irredeemably other and that license the unleashing of exemplary violence against them. For an application of the Orientalist paradigm in the analysis of Israeli historiography and its treatment of the Palestinians, see Gerber, 2003, and Peiterberg, 2008. 2. Although he generally agrees that Foucault did not pursue the connection between colonialism and racism, Warren Montag, 2002, 121, remarks that Foucault's position can best be described as post-colonial. It is at this point that my reading of Foucault's treatment of biologistic racism diverges from that of Stoller, who tends to present Foucault's argument as internally consistent, even if she finds fault with it in certain crucial respects, notably the text's neglect of the importance of colonialism in the formation of modern racism. I would also say that the racism that Foucault analyzes is perhaps best regarded as post-colonial racism, a racism that accompanies not movements of conquest, settlement, and administration, but rather the demographic flow of the other from the former colonies back to the core. 3. For a critique of Foucault's discussion of the population problem and his failure to anchor it in a concrete empirical historical moment, see Curtis, 2002, and Dupont and Pears, 2001. A competent empirical work on 19th-century Egypt that complements Foucault's discussion of population is provided by Fahmy, 2010. 4. Although not discussed in any detail, Foucault acknowledged thanatopolitics as a biopolitical option of the state, since the population is nothing more than what the state takes care of for its own sake. Of course, the state is entitled to slaughter it, if necessary. So, the reverse of biopolitics is thanatopolitics, in Martin, Gutman, and Hutton 1988, 160. For a useful discussion of Agamben's bare life and sovereignty as they relate to Foucault's biopower, see Genel, 2006. 5. In Society Must Be Defended. Lectures at the Collège de France, 1975–1976. Foucault, 2003, 103, states, it should never be forgotten that while colonization, with its techniques and its political and juridical weapons, obviously transported European models to other continents, it also had a considerable boomerang effect on the mechanisms of power in the West, and on the apparatuses, institutions, and techniques of power. 1. Researching Palestine and the Palestinians. A roadmap. It is estimated that at the end of 2012 the number of Palestinians worldwide was 11.6 million, of whom 4.4 million resided in the West Bank, 2.7 million, and Gaza, 1.7 million, 1.4 million in Israel, 5.1 million in neighboring Arab countries, and 655,000 in the rest of the world. By 2020, it is projected that the number of Palestinians in historical Palestine alone, west of the Jordan River, will reach 7.2 million, compared to 6.9 million Jews, PCBS 2011b. 1. Of the total number, 5.1 million Palestinians and their descendants are officially classified as refugees, according to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, PCBS 2012. No doubt, the total number of refugees and their descendants is larger, since not every Palestinian who became a refugee in 1947-48 registered with the UN agency. Figure 1.1 displays the growth of the Palestinian population over more than a century, starting in the 1880s with the first Zionist settler colonization of Palestine and ending in 2012. At the time of the Balfour Declaration in 1917, in which the British government promised the Zionists a national home for the Jews, the Palestinians constituted 90% of the population and the Jews a mere 10%, Zureik 2001. On the eve of the United Nations 1947 resolution to partition Palestine, 67% of the population was Arab and 33% Jewish. Following the establishment of Israel in 1948 and the flight and expulsion of the Palestinian population in 1947-48, the remaining Palestinians numbered 160,000, around 20% of the combined Arab and Jewish populations. Now they number 1.3 million people. For more than a century, which is probably longer than any other national group in recent memory, the Palestinians have struggled for self-determination. They exist largely as a community that is closely administered and monitored by outsiders. Notwithstanding their current attempts at state building, the Palestinians for the most part have lived for 2/3 of a century as refugees, exiles, and minorities, both in their homeland and elsewhere. And prior to that, they lived as an occupied people throughout the modern period, ruled first by the Ottomans, then by the British, Jordanians, in the West Bank, and Egyptians, in Gaza, and finally by the Israelis. It must be said, however, that Ottoman and British rule did not entail loss of Palestinian citizenship, as occurred during Israeli colonization and occupation. Others prefer to label the Palestinian experience under Israeli rule denationalization, Abu Zara and K 2013, 5. The 1948 Nakba, catastrophe, as it is known in Arabic, and the dispersal of the Palestinians as a result of the establishment of Israel brought them under close scrutiny by different administrative regimes belonging to several so-called host countries, including the military administrative apparatus of Israel and the neighboring Arab states, a UN organization in charge of refugees, and what is referred to euphemistically as the international community. As descendants of minorities and refugees going back 5 generations, the majority of Palestinians today live under surveillance of one form or another from cradle to grave. Their numbers are contested, their demography is analyzed and debated endlessly, their movement across international borders is closely monitored, their activities are routinely scrutinized for political content, and their citizenship status is a perennial topic of discussion. In short, the Palestinians have experienced what sociologists call administrative social sorting of one form or another, involving intrusive monitoring, data gathering, and population categorization. For this reason, surveillance, monitoring, control, and resistance are discussed in this study, since they are essential ingredients for understanding Palestinian society, or for that matter, any society, refugee or otherwise, whose existence is controlled and monitored by outsiders. As this study shows, these systems of control are spatial, temporal, local, regional, and global. They include colonial state policies, both past and present, legal impositions to facilitate dispossession and land expropriation, and population containment. Israel, whose establishment contributed directly to the Nakba, occupies a central place throughout this monitoring process and in my analysis of its apparatuses. Figure 1.1. Growth of the Palestinian people, 1880 to 2012. This chapter highlights the theoretical, methodological, and conceptual issues related to the study of Palestinian society in its dispersal under various statuses. It provides a roadmap for the macro and micro developments at the individual, communal, and institutional levels, while highlighting the contribution of the study in light of existing research on the Palestinians. As mentioned above, social sorting via population count and categorization, spatial arrangements, mobility, and overall monitoring occupy a special place in this study. As pointed out in the coming chapters, social sorting, record keeping, and databases are forms of discursive power that aim to constitute the subject. This chapter does not report on empirical findings as such, except by way of examples, but interrogates the relevant theoretical and methodological literature so as to set the stage for understanding Palestinian society in terms of available data to be analyzed in subsequent chapters. This chapter draws upon a variety of disciplines in the social sciences and humanities in order to familiarize the reader with the scope of published and evolving research on Palestine and the Palestinians. To begin with, it provides a thematic overview of this research, with a separate treatment of research on Palestinian refugees. Following this, it proceeds to address 6 separate theoretical and methodological perspectives: the near absence of the colonialism model in mainstream academic writings about the Zionist project in Palestine and the use of surveillance techniques for the purpose of ruling, the qualitative-quantitative divide in social science, with special reference to ethnography, critical assessment of Michel Foucault's treatment of power, the utility of constructivist analysis, the problem of order and conflict resolution, and the role of globalization, networking, electronic communication, and transnationalism in shaping the lives and identities of refugees and migrant communities. Several issues introduced in the next section are taken up again in the subsequent sections' discussion of theoretical and methodical perspectives. Thematic overview. Academic studies of contemporary Palestine and the Palestinians have come a long way since they first made their debut in the early 1960s, when, generally speaking, social science studies of the Middle East were mostly dominated by functionalism and modernization theory. Bill and Leiden 1976, Lerner 1958, Zartman 1980, on the one hand, and by their traditional nemesis of Marxist studies and dependency theory, Assad and Owen 1983, Rodinson 1973, Turner 1984, on the other. This does not mean that the modernization school and its functionalist theoretical underpinnings have been totally eclipsed, as Ada 1997, nor does it mean that Marxism has succeeded in laying to rest the once popular modernization approach. Rather, alongside the functionalist Marxist divide, most apparent in sociology, political science, and to some extent, anthropology, we see several additional approaches making headway in our understanding of Palestinian society. These competing schools, espousing different theoretical and methodological orientations, come from a variety of disciplines, including sociology, anthropology, social history, historical studies of colonialism, post-colonial and culture studies, human rights and socio-legal studies, criminology, geography, and more recently, contributions from women's studies, visual studies, medical sociology, social studies of science, globalization, internet and cyber studies, and transnational research. Cultural studies. Cultural studies that are anchored in the humanities display a variety of sub-approaches encompassing deconstruction, post-colonialism, literary criticism, post-structuralism, postmodernism, and semiotics, all of which have been deployed in one form or another in the study of Palestinians with varying degrees of frequency and sophistication. Harlow 1996, Levy 1996, Petit 1994a, Potok 1998, Said 1985, Sherwell 1996, Tailsaury 2011. Notwithstanding its historical roots in functionalism and service to colonialism, Assad 1973, anthropological and ethnographic research on the everyday life, memory construction, and oral history of Palestinian society has made important contributions to its analysis. Benziev 2000, 2011, Farah 1998, Masalha 2012, Sad and Abu Lugad 2007, Sa'i 1979. Ethnographic studies of marginalist communities such as refugees and people living under occupation demonstrate the importance of such research in uncovering everyday experiences, particularly with regard to strategies of coping and resistance among subaltern groups. Counting Palestinians. The peculiar situation of the dispersal of Palestinians under various political and administrative regimes has made it difficult for researchers to freely access comprehensive and reliable statistical data, thus encouraging the use of ethnography and the case study approach, with a special focus on everyday life. Nevertheless, quantitative data are available on Palestinians in Israel through the publications of the Israel Central Bureau of Statistics, ICBS, and to a limited extent population data are available on Palestinian refugees who are registered with the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, an agency that is responsible for their humanitarian needs. The Oslo Agreement of 1993 between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and the establishment of the Palestinian National Authority in the West Bank and Gaza ushered in the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, PCBS, which, with financial and scientific assistance from international organizations, has been able to launch its activities and carry out censuses and other specialized surveys of the Palestinian population under its jurisdiction. Today it is considered by academic researchers to be a reliable source of data about the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza. As noted in Chapter 4's discussion of demography, in contrast to international estimates and those provided by Palestinian and Israeli experts, right-wing Jewish lobby groups contest these findings and provide lower estimates of the Palestinian population in the occupied territories, Hassan 2013, Elon 2005, Zimmerman and Seid 2004. Looking at institutions. The contributions of sociology and political science to the study of Palestinians have included analyzing the institutional and psychological basis of alienation and national identity, Gainham 1998, 2001, 2013, Miari 1998, Ruhana 1997, Attempts at State Formation, Brynan 2000, Jamal 2001, The Emergence of Civil Society and the Role of Non-Governmental Organizations, Hamami 1995, Musla 1993, Suleiman 1997, Sullivan 1996, The Extent of Involvement by Palestinian Refugees and Exiles in the Political Affairs of Their Surroundings, Brand 1988, Zureik 1996, and the Study of Mobilization in the Form of Protest and Resistance Movements, Kawaja 1994, Sadie 1979, Swedenborg 1990, 1995. Two events have come to epitomize Palestinian resistance to Israeli occupation and in the process have garnered research interests. The first is the uprising, or Intifada, that lasted from 1987 to 1994, Zureik, Graf, and Ahan 1990-91, and the second is the Al-Aqsa Intifada, which erupted in October 2000 and lasted until 2005. No fewer than a dozen books had been published by the middle of the 1990s in an attempt to analyze the causes of the First Intifada, Mishal and Aharoni 1994, Nasser and Heacock 1990, Peretz 1990, and the second uprising triggered additional scholarly attention from Palestinian, Ajaluni 2003, Hani 2002, Israeli, Institute for International Security Studies 2010, and Western Writers, G. Robinson 2010. Human Rights, Legal Rights, and Conflict Resolution. Related to the causes of violence are research efforts directed at understanding the correlates of suicide bombing. There are those who have sought the causes of Middle Eastern and Palestinian violence in strictly cultural and religious terms, Karsh 2006, Pipes 2002, and those who have challenged these explanations by positing a causal relationship between Israeli state repression and suicide bombing, Brym and Arash 2006, 2008. Working within the tradition of Franz Fanon, Charles Lee, 2009, examines Palestinian suicide bombing from a philosophical, collectivist perspective. He argues that current positivist approaches to understanding terrorism posit a lopsided question that seeks the causes of terrorism in the behavior of the perpetrator of the act. He argues for an approach that examines the behavior of states toward the disenfranchised and colonist people as a factor that contributes to violent resistance. The work of the political philosopher Giorgio Agamben, 1998, on states of exception, bare life, and the Homo Sacer has prompted scholars to apply his perspective to the study of Palestinian refugees, about whom he had little to say. See Agamben 2000. Mayisa Youssef, 2007, provides an interesting departure from the legal approach by studying Palestinian refugees in their confrontation with Israel. She argues that although the Palestinians lost diplomatically as a result of the Oslo Agreement, where asymmetrical power relations favored Israel, the materiality of Palestinian bodies, exemplified in the Biopolitics of the Week, see Chapter 4, and Arkanana 2002, presented Israel with a dilemma that could not be resolved by creating two states or expelling the Palestinians from their homeland. Until the refugee issue is resolved satisfactorily, the existence of the refugees, even outside the state, ultimately unsettles and perforates the undefined borders of Israel, a point that was noted by Agamben, 1995, in his passing comments on Palestinian refugees. In an article that resonates with Youssef's, Ruba Soleh, 2013, explores the relevance of Hannah Arendt's claim that refugees constitute the avant-garde of their people and discusses Agamben's notion of bare life as applied to the stateless Palestinian refugees. Soleh contends that the refugees' subaltern voices act to destabilize the nation-state and call for a reconfiguration of the state-society relations in which democratic, rather than territorial, politics predominate. As a result of the spread of violence and denial of self-determination, issues of human rights, citizenship rights, and international legality have become increasingly salient and are dealt with by international relations experts, lawyers, sociologists, and socio-legal scholars. Akram 2002, Akram and Rempel 2004, Butenskan, Hassassian, and Davis 1997, Beer and Abdeljavad 1994, Jeffries 2012, Kimmerling 2002, Kritzmer 1990, Pacheco 2001, Ron 1997, Shihade 1985, Tackenberg 1998. The study of conflict resolution, a hybrid specialty combining political science, social psychology, and international relations, has frequently used the Middle East conflict, particularly its Israeli-Palestinian dimension, as a site to test ideas about conflict resolution that are primarily advanced by political psychologists and, to a certain extent, by sociobiologists, Burton and Sandali 1986, Collings 1988. In workshops that are organized specifically to facilitate various encounters between Jewish and Arab elites and quasi-official actors, third-party expert intervention is being deployed to test the utility of interventionist research in conflict resolution, Kelman 1998. The results of these simulations have produced mixed results at best, with serious doubt being cast on their efficacy in resolving ethno-national conflicts. They have mostly served to confer legitimacy on the position of the stronger party, in this case, Israel, Abu-Nimr 1999, Rabinovitz 2001a. Deconstructing Palestine's history. Traditionally, the historical approach has been dominated by linear, chronological studies of Palestine and Palestinian leadership during various phases of the national struggle throughout the past century. The doyen of modern Palestinian historiography and its encounter with Zionism is Walid Khalidi, whose work over a long academic and research career includes three seminal books, From Haven to Conquest, 1971, Before Their Diaspora, 1984, and All That Remains, 1992. The three books were published by the Institute of Palestine Studies, which he co-founded in 1963. The Institute, with offices in Beirut, Washington, D.C., and Ramallah, has an active book publishing program, in addition to three journals, the Journal of Palestine Studies, its Arabic-language equivalent publication Majalat al-Dirasat al-Filastiniya, and Jerusalem Quarterly. It is worth citing Khalidi's, 1988, seminal paper on Plan Dalit of the Haganah, in which he disclosed for the first time the Zionist intentions to expel and depopulate Palestine of its Arab inhabitants as a prelude to establishing the State of Israel. Historical research on Palestine has benefited from cross-fertilization with the social sciences and other disciplines in the humanities. A welcome correction to the traditional, linear historical approach has been provided by combining the evolving subaltern research on Palestine, Abumana 2006, Swedenborg 1995, with studies of social and political history, Farsown and Zakaria 1997, Kimmerling and Migdal 1993, Tamari 2009, including demography, I. Abu Lugad 1971, Kurbage 1999, 2012, Fargas 2000, Kosify 1980, Skalch 1985, Population Count, Land/Tenure, and Urbanization, Bishara 1994, Damani 1994, Levine 1999. Identity Formation, Ar-Khalidi 1997, and Social Structure of the Peasantry, Karmi and Rosenfeld 1974. These works point to significant efforts aimed at deconstructing Palestine's historical narrative, thus challenging the once dominant versions of Palestinian history, which were originally contributed by mainstream Western and Israeli scholars. The deconstruction of this history has become a major undertaking of Palestinian and other critical scholars working in a variety of disciplines, such as oral history, political science, anthropology, and sociology, S. Kanana 1991, W. Khalidi 1992, Masalha 1992. It is worth noting that the Palestinian narrative is having an impact on the once dominant Western and Zionist narratives, as evident from the debate surrounding post-Zionism, Abdel Javad 1996. 2. Overall, however, the recorded history of Palestine, like all colonial histories, remains largely that of either its elite stratum or those who ruled the country at one time or another. At best, one can say that Palestinian history is now a contested intellectual terrain. Yet the application of the comparative approach to the study of Palestine lags behind. Palestine is viewed mostly as a unique case study, even though comparisons with regions that experienced anti-colonial struggles such as South Africa promise to be useful. Mitchell, Prakash, and Shohat 2003. Economics-based studies. Economists have researched Palestinians in their various locales and statuses, and at various points in time, to understand their place in the economy of the host society and the Middle East region generally. In the aftermath of the Oslo Agreement, they turned their attention to examining the economic viability of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, Abed 1988, Devon and Shaban 1999, Fisher, Roderick, and Tuma 1994, Nakib 1995. Since then, a younger generation of economists has questioned the feasibility of such a state in light of Israeli policies of expanding settlements and confiscating Palestinian land. The critical work of Raja Khalidi and Sobhai Samur, 2011, Sarah Roy, 2000, 2007, 2009, 2011, and Leela Farsak, 2005a, 2005b, 2008, on the political economy of the West Bank and Gaza is notable in this regard. These views are shared by Virginia Tilley's, 2005, 2009, and Ian Scaba's, 2009, analyses of the consequences of Israeli colonialism in the West Bank for both the economic and the legal rights of the Palestinian population. These outcomes are explored in more depth in a report by the Human Sciences Research Council of South Africa, 2009, to which Scaba was a contributor. Documenting the living conditions. Due to the perpetual state of crisis faced by Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, as well as by those living in refugee camps across the Middle East, social scientists and policymakers have turned their attention to examining the living conditions, demography, and incidence of poverty in Palestinian communities, with a special focus on the refugees. To a large extent, since the early 1990s, quantitative and statistical interests in researching Palestine and the Palestinians have been driven by the launching of the Oslo peace process. Reflecting this development, research interests have emanated from official Palestinian institutions, Palestinian Authority 1998, and from international organizations such as the United Nations Office of the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, UNESCO 2011, the World Bank, 2013, and the Swiss Agency, 2002, for Development and Cooperation, SDC, all of which have written or sponsored reports, with the SDC also mounting periodic surveys to assess the deteriorating living conditions of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, Baco, Brunner, and Rabat 2001a, 2001b, Baco et al. 2001. The living conditions of the Palestine refugees registered with UNRWA in Jordan, Lebanon, the Syrian Arab Republic, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, La Paix et al. 2011, reports the results of extensive surveys carried out in 2005 among Palestinian refugees in their primary locations in the Middle East. On account of Norway's responsibility under the Oslo Agreement to gather data on the humanitarian and living conditions of the Palestinians, the Norwegian non-governmental organization FAFO, ND, which conducts applied social research, played a leading role during the early days of the Oslo process by launching the first reliable field surveys among Palestinian refugees and non-refugee communities. In due course, FAFO's dual role of conducting social research on behalf of the Norwegian government and providing a venue for Israeli-Palestinian negotiations was subjected to a critical assessment, Zureik 1993. Although the quality of the data is uneven, it has been possible to draw a composite picture of Palestinian economic life, both past and present, with projections for the future. Whereas most of the above studies follow mainstream economic and social science approaches, the quasi-Marxist field of political economy has been deployed to understand both the historical and contemporary economic position of Palestinians, Hillel 1974, Roy 2000, Schaefer 1989, their claim to the land and other economic resources within historical Palestine, Zureik 1979, and the development of labor market segmentation strategies as they are shaped by colonial practices, I. Abu Lughod 1971, and by discriminatory state policies, Bernstein 1998, Sadin 1995, Simeonov and Lewin Epstein 1994, Yash 2001. Public opinion. FAFO, 2011, has introduced a research program to assess the mood of the Palestinians by regularly commissioning public opinion surveys. Two Palestinian organizations with a long-standing record in public opinion polling are Near East Consulting, ND, and the more established Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, ND. In the case of the latter, its director, Khalil Shikaki, has become a sought-after commentator on the situation in the West Bank and Gaza. His organization collaborates with Israeli institutions in mounting joint Palestinian-Israeli polls, Shamir and Shikaki 2010. Public opinion research about the Middle East conflict in Israel began in the past decade to incorporate the Palestinian minority into national Jewish samples, an example being the omnibus surveys carried out by the Tammy Steinmetz Center for Peace Research at Tel Aviv University, ND. Surveys dealing with democratic attitudes are carried out annually by the Goodman Center at the Israel Democracy Institute, ND, and by the Macro Center for Political Economics, ND. The latter has released a large study on the attitudes of youth that contains a chapter on Palestinian youth in Israel, Yahya Yunus 2010. In addition to political surveys, Israeli public opinion studies, such as those conducted by the Israel Central Bureau of Statistics, have begun to address the use of the Internet and its impact on society, ICBS 2002, and the Israel Internet Association, 2011, has commissioned a survey on computer ownership and Internet use among Jews and Arabs. The Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics, PCBS 2000, 2004, 2006, 2011a, has published the results of a series of national surveys dealing with computer and Internet use in the West Bank and Gaza. The use of social networks in Israel has been examined in a Google-sponsored survey by Yuval Drower and Sar Gershon, 2012, that included Arab respondents. The geography of Palestine. Geographers have joined the study of Palestinians and Palestine by juxtaposing competing claims pertaining to land ownership, access to natural resources such as water, and population policies reflected in containment, exclusionary practices, and residential segregation. Fala 1996, Kamasi 1999, 2011, Yacobi 2004b, Yiftikel 1998. Some of those contributing to the discussion have drawn creatively upon cognate disciplines in the social sciences to highlight that frontier, place, and space as analytic concepts in both the physical and social sense are useful for understanding methods of social control and national conflicts. These studies are important to understanding state construction in Palestine. Zureik 2001. Geographers and urban planners as well have contributed in important ways to theorizing and analyzing the militarization of cities in conflict zones and urban localities. Three major contributors to the study of herbicide caused by Israeli militarism are Stephen Graham, 2003, 2010, Derek Gregory, 2004, 2007, and E.L. Wiseman, 2005, 2006, 2007. Kanishka Gunwardna and Stefan Kipfer, 2006, bring together the work of geographers and other theorists to demonstrate the treatment of the city, urban slums, and refugee camps in post-colonial settings and war zones, including Palestine. The use of geography as an instrument of propaganda in Israeli schools is meticulously discussed by Norit Peladelhanan, 2012. Research on education. The study of education has always occupied a prominent place in Palestinian research and is closely associated with nation building. The seminal work of Abdul Tabawi, 1956, on Palestinian education during the British Mandate period remains a crucial reference in this regard. Early on, the sociology of Arab education in Israel received substantial attention from researchers, Al-Hajj 1995, Mar'i 1978, and was one of the areas to witness an early surge in research activities. A theoretical empirical treatment of Palestinian education under various political and administrative regimes has been carried out by Andrei Mazewi, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1998, and others, example Y. Shavit 1990. With a focus on Arab education within Israel, Human Rights Watch, 2001, in New York has produced an extensive report on the impact of discriminatory state policies on Arab education within Israel. Probably the most thorough treatment of planning for Palestinian higher educational needs in the diaspora was carried out in the late 1970s under the auspices of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. With a view to establishing a Palestine Open University that would cater to Palestinian refugee communities in the Middle East, UNESCO, 1980, commissioned a group of experts to prepare a blueprint of an infrastructural and pedagogical nature for such an institution. Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982 put a stop to the project's implementation. Still, the demographic and educational data gathered by researchers working on the project hold tremendous historical value. Science and society. Although the relationship between science, society, and economic development has been singled out as important, this is an area in which critical work on science and society has been wanting in the context of both the Arab world generally and Palestine in particular. An exception in this regard is the work of Antoine Zelan, 1980, 1997, a leading researcher in this area who pioneered the social and policy-oriented study of science in the Arab world by demonstrating its inferior status relative to other newly developing societies and Israel. A younger generation of Palestinian scholars has embarked on researching the relationship between classroom teaching methods and a deficiency in Palestinian science education, Hashway 1996, Waba 2003. Nascent research on the place of information and communication technology in Middle Eastern societal development is beginning to make itself felt in writings about Palestinian society. As shown in Chapter 6. This is particularly true with regard to the role of the Internet. In 2000, sociologist Sari Hanafi, 2008, carried out an innovative study of Palestinian high-level manpower residing mainly in the West who returned to the West Bank and Gaza following the Oslo Agreement. He assessed two programs designed to attract Palestinian high-level manpower to contribute to national developments of the West Bank and Gaza. One program, under the auspices of the United Nations Development Program, is referred to as the Transfer of Knowledge Through Expatriate Nationals, THIRD. The other program, Palestinian Scientists and Technologists Abroad, Palesta, now dormant, is an internet-based network among Palestinian professionals and the Palestinian territories. Research on use of the Internet and its associated technologies of social media, as pointed out below, is proving to be highly relevant to understanding modes of resistance and connectivity among Palestinian communities who are prohibited from traveling and connecting with other Palestinians. Studies of gender, social control, and life under duress. Psychologists, Baker 1992, medical sociologists, Jacoman 1988, Jacoman, Rabia and Wengilum 2010, Jacoman et al. 2007, 2011, as well as feminists and others, Abdo 1991, Cervenak 1984, Haj 1992, Hasso 1998, Saar and Yahya Yunus 2008, Sabak 1989, have made significant contributions to the analysis of Palestinian life under duress. Studies of social control and Palestinian experience with the criminal justice system in Israel, S. Cohen 1989, 1991, 1993, Korn 2000, Ratner and Fishman 1998, Zureik 1988, Zureik, Mufrabi and Sacco 1993, The Impact of Political Violence and Its Post-Traumatic Effects on Youth and Society at Large, Kamis 1993a, 1993b, 2000, 2008, 2012a, 2012b, Punamaki and Jousti 1998, Punamaki and Puhaka 1997, Family Violence, Haj Yahya 2000, 2001, 2011, Haj Yahya, Leshem and Guterman 2011, Shalhaub. Kevorkian 1997a, 1997b, 2004, 2006, 2012a, 2012b, and public health are some of the areas where inroads have been made, particularly among the Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territories, OPT, and refugee camps, Batnaji 2012. Of note here are the extensive and pioneering writings of Muhammad Haj Yahya and Nadaraz Shalhaub Kevorkian on mental health, wife abuse, and domestic violence in Palestinian society. A thorough treatment of refugees and subaltern Palestinian life under occupation regarding education, health, mobility, and other methods of control and surveillance is provided in a study by Nadia Abuzara and Ada K., 2013. With a similar subaltern focus, a series of sociological and anthropological case studies on everyday life in Palestine has creatively explored immobility, closure, and time use. Abu Rameh 2011, A. Brown 2004, Harker 2009, 2011, R.J. Smith 2011, Wick 2011. Liminality, the ability to shuttle between contrasting worlds of experience, lies at the heart of these studies that attempt to decode the ways that the colonist and the marginalist cope and make sense of their everyday life. See Ganem 2006, and said 1996. Resistance receives special attention from Sophie Richter Devereaux, 2010, 2012, 2013. International interest in state creation. A state in the making, Palestine has attracted the attention of national and international research efforts. In conjunction with the implementation of the Oslo Agreement between the PLO and Israel, various international agencies were involved in commissioning periodic studies of the West Bank and Gaza. These included the World Bank, European Union, United States Agency for International Development, and various specialized agencies of the United Nations, such as the International Labour Organization, United Nations Development Programme, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, and the United Nations Office of the Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, which regularly issues reports on the economy of Palestine. It is fair to say that these studies, numerous as they are, did not translate on the ground into any meaningful blueprint for state building and empowerment of the Palestinians. On the contrary, even though in 2012 member states overwhelmingly endorsed a non-member status for Palestine in the United Nations General Assembly, some Western countries, led by the United States and Canada, objected to this decision, and the Israeli reaction has been a punitive obstruction of the establishment of a viable Palestinian state through the continued expansion of settlements. The impasse in which the project of state building in conflict zones finds itself has led some to argue for a research perspective that incorporates non-state actors. Ron Smith, 2011, 317, questions the efficacy of top-down, state-centric studies that portray asymmetric conflicts as occurring between equal sovereigns, describing the opt as a regime of graduated sovereignty, in which freedoms of individuals are mediated by the uneven support and repression of the state. Social movements and the role of media. The rise of radical movements in the Middle East espousing religious ideologies has received substantial press and media coverage, particularly since the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States. Academic research is no exception. In the early 1980s, Nels Johnson had already published a phenomenological study titled Islam and the Politics of Meaning in Palestinian Nationalism, 1982. The Hamas movement, too, has been the focus of research by Israelis, Mishal and Sela 2000, Palestinians, Abu Amr 1994, Harub 2000, Tamimi 2007, and Westerners, Gunning 2008, Jensen 2009, Milton Edwards 1999, Nussey 1998, Roy 2011, Shanzer 2008. It is telling that these works deal exclusively with Islamic fundamentalism, whereas Jewish fundamentalism has received substantially less attention, two exceptions being the work of Ian Lustig, 1988, and that of Israel Shahak and Norton Mevinsky, 1999, 2004. Although the role of social media in shaping the Middle East political landscape came into prominence in the context of revolutionary movements that swept the Arab world in 2011 under the label of the so-called Arab Spring, the use of online computer communications, the Internet, social media, and electronic networking is not new to the Palestinian experience. Early in the 1990s, the Palestinians embarked on the use of the Internet and online communications, making a significant contribution to our understanding of the role of non-governmental organizations in political mobilization, Zureik 2011a, 2011b, Rahazinski and Collings 2008, Zureik 2006. The use of these technologies has made it possible for Palestinians in their dispersal to connect with one another and overcome restrictions on mobility and the crossing of borders. However, similar to the experience of other Arab compatriots, the Palestinians, as users of the Internet and its associated technologies, are also subject to control, foremost by Israel, which has sole authority over the allocation of electromagnetic spectrums in the OPT, as stipulated in the Oslo Agreement, and on more than one occasion has embarked on physically destroying and blocking the operations of Palestinian Internet service providers, Shachtman 2002. The issue of electronic communications is explored in more detail in Chapter 6. This study's contribution. From a theoretical and methodological angle, the contribution of this study is its reconciliation of the colonialism model with a Foucauldian perspective on issues of biopolitics, territory, and state security. As others have demonstrated with regard to other colonial and post-colonial regions, Crampton and Eldon 2007, Kelly 2004, Legg 2007. It is possible to examine state racism, dispossession, demography, and biopolitics, core issues that have defined the relationship between the Palestinians and the Zionist settlers for more than a century. Largely inspired by Foucault's work, I deploy surveillance-based control as an organizing concept with which to examine population containment, territorial dispossession, and state security and racism. A start along these lines is apparent in several studies: Parsons and Salter 2008, Zureik 2001, Zureik, Leon, and Abulaban 2011, although this is not to deny that as a core concept control was present in the early writings on Israel/Palestine, such as the pioneering works of Sabri Girius, 1973, and Ian Lustig, 1980. Refugees. Of the crucial issues facing Palestinians, the future of the refugees remains central to resolving the impasse between Israel and the Palestinians. It is thus not surprising to see a markedly increased scholarly and political interest in their fate. Two sets of multilingual bibliographies following the Madrid Middle East Peace Conference, covering the years 1992 to 1999, list close to 1,500 references in Arabic, English, French, and Hebrew dealing with Palestinian refugees. Two-thirds of these references are in English, and about one-fifth are in Hebrew. The overwhelming majority of the Hebrew citations were published between 1995 and 1999, when it finally became apparent that sooner or later the refugee issue would have to be dealt with in the so-called peace process. The remaining references are divided evenly between the Arabic and French languages, with around 7% of the total allocated to each: Andresen and Zureik 1995, Zureik 2000, Zureik and Mazay 2000. A more up-to-date bibliographic database and resource center focused on Palestinian refugees, hosted by Birzeit University's Forced Migration and Refugee Unit, includes in excess of 300 references published since 2000 that deal with the Palestinian refugees, mainly books in Arabic and English, with a few in Hebrew. The Refugee Studies Center at Oxford University houses close to 40,000 references on refugees, including Palestinian refugees. A useful online resource on Palestinian refugees that has been in existence for nearly 3 decades is McGill University's Palestinian Refugee Research Net, ND. Palestinian and other Arab contributions. Among writings from a Palestinian vantage point, the earliest studies of note on Palestinian refugees are those by Sami Haidawi, a previous tax assessor of the British Mandate government in Palestine, who later worked with the United Nations Conciliation Commission for Palestine in New York. His books Palestine, Loss of Heritage, 1963, and Bitter Harvest, Palestine, 1914 to 1967, 1967, constituted the first detailed public account of destroyed and confiscated refugee property, to be followed in the late 1980s by Palestinian Rights and Losses in 1948, 1988. The latter includes a section on valuation of material and non-material losses incurred by Palestinian refugees, written by the Lebanese economist Atef Kubersi. In the early 1960s, through the Institute for Palestine Studies, Halim Barakat and Peter Dodd, two sociologists at the American University of Beirut, published a well-known study of Palestinian refugees titled River Without Bridges, 1968. Bassem Sirhan, a Palestinian sociologist, very early on wrote an often cited article titled Palestinian Refugee Camp Life in Lebanon, 1975. The noted demographer Janet Abu Lagad, 1980, authored one of the early studies to tackle in a systematic way the demography of the Palestinian people by paying special attention to the debate over the numbers and locations of Palestinian refugees resulting from the 1948 and 1967 wars. With a research activity that spans nearly 40 years, anthropologist Rosemary Sayi single-handedly initiated ethnographic studies of Palestinian refugees, using the camps in Lebanon as her research site. She published several well-known articles in the 1960s and 1970s, and these culminated in her well-known book The Palestinians, From Peasants to Revolutionaries, 1979. Salim Tamari, 1996, and I, Zureik 1996, published 2 primers on Palestinian refugees to coincide with the Refugee Working Group talks of the early 1990s, in which we both participated. A key figure in documenting Palestinian refugee life prior to dispersal is Salman Abu Sida, 1999-2005, who meticulously compiled statistical and geographic data on the destroyed villages. Among the younger generation, Ruba Soleh, 2013, has looked at refugee bare life and resistance. Sari Hanafi, Jad Shahaban, and Carlin Seyfert, 2012, have studied poverty among Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. Assam Khalil, 2011, has carried out legal analysis of Palestinian economic rights in the Arab countries. Nasser Abu Rameh, 2011, has undertaken a sophisticated analysis of how Palestinians resist and how they negotiate their everyday life between the camp and the checkpoint. Rami Kauri, 2009, has highlighted the UNRWA's performance. Rhonda Farah, 2009, has surveyed the attitudes of UNRWA employees toward the organization. Orob El Abed, 2009, has turned her attention to the predicament of Palestinian refugees in Egypt, and Ibrahim Hejjaj, 2007, has detailed poverty in 2 Palestinian refugee camps in Jordan. An interesting development in advocacy research, particularly among non-governmental organizations, is the sprouting of organizations dedicated to researching the refugees' right of return. A special mention should be made of Badil, ND, on the West Bank, which is a research resource center with close links to the refugee communities. It publishes documentary and advocacy studies on the refugees' right of return. The Shamel Center in Ramallah, established in 1994 but now defunct, focused on citizenship and refugee rights. Al-Haq, ND, a legal and human rights organization founded in 1979 in Ramallah, has a long history of researching Palestinian rights and providing legal advice to Palestinians under occupation. Finally, Al-Ata, ND, the Palestine Right to Return Coalition, which has branches worldwide, is dedicated to mobilizing Palestinian communities in the diaspora through public education and commemoration of key Palestinian historical events. Israeli contributions. When the Palestinians and Israelis met in July 2013 in Washington, D.C., to negotiate the dispute between them, Israel was on record as denying any culpability in the expulsion and prevention of the return of Palestinian refugees. Shenhav 2012, 68-74. Even if Israel was aware of its role in the creation of the refugee problem, as declassified documents show, Ariel 2013, the top echelons of the government under David Ben-Gurion's leadership shut the door on any repatriation of refugees and made sure that none would trickle back to their homes. The main concern was and remains how to maintain a Jewish numerical majority in Palestine and reap the benefits of seized Arab property. The scant Israeli academic interest in Palestinian refugees at the time should not obscure the fusion between scholarship and commitment to Zionism among mainstream Israeli writers. See PAP 2009. Anthropologist Dan Rabinovitz, 1998, has published an assessment in Hebrew of how Israeli and non-Israeli anthropologists studied the Arab minority. He comments critically on Israeli scholarship's treatment of the Palestinian minority, including Palestinian refugees, and points out its adoption of theoretical and ideological perspectives anchored in functionalism and Zionist ideology. He has returned to the theme of ethnography and the study of Palestine and the Palestinians in a collaboration with Palestinian anthropologist Khalid Furani and Rabinovitz 2011. Although their study deals with the links between the biblical research and Palestine, going back to the 19th century during the onslaught of British imperialism in the Middle East, the connection between Christianity, Zionism, and the establishment of the State of Israel is left opaque, a lacuna addressed by Ludwig van Oord, 2008-2011, who has studied Christian and Western-inspired propaganda efforts in support of the Zionist project in Palestine at the expense of the local Arab population. One of the early Israeli researchers on Palestinian refugees was anthropologist Emanuel Marx, 1991-1992, once at Tel Aviv University, who took advantage of his position in the Israeli military to access Palestinian refugee subjects for research. Subsequent to the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967, he co-authored, with Yoram Ben-Porath, some sociological and economic aspects of refugee camps on the West Bank, Ben-Porath and Marx 1971, for the Rand Corporation. The two authors, with Shimon Shamir, later published A Refugee Camp on a Mountain Ridge, 1974, in Hebrew, under the auspices of the Shiloah Institute at Tel Aviv University. In 1976 Moshe Efrat published The Palestinian Refugees, an Economic and Social Study, 1949-1974 in Hebrew through the Horowitz Institute of Tel Aviv University. In 1981 Avi Plaskov wrote The Palestinian Refugees in Jordan, and in the mid-1980s the Israeli government published Will They Be Refugees Forever? Description of Conditions and Suggestions for a Solution, Honor 1994. Israeli interest in Palestinian refugees has also been reflected in the writings of Israeli legal researchers. In 1986 Ruth Lapiduth of the Hebrew University published a legal argument against implementing the right of return by Palestinian refugees. This article became a standard reference for official and quasi-official Israeli positions on denying Palestinian refugees the right to return to their homes. In 1987, a few years before the Madrid Conference, Benny Morris became the first Israeli historian to address in a serious and detailed manner the question of Palestinian refugees in The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, 1947-1949. Morris ushered into Israeli scholarship what became known later as revisionist or post-Zionist history. Even though he had confirmed in his earlier work Palestinians' claims that they were largely driven from their homes, this did not mean that he regretted what had happened, as was revealed in a newspaper interview 17 years later in which he supported ethnic cleansing and the expulsion of Palestinian refugees, in A. Shavit 2004. The taboo is gradually being lifted on the role of the fledgling Israeli state in the expulsion of the Palestinians. Testimony by Amnon Newman, a soldier in the PAL match from 1947 to 1948, is revealing for its frankness in describing the role of Zionism and how the Palestinians were driven from their villages in the south of the country, how their homes were destroyed, and how if necessary those who attempted to return to their land were killed. The interview was arranged by the Israeli non-governmental organization Zureik, ND, as part of its efforts to educate the Jewish public about the causes of the Nakba. When asked to explain why it was necessary to perpetrate these acts that culminated in the Nakba, Amnon Newman, 2011, replied, "This is the first time in a history of thousands of years that these villages are gone. We did not enter the villages to stay there but to expel them. We burnt their houses. They deserve to remain on their land, as they did for 5,000 years before. It is more interesting to know what were the reasons for this Nakba. Why historically they were never expelled, but we did expel them. All because of the Zionist ideology. This is very clear. We came to inherit the land. Who do you inherit it from? If the land is empty you inherit it from no one. The land was not empty, then we inherited it. I saw this was a deliberate deception of the Zionist movement. And they the Zionists did this successfully, a major success. In the 1990s more Israeli researchers began to turn their attention to the issue of Palestinian refugees. In 1994 Shlomo Gazit, a reserve general in the Israeli army who was coordinator of Israeli government operations in the administered territories, published one of the first policy studies following the Oslo process on how to deal with the refugee compensation issue. In 1997 Maya Rosenfeld wrote a doctoral thesis for the Hebrew University titled The Way of Life, The Division of Labor and the Social Roles of Palestinian Refugee Families, The Case of Daisha Refugee Camp, which eventually appeared as a book, M. Rosenfeld 2004. In 2000, under the auspices of the Institute for Israeli Arab Studies in Jerusalem, Hillel Cohen published, in Hebrew, his master's thesis on the internal Palestinian refugees, who were displaced from their homes in 1948 but remained in what became Israel, titled The Present Absentees, The Palestinian Refugees in Israel Since 1948. In 2000, Efrat Ben-Zeev, an anthropologist affiliated with the Truman Institute at the Hebrew University, wrote her doctoral thesis at Oxford University on Palestinian refugees. Also in 2001, Elon Papp published an article on Theodore Katz's controversial Galilee Village case study of a Palestinian refugee exodus, which Katz had submitted as a master's thesis at Haifa University in 1988. Although there has been an upsurge in Israeli press and media coverage of the Palestinian refugee issue, the overwhelming majority of these articles remain adamantly opposed to the Palestinian refugee right of return, but the fact that the issue is being discussed is a marked departure from the past. See Halevi 2010. Western contributions. Among Western writers, Don Peretz, with close ties to Israel at one point, was one of the first to take up the issue, publishing in 1958 his book-length study Israel and the Palestine Arabs, which included substantial discussion of Palestinian refugees. In 1988, Laurie Brand, a key researcher on the Middle East, published Palestinians in the Arab World, Institution Building and the Search for a State. This was followed by a series of articles on Palestinian-Arab relations. Two well-known articles from the late 1970s and early 1980s that deal with the political legal aspects of Palestinian refugees were written by Kurt Rene Radley, 1978, and David Forsyth, 1983. Immediately before the Madrid conference, even the Center for International Research at the U.S. Bureau of the Census published a demographic study titled Palestinian Population Projections for 16 Countries of the World, 1990 to 2010, Kinsella 1991. In 2003, Helena Lindholm Schultz, in cooperation with Jula N. Hammer, published The Palestinian Diaspora, Formation of Identities and Politics of Homeland. A seasoned researcher on Palestinian refugees in the area of policy analysis is political scientist Rex Brynan, Brynan and L. Revi 2007-2012, of McGill University, who manages the refugee online database referred to earlier, Palestinian Refugee Research Net ND. A new generation of Western scholars, mainly from anthropology, sociology, geography, and culture and media studies, continues to make significant contributions to the study of Palestinian refugees and life in general under occupation. Sophie Richter Devereaux, 2013, has conducted ethnographic studies of Palestinian narratives of the right of return. Caitlin Ryan, 2012, has turned her attention to the study of resistance to corporeal punishment among Palestinian women. Jane Young, 2012, has explored Zionist carceral practice, drawing upon biopolitics in the works of Foucault and Agamben. Livia Wick, 2011, has analyzed the uses of time and space in the context of occupation. Corrine Hamilton, 2011, has undertaken a critical study of how Israel developed a moral economy of violence that dehumanizes Arabs and Palestinians to justify its military conduct. Ron Smith, 2011, has addressed immobility through what he calls graduated incarceration. Charles Lee, 2009, has extended Frantz Fanon's writings on the anti-colonial struggle in his analysis of Palestinian suicide bombing as a deathly form of citizenship, and Alison Brown, 2004, has dealt with movement restrictions. Anthropologist Ilana Feldman, 2007, 2008, 2012a, 2012b, and culture, media, and technology researcher Helga Tail-Sowery, 2011, 2012a, 2012b, 2012c, 2013a, 2013b, have published an impressive list of works on Palestinian refugees and occupation. It should be pointed out that an intellectual hazard accompanying international applied social sciences invasion of the study of Palestinians, particularly in the post-Oslo period, has been uncritical acceptance of empiricist social science tailored to meet the needs of funding agencies, further the careers of individual researchers, and adhere to the objectives of international policymakers, Hamami and Tamari 1997, 278, see also Tamari 1994. It is fair to say that with a population of approximately 12 million people worldwide, the Palestinians have attracted more than their share of attention from academic circles, policymakers, governmental agencies, international agencies, non-governmental organizations, political activists, and the media. It is no exaggeration to say that an entire intellectual industry revolving around the Palestinians has sprung up in various Western think tanks and academic institutions. This makes it more difficult to reach firm conclusions, let alone consensus, about the state of research on the Palestinians. If knowledge is power, as the popular adage goes, it is not difficult to find a correlation between the source of knowledge about Palestinians, as it is propagated in the marketplace of ideas, on the one hand, and the implications of this knowledge for policy making, influencing public opinion, and analyzing the century-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict, on the other. As Edward said, 1978, 1993, has demonstrated in his seminal work, knowledge and interest are highly intertwined at the levels of theory and practice. As will be apparent throughout this study, research on Palestine and Palestinians presents a case in point. Theory and method. Colonialism and the politics of visibility/invisibility. Until quite recently, the dominant academic literature on Palestine in both Israel and the West has been notable for the near absence of recognition by mainstream scholars that the Israeli project in Palestine in its pre-1948 and post-1967 manifestations is one form of 19th-century settler colonialism. An early exception to this is the work of the late Ibrahim Abu Lughod, 1971, in what has become a social science reference book on Palestine. The thrust of this study is to flesh out the arguments against the colonialism thesis and demonstrate that at the apex of the colonial model is a thorough system of control that, in the name of state security, has relied on violence in its various forms, racism, strict patterns of population control, and claims to natural resources such as land and water. The use of colonialism as an analytic concept for understanding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been confined to Palestinian scholars and a minority of critical social theorists, both Israeli and Western. Even so, this is a rather new development whose origin dates back to the middle of the 1990s. At the forefront of Israeli writers who have challenged the Zionist interpretation of Israeli history is Elon Papp, 2006, 2011, previously of the History Department at Haifa University, who now teaches at the University of Exeter in England. Another Israeli academic in the field is Ronit Lenton of the University of Dublin, whose edited book, Thinking Palestine, 2008b, brought together a group of academics from various disciplines to critically explore the situation of the Palestinians under Israeli control from the point of biopolitics, racism, and the state of exception. Further contributions by Hanadag Anim, 2008, and Papp, 2008, have provided important correctives to applying the work of Giorgio Agamben on the state of exception to the Palestinians. Criticism of Israel's colonial occupation of the West Bank has been provided by Raphael Ruvani, 2008b, a previous Israeli officer who teaches in the United States, and by Neve Gordon, 2008, a political scientist who teaches at Ben-Gurion University. Among Palestinian writers, it is worth mentioning the work of Nadim Ruhana and Sabak Kauri, 2011, and an earlier work by Ruhana, 2006, a Palestinian academic from Israel who teaches in the United States. Among Western writers, the work of the noted Australian anthropologist Patrick Wolfe, 2006-2007, stands out as important in terms of its comparative nature and depth of analysis. And Lorenzo Veracini, another Australian academic and a colleague of Wolfe, has made a welcome contribution to the debate over Israel's colonial experiment with his book Israel and Settler Society, 2006. Throughout these works, however, the concept of surveillance as such does not figure as part of the colonial edifice that Israel constructed to control the Palestinians. Control, military, political, and economic, was the operative concept. As demonstrated in a conference and subsequent edited collection, Zureik, Leon, and Abu Laban 2011, that addressed the relationship between colonialism and surveillance in Israel/Palestine, a detailed understanding of state control mechanisms requires decoding what Foucault, 1982, calls the microphysics of power so as to understand how discipline is exercised on the body and consciousness of the subject population. State surveillance of memory among the Palestinian population is one such example of disciplining, and acts such as celebrating key dates in Palestinian history have been designated by law in the Israeli Knesset as subversive and illegal, Mata al-Carmel 2010b. The destructive surveillance practices used by Israel in the West Bank and Gaza through the use of checkpoints, identity cards, biometric technologies, and restricted mobility provide fertile research ground for examining the Israeli surveillance panoplies, Tal-Souri 2012a, 2012b. By examining declassified documents, researchers have uncovered in detail the bureaucratic and informal surveillance methods used by the state and its agencies in controlling the Palestinian population during the first 2 decades of the state's existence, dated 2011, 2013. It is a system that resembles the Stasi spy system used in Eastern Europe during the height of Soviet domination. Whereas in advanced industrial societies surveillance strives to enhance the visibility of subjects through electronic and other means, Haggerty and Erickson 2006, in the colonial context surveillance has a bifurcated function. While it ensures that the lives of the colonist are closely monitored, it also aims to enhance their invisibility through various means, such as, in the case of North America, the creation of reserves and, in the case of the Palestinians, the adoption of racialist zoning laws that keep the colonizer and colonists separate, as well as the erection of physical obstacles and walls to remove the colonist from view, Khalili 2010b, Wiseman 2007. The quantitative-qualitative divide. Interest in ethnographic research occupies a central place in the diverse methodologies encountered in the post-positivist era. The thrust of ethnographic research in general, in the words of Paul Willis, 2109, is to understand the relation between 3 elements: creative meaning-making in sensuous practices, the forms, i.e. what the symbolic resources used for meaning-making are and how they are used, the social, i.e. the formed and forming relation to the main structural relations, necessities, and conflicts of society. Thus ethnography is the analysis of meaning-making as a cultural production of everyday practices, and as such its focus is the creative use, implicitly and explicitly, by agents of symbolic and material repertoires to comprehend and decode the world around them, cope with it, and understand it as a creative endeavor. From a standard positivist angle, the problems with ethnography, and all qualitative work for that matter, are measurement, validity of the data collected, and generalizability of the conclusions reached. A rather different criticism of ethnography comes from the postmodern camp and centers on the authorial problematic of the text. This view is encapsulated by Willis's 2113 postmodern and post-structuralist critique of ethnographic methods as constituting rather than reflecting their subject matter. The postmodern critique of ethnography questions the finality and authoritative nature of the text and its stability in meaning. The emphasis on difference and juxtaposition in postmodern writings is taken to mean that in the study of culture the line separating the global from the local is becoming blurred. The global is not out there but is increasingly becoming part of the local, Marcus 1995, 566. Despite the criticisms and limitations of ethnography, which focuses on the everyday experiences of actors, anthropologists have been able to use it to draw our attention to the way human agency resists, copes with, and constructs social order in the midst of adverse circumstances. El Abulagad 1993. This way of studying Palestinians from the bottom up, so to speak, gives voice to marginal groups in society and resonates with much of what comes out of cultural studies generally. Petit 1994b, 1997, Sei 1977, 1979, Sirhan 1975, 2005, Suleiman 1997, 2010, Swedenborg 1990, 1995. For this reason, ethnographic studies stand out for their contribution to understanding Palestinian refugee life. With regard to quantitative research, the most noticeable surge in the use of attitudinal surveys and other kinds of applied research techniques occurred after the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza by Israel in 1967, particularly after the signing of the Oslo Agreement between Israel and the Palestinians in September 1993. Although some research is carried out by independent researchers and academics, the bulk of such quantitative research is interest-laden and funded either by international organizations or donor countries, both of which have a vested need to gather such statistics for policy purposes. Included in this surge of quantitative research is the gathering of public opinion data in the West Bank and Gaza intended to gauge Palestinian public opinion with regard to various facets of the Middle East peace process. Here is how Rema Hamami and Salim Tamari, 1997, 278, describe the connection between survey research and policy making in the aftermath of the Palestinian-Israeli peace agreements in 1992 and 1993. The impetus for these surveys at this time was described by one Palestinian pollster as an attempt to provide the Palestinian negotiating team, as well as the PLO in Tunis, with a sense of the community's red line, that is, what issues could and could not be compromised on. A glaring example of this policy-oriented research was aptly highlighted by the New York Times in 1993 when, immediately after the signing of the Oslo Agreement between the PLO and Israel, the newspaper pointed out that the Norwegian non-governmental organization FAFO was, as it remains, intimately involved in survey research on Palestinians on behalf of the Norwegian and other governments, while at the same time facilitating secret negotiations between the two sides, an instance of securing peace through survey research. Cronin 1993, see also Zureik 1993. Foucault, Power and Palestine. Official discourse such as government reports, commissions of inquiry, Shenhav and Gabay 2001, and censuses are but a few of several means for ensuring state legitimacy. Ashforth 1990, Zureik 2001. Equally relevant in the construction of state hegemony are the writings of social scientists, intellectuals, and media commentators, as demonstrated by Edward Herman and Noam Chomsky, 1988, and by Said, 1978, 1981. Until recently, the focus of critical research has been on decoding and deconstructing elite discourse. But understanding resistance and counter-hegemony is not only a function of decoding and deconstructing discourse of the powerful, as James C. Scott, 1987, demonstrates in his studies of peasant rebellions in Malaysia. Resistance is also linked to revealing unrecorded histories as experienced by the less powerful, those in whose name intellectuals and governments speak. Ethnographic studies and oral histories have played a major role in giving voice and agency to marginal groups in society. This practice has assumed special significance in the case of accounts describing the world of Palestinian refugees and those living in exile and under Israeli occupation. Analysis of power and resistance is crucial in assessing systems of control. The deployment of power has been analyzed by Michel Foucault in terms of subjectivity, administrative practices, and knowledge production. As mentioned in the introduction, this study discusses population, territory, and control using a Foucauldian perspective, and here Foucault's work on power, in spite of its shortcomings, pointed out below, remains critical to examining the issues raised in this study. What distinguishes Foucault's work is the shift from viewing the state as the main carrier of power to considering the microphysics of power reflected in the day-to-day disciplinary measures of population control, whether it is the workplace, checkpoint, school, family, or hospital. It is customary to remark that Foucault's important analysis of normalizing the self, i.e., the ways that individuals unwittingly discipline themselves by acting on their bodies and thoughts, falls short of addressing the role of resistance by agency. Giddens 1981, 172, said 1982, 63-64. For Foucault's defenders, This deficiency may have been true of Foucault's earlier work, where, according to Colin Gordon, 1991, 4, he seemed to give the impression of certain uses of power as having an almost absolute capability to tame and subject individuals. It is certainly not true of his subsequent work on governmentality and the use that he makes of biopolitics and the strategic reversibility of power relations, ibid. Power here is conceived of in its productive capacity. It is precisely because of its capillary forms, whereby governmentality involves in minute detail the intimate aspects of people's lives, example body, sexuality, and reproductive ability, that it renders multiple locations of power visible, thus making it possible to design counter-strategies. According to Foucault, 1978, 95-96, resistance is integral to power. The existence of power relationships depends on a multiplicity of points of resistance which are present everywhere in the power network. Resistances are the old terms in relations of power, they are inscribed in the latter as irreducible opposite. Although Foucault acknowledged non-sovereign power and resistance, critics are right in pointing out that he did not take full cognizance of agency's reaction to and interpretation of power, let alone modes of resistance. Foucault's analysis misses any relation between power and resistance. Specifically, it misses any antagonistic relation in which the means of power take shape against resistance, McDonnell 1986, 121. Julie Petit, 1994b, 33, makes a similar point by noting that Foucault's view of the body as a text, as a site of inscription and exhibition by dominant forces, shows little concern with people's responses to having their bodies appropriated and designated as sites of inscription. If ethnographers have provided a methodology for delving into subjectification as a way of revealing the effects of power relations, social theorists have articulated a theory of resistance. With regard to the latter, the work of Anthony Giddens on structuration stands out as an important contribution in this respect. According to Giddens's 1984, 162, structuration, the dualism of the individual and society is reconceptualized as the duality of agency and structure. Structuration theory portrays human beings as knowledgeable agents who are capable of acting upon and reproducing social systems across space and time through the deployment of an array of material and non-material resources. According to Giddens, in the production/reproduction of interaction, agents draw upon corresponding elements of social systems, signification, meaning, domination, power, and legitimation, sanction, ibid. 19. Giddens's conception of agency is premised on the ability of human agents to make choices and intervene in the course of events by making a difference. As he says, agency implies that a person could have done otherwise and that an agent who has no option whatsoever is no longer an agent, in J. Thompson 1989, 73. The knowledgeability of agents refers to what actors believe or know about the context of their actions and those of others, including the reservoir of knowledge, tacit as well as explicit, discursive, that actors rely upon in the production and reproduction of structures, Giddens 1984, 375. Actions in which agents engage can be rationalized, i.e., supported by explanations if the need arises, or reflexively monitored, i.e., part of the flow of activity in the sense that action does not consist of discrete acts involving an aggregate of intentions, but a continuous process, ibid. 376. Structure refers to the rules and resources recursively implicated in the reproduction of social systems, ibid. 377. The resources, material, symbolic, and legal, at the agency's disposal can be both enabling and disabling. In Giddens's words, structuration theory is based on the proposition that structure is always both enabling and constraining, in virtue of the inherent relation between structure and agency and power, ibid. 169. Social reproduction, which is contingent upon practices carried out in the context of time-space distanciation, is a key element in Giddens's structuration theory. The more differentiated a society, the higher it is on the time-space continuum, as seen with modern, industrial societies. Tribal and traditional societies are low on the distanciation scale because of co-presence and face-to-face communication. Giddens rejects the proposition that power is a thing out there that is unidirectional and flows in a causal manner from an objective source to a subject. Thus power is not a zero-sum game but is the means of getting things done, very definitely enablement as well as constraint, Giddens 1984, 175. Notwithstanding Foucault's relational treatment of power and indeed the similarity of the two authors in their depiction of power, Giddens rejects Foucault's analogy of the microphysics of power or the capillary of power. In place of the ubiquitous and dualistic conception of power, Giddens substitutes the dialectic of control, which refers to the two-way character of the distributive aspect of power and denotes how the less powerful manage resources in such a way as to exert control over the more powerful in established power relations, Ibid. 374. The concept of resistance is explicit in his portrayal of agency and structure. Whereas from the Foucauldian perspective subjectification is achieved through governmentality, i.e., by disciplining the population through non-coercive means, the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza, which lives under colonial rule, is subjected to routine coercive practices in which violence as a spectacle is very much in evidence. In commenting on Foucault's treatment of power, Diane MacDonnell, 1986, 121, appropriately notes that Foucault's conception of power does little to help us consider how power is at work in the deadly forces of physical repression, especially the army and the police. Criminologist Stanley Cohen, 1991, remarks that the Israeli Secret Service has been engaged in applying psychological and physical pressure to extract confessions from Palestinian prisoners since the early 1970s. A landmark government commission headed by Israeli Supreme Court Judge Moshe Landau sanctioned the use of violence and recommended in its report that when nonviolent psychological pressure fails to extract information from detainees, exertion of a moderate amount of physical pressure cannot be avoided, in Ibid. 25. Although the Israeli Supreme Court finally ruled that the use of torture against prisoners is illegal, Israel's army continues to use torture to this day, as evident from press coverage, Hochstadter 2001, Testimonies of Israeli Soldiers, Mainkan et al. 2010, and reports by human rights organizations, such as Amnesty International, 2001, and the Israeli organization B'Tselem, 1998. More will be said about the use of state violence in Chapter 5. The past decade or so has seen tremendous interest in the application of the Foucauldian framework to the analysis of marginal groups, refugees, slum dwellers, and shanty towns, those who according to Foucault have been relegated to biopolitical abandonment. At the center of the debate is how to account for the coexistence in modernity of large destructive structures and institutions oriented toward the care of individual life, Foucault 1988, in Selmichi 2009, 519. With a focus on territory, violence, and the body, direct application of Foucault to the Palestinian case has been carried out by Lisa Bungalaya, 2012, Michael Dehan, 2012, Gary Fields, 2010, Adam Ramadan, 2009, Caitlin Ryan, 2012, Ron Smith, 2011, Livia Wick, 2011, Jane Young, 2012, and myself, Zureik 2001. The Constructivist Perspective. I now turn my attention to the role of scientific discourse, showing how science is translated in order to accomplish political ends. I have chosen to deal with 3 innovative studies involving the Palestine conflict whose frame of reference in a broad sense is the constructivist approach familiar to students working in the sociology of science. The utility of this approach is that it enables the researcher to examine scientific controversies and contested knowledge claims without privileging one belief system over another. Unlike positivism, the constructivist approach subjects scientific knowledge claims to symmetric social analysis. By taking various belief systems into account, it enables the researcher to find out how scientific closures are attained, Martin and Richards 1995. If knowledge is power, as the adage has it, practice is the process by which knowledge is translated into power. In her stimulating work on archaeological practice, Nadia Abu el-Hajj, 1998-2002, borrows from constructivist approaches to the social study of science, as elaborated by, among others, Bruno Latour, 1987, and Michel Collin, 1995, in order to argue for the need to go beyond the familiar discourse analysis, which focuses on science as culture. In order to account for such processes of translation, to illustrate the practices and contexts through which knowledge actually becomes power, we cannot focus on discourse alone. In the case of archaeology, we need to move beyond the scholarly debates in which archaeologists engage and the stories of past and present that archaeologists tell. If science is practice-based, we must pay attention to the work of excavating the land and producing material culture. The objects of the scholarly quest, be they smaller artifactual remains or larger architectural structures, are as significant as are the texts, the interpretations, and the historical narratives that archaeologists create. Abu el-Hajj 1998, 179-80. In examining the relationship between archaeology and nationalism, Abu el-Hajj uses for her case study the excavations carried out by Israeli archaeologists to reconstruct the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem's Old City. She shows how the production of material culture by Israeli archaeologists succeeded in demarcating the porous boundaries between the four main quarters in the Old City, Muslim, Christian, Armenian, and Jewish, and how the embodied history and historicity created through the work of archaeology situate the Jewish nation's claim to the city in a historical trajectory separate from that of the rest of the city's inhabitants. Abu el-Hajj 1998, 180. Knowledge is translated into power through practice and the bringing together of a constellation of human and non-human factors comprised of embodied skills, experimental devices, and systems of statements, the so-called actants, in Collins, 1995, 59, terminology. More recently, Abu el-Hajj, 2012, has turned her attention to an equally daunting task, namely that of investigating the genealogy of the Jews by highlighting the relationship between genetic science, race, and politics. Using the same constructivist approach, Samer Alatout, 1999, ch2, has analyzed the role of scientific knowledge in the debate between the Zionist movement in Palestine and the British Mandate government in the 1930s and 1940s concerning the availability of water as a resource, which figures prominently in determining the absorptive capacity of the country. Furthermore, he uses the case study to contribute to the state-society debate and argue against a state-centered approach to understanding the process of nation building. The emergence of the nation-state is better understood not solely as the outcome of a decision-making process by political elites but also as a co-production involving the translation of several actors' discourses, political and non-political, into practice. By focusing on water as a strategic resource in the contest over Palestine, Alatout, 1999, ch2, shows how in the early 1930s the Zionists appealed to a specific type of scientific knowledge, namely geophysics, which relies on the deductive and speculative method, rather than geology, which is based on actual testing of water availability, in order to support their claim of an abundance of water for land irrigation and to justify further Jewish immigration to Palestine. This approach was employed at a time when the political discourse centered on a Jewish homeland rather than a sovereign state. Alatout shows that a shift in Zionist use of scientific discourse occurred between the late 1930s and early 1940s. This shift coincided with the evolving political environment in Palestine, where the concept of a Jewish homeland, as articulated by the British government in the Balfour Declaration 2 decades earlier, was being translated in Zionist thinking into the concept of a Jewish state. The shift in the use of scientific knowledge from geophysics to geology thus coincided with a shift in the scope of projected water needs from the local, homeland, to the national, nation-state. It was the interplay between scientific knowledge and political events that gave rise to what Alatout calls co-production of the Jewish state. The shift in favor of perceiving Palestine's water resources in terms of one national, geohydrological system enabled the perception of Palestine as a national space. More significantly, however, is the fact that perceptions of the national space extended as much, and followed closely, the perceived hydrological mapping of Palestine. What water experts constructed as the water system of Palestine had direct effects on what was imagined as the boundaries of the nation-state itself. Ibid. 11-12. A final example that belongs to this genre is the work of Anat Leibler and Daniel Breslau, who have analyzed the role of the Israeli Central Bureau of Statistics, ICBS, in constructing the citizen category in the early days of the Israeli state, Leibler 1999, Leibler and Breslau 2005. This population construction was the outcome of a convergence between government policy and scientific practice. More importantly, the use of ethnic markers to count people was instrumental in ethnicizing citizenship and creating a stratum of displaced Palestinians, the so-called present absentees, who remained in the country, lost their land, and are unable to this day to return to their homes. Zureik 2001. One of the first tasks undertaken by Israel after declaring statehood in 1948 was to conduct a complete census count of every individual present within its self-declared borders. Faced with the need to provide precise counting of both the Jewish and Arab populations immediately after the state was declared and in the aftermath of the 1948 war, the ICBS's director advised the government to impose a curfew on the population so that people could be counted in situ. Those who were not present in their homes were counted as absent and did not appear in the census registry. This was subsequently taken by the government to mean that individuals absent from their residence during census taking, even if they stayed elsewhere in the country, could not return to their towns and villages and reclaim their property. This was applied to the Arab but not Jewish population. Roughly 32,000 Israeli Arabs, 20% of the original Arab population that remained in Israel after the 1948 war, were classified as present absentees at the time of the first census, and their number now, more than 50 years later, is in excess of 250,000. Up to this day, they have been prevented from returning to their homes. Notwithstanding claims of separation between scientific and political agencies, this is how Leibler, 1999, 20, describes the alliance between the government and the ICBS in creating the new category of present absentee Arab citizens. This separation, so adamantly upheld by Professor Baki, first director of the ICBS, was able to whitewash one of the major results of the first census, which with its attendant curfew became one of the mechanisms that permitted the state to appropriate Arab-owned land and property. Under conditions of curfew, only those found at home could be registered. However, because of the intensive battles fought at the time, a substantial proportion of the Arab population was not home. Nevertheless, perhaps for this very reason, orders were given that those absent from their homes would not be registered as citizens and that their ownership of goods, property, and land was not to be recognized. The statistical category of absentee property owners, Arab residents whose property rights were abrogated, was born. This category would receive legal recognition a number of years later. The problem of order. The numerous debates over the origins of ethnic and nationalist conflicts, also subsumed under the problem of order, have a venerable tradition in social theory. The problem of order has been a central concern of theorists, from Aristotle, Thomas Hobbes, and John Locke to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Émile Durkheim, and Talcott Parsons, not to mention more recent writers spanning a wide spectrum in the social and behavioral sciences, international relations, sociobiology, psychology, social psychiatry, and history. Wrong 1994. I do not intend to dwell on these debates in any detail here. My purpose is limited to examining two specific approaches in current thinking about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The first approach is identified with the psychologically based conflict resolution perspective and what is called the coexistence literature. The second draws upon the human rights literature and transnationalism. Attempts to understand ethno-nationalist conflicts by linking them to identity and personal security as universal human needs have been undertaken by psychologically oriented writers such as John Burton, a key figure in the World Society School of International Relations, and his associate Herbert Kellman. The basis of Burton's approach is a generic genetic theory positing that all conflicts over territory are a disguised manifestation of deprivations of universal human needs of a psychological nature. Burton's position is encapsulated in the following. At the superficial level of personal, cultural, and national differences of behaviors and interests, conflicts are win-lose. It is upon revelation of the ultimate goals, the universal, ontological, and even genetic goals of individual and group identity and development, that the problem may be defined more accurately. The individual operates through an identity group, a primordial attachment, and will use all means available, regardless of social consequences, in the pursuit of these needs. Burton and Sandley 1986, in Collings 1988, 49-50. Ethno-nationalist conflicts over territory are usually depicted as zero-sum encounters and for this reason tend to be protracted, whereas conflicts involving identity and security can be tackled through negotiations with the aid of a third-party intervention that highlights the realization of common values and the related positive outcomes for the parties in conflict. Since these are universal values shared by all, including parties to a conflict, Burton and those following his lead argue that face-to-face encounter facilitates self-disclosure of thwarted needs, reduces people's insecurities, and helps to resolve the conflict. For the conflict to become manageable, the political is thus reduced to the personal. In Herbert Kellman's, 1998, 9-11, words, carefully organized workshop encounters in conflict resolution help to develop de-escalatory language that challenges the demonic and monolithic image of the enemy. Territorial conflicts, according to John Burton and Dennis Sandley, 1986, are psychologically rooted more in concern for security and identity needs than in concern for concrete attainment of objective reality, such as the acquisition of territory. Kellman, a political psychologist himself, who was active for close to a quarter century in arranging workshops for Israeli-Palestinian encounters as a vehicle for conflict resolution, subscribes to the same theoretical foundations as Burton, but he does not cast his argument in the same biologically determinist mode. Kellman, 1998, 9, expresses the social psychological assumptions of the interactive problem-solving approach by remarking that the satisfaction of the needs of both parties, the needs of human individuals as articulated through their core identity groups, is the ultimate criterion for a mutually satisfactory resolution of their conflict. Consequently, unfulfilled needs, especially for identity and security, and existential fears, typically drive the conflict and create barriers to its resolution. However, by depoliticizing the conflict and effecting a shift in emphasis from power politics to mutual responsiveness, Ibid. 11, Kellman's approach suffers from the same shortcomings as Burton's, namely that he downplays the historical and structural components of the conflict and pays lip service to, but ignores, the consequences of the asymmetrical power relationships that characterize such encounters. In their critique of the logical and conceptual foundations of the Burtonian generic needs theory, Kevin Avrush and Peter Black, 1987, ask, where do these needs come from? And why do those particular needs and not others? From what theory are they deduced? Seemingly it is a compound of geneticism, sociobiology, and stimulus-response behaviorism. Each is insufficient, together they make a jumble, in Collings 1988, 33. In a related work, Avrush, 1998, considers national culture as a mediating factor that ought to be incorporated as a corrective to the Burtonian scheme of conflict resolution. The call for cultural sensitivity on the part of Avrush, although it compensates for the determinist genetic approach of Burton, falls short of dealing with asymmetrical power relations among protagonists. Knowing a lot about your adversary's cultural repertoire can be a two-edged sword. It can help you to better understand your opponent, and if you are the stronger of the two, It can also allow you to use this knowledge to extract more concessions from the other party. Knowledge becomes a tool in the will to power. It is not that Avrosh is unaware of asymmetrical power relations. He clearly is, but he argues that culture is an important instrument for decoding power and rendering it meaningful to culturally disparate groups. He asks rhetorically, what is a blow? How does one know when a blow is about to be delivered or has been delivered? And will blows to the head have the same social, as opposed to physiological, in origin, effects for all heads at all times? Ibid. 53-54. Short of one being totally unconscious before and after the blow, it does not seem to be all that onerous a task to interpret the meaning of a blow and feel the pain inflicted by it. To say that power cross-culturally projected is doubly constituted, once in its projection and another in its reception, Ibid. 54, is to treat power as a matter of interpretation and meaning. In other words, it is all in the eyes of the beholder. There does not seem to be any critical realist assessment of power and means to counter it. Actually, in none of these approaches is resistance as a plausible mode of action contemplated. By the same consideration, issues of justice are submerged and obfuscated under the premise that the personal is political and that all one has to do is reduce the world of politics to interpersonal contact. With regard to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, Deirdre Collings, 1988, 58, asks rhetorically, is it enough to suggest that the conflict is not over objective conflict of interest, land, but is over identity needs which have been denied? The route that Collings takes in answering the question, without denying the importance of identity formation at the individual and group levels, is to view identity formation as a historical process governed by circumstances of mobilization specific to the group in question. Thus the Burtonian claim that the Palestinians are rebelling because their identity needs are frustrated, says Collings, works to cast Palestinian identity as something which is mystically engraved deep in the Palestinian psyche and which drives these people to their group identity. Further, this explanation circumvents the entire historical process through which identity was forged at the group level, Ibid. 68. In rejecting the primordialist cum biological approach inherent in Burton's model, she also rejects the purely situationalist approach. In discussing the debate over primordialist versus situationalist explanations, she rejects the either/or approach to understanding conflict and posits self-esteem as a historical, social construct in order to circumvent generic cum genetic essentialist assumptions and the primordialist situationalist dichotomy, Ibid. 66-68. In an assessment of the encounter experiments held between Palestinians and Israeli Jews, anthropologist Dan Rabinovitz, 2001a, 78, has reached pessimistic conclusions concerning the efficacy of the so-called coexistence field in fostering Arab-Jewish understanding. Politicized, asymmetric, embedded in larger power balances, the coexistence field's hidden agenda does not sustain the claim that liberal attempts to break barriers between individuals serve as even-handed, neutral mechanisms and work equally for all concerned. It is the failure to acknowledge these dynamics that might turn a generally benevolent, perhaps naive, project into a mechanism that reifies inequality and actively withholds real change. An equally critical assessment is echoed by Amr Sabet, who directs his attention to the larger picture of negotiations between Israel and the Arabs. He points out that the politics of negotiations, built as they are on asymmetrical power relations, ultimately demand that the Arab side, being the weaker party, direct its goals away from substantive issues of justice, rights, and entitlements in order to focus on resolving the conflict through cost-benefit analysis. Sabet, 1998, 8, goes so far as to suggest, based on historical experience, that in cases when basic entitlements are at stake against overwhelming odds, less rationality fares better than more rationality, emphasis in original. He gives examples from the Vietnam War and Finland's conflict with the former Soviet Union to demonstrate the power of passion in overcoming a Western rationality matrix. The same could be said of the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel, in which by Western standards the irrational behavior of Hezbollah eventually compelled Israel to withdraw from Lebanon, which is why Israel will oppose at any cost the attempt by Palestinian groups, such as Hamas, to shift the paradigm of conflict from a Western-based one guided by the Oslo Agreement to one in which notions of justice and self-determination are paramount. A wide-ranging examination of the coexistence field has been carried out by Mohammed Abu Nimr, 1999, who concentrates on assessing the outcome of such encounters between Arab and Jewish citizens of Israel. His conclusions are consistent with those summarized above in that he sees these programs as part of a control and co-optation system designed to make Zionism more palatable for Palestinians. Ibid. 153. The central role Max Weber assigns to the nation-state in respect of monopolizing the means of violence, in its various forms, is worth expanding upon, for it allows us to examine instances when the state transgresses its administrative role vis-a-vis the citizenry and justifies its use of violence by labeling as deviant those activities that are essentially political in nature but deemed threatening to its legitimacy. Here the literature on human rights and transnationalism is helpful. Bishara 1989, 2005, Bishara et al. 2009. Violations of human rights by the state are fueled by the culture of denial, which Stanley Cohen explains with the aid of theories borrowed from psychoanalysis, cognitive psychology, bystander theory, and motivational accounts. With the death of so-called meta or grand narratives of Marxism and liberalism, Cohen, 1993, 99, hopes for a future when human rights will become the normative political language and the criminalizing power of the state will be checked. Writing within a similar tradition, Lisa Hayar discusses the national and international expansion of cause lawyering on behalf of human rights and efforts at democratization. Cause lawyering, according to Hayar, 1997, 474, implies agency, motivation, social identification, political relations, and goals. The study of cause lawyering, then, involves analysis of the contours of resistance through the medium of law within a given field of hegemonic relations. Thus, if the state has monopoly over the use of legitimate means of violence, it is no longer true that such a prerogative goes unchecked. The state is being increasingly subjected to norms and pressures emanating from internal and external sources, the so-called world polity, comprised of auditors representing human rights organizations, international agencies of one kind or another, and non-governmental bodies. This is not to imply that the nation-state is about to succumb to these pressures but rather that it increasingly finds itself needing to reaffirm its legitimacy as a member of the world polity. The need for legitimacy results in modifications of state policies in response to criticisms involving human rights violations. As James Rahn, 1997, 282, points out, the world polity and nation-states thus coexist in an uneasy relationship. Rather than viewing them as distinct entities engaged in a battle for control, we should see them as two fractions of a fluid and interactive process, in which each fraction helps to construct and legitimate the other. By using Israel's treatment of Palestinian detainees during the First Intifada from 1987 to 1993 as a case study, Rahn shows how, under pressure from the world polity, the interrogation measures used by the Israeli state shifted from the spectacle of torture and punishment to that of discipline in the Foucauldian sense. The utility of the world polity paradigm is that it opens a window of opportunity and allows marginal groups and populations, who are targets of state violence, to air their grievances. That these populations are marginal places them in a position of disadvantage in terms of affecting a change in the policies of the central government, even when these governments are of the liberal democratic variety. As Rahn puts it, in recent decades an increasingly dense world polity has offered an indirect form of representation and transparency for marginalized populations, provided they are able to take advantage of the opportunity. Though world polity structures are an imperfect alternative to the typical mechanisms of protection offered to full-fledged citizens in democratic states, by using international human rights bodies and human rights discourse as platforms for global lobbying, targeted populations can generate pressure on otherwise indifferent security forces and regimes. Global lobbying by Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza is a prime example of this method of gaining international protection. Ibid. 290-91. One can extrapolate from this discussion by referring to a similar phenomenon in which the Palestinian National Authority, PNA, has been subjected by the world polity to criticisms for violating human rights of the Palestinian population in the West Bank and Gaza. The interesting thing to note here is that, unlike Israel, the PNA has not managed to effect a shift in its legitimate use of means of violence against target populations in its midst. Torture as spectacle is very much in evidence in the practice of the Palestinian criminal justice system, as several human rights reports testify, B'Tselem 1995. No doubt, this is due to the lack of experience by the PNA. Gradually, if begrudgingly, it too will have to respond to international criticism and make the transition from torture to discipline. What is ominous, in the case of the Palestinians, is that state building proceeds with little cognizance at the institutional level of the need to protect human rights. No mention was made of human rights protection in the various agreements concluded under the Oslo umbrella, see Harlow 1996, 161. The president of the PNA, Yasser Arafat, when he died, had not signed into legislation the package of basic laws passed by the Palestinian Legislative Council, Council on Foreign Relations 1999. Palestinian lawyers in the occupied territories have gone on strike to protest the continued lack of an attorney general to replace the one who resigned, and the PNA is contemplating a law that severely limits, if not bans, non-governmental organizations that monitor human rights violations, including those of the PNA, Hass 1999a, 1999b. Al-Haq, ND, a Palestinian legal and human rights advocacy organization, has criticized on several occasions the conduct of the Palestinian National Authority and its security forces in its treatment of Palestinian citizens. National identities are no longer subject to the constraints of space, time, and national politics. International mobility and the widespread use of communications technology have not only brought people into closer contact with each other by transcending geographical boundaries but have also created, in John Urey's 2078 term, a hybridity between agency and communication technology, giving rise to co-agency, see also faced 1998. Others go even further and suggest that computer networks ought to be considered a form of social capital. Sarah Furlander and Duncan Timms, 2001, 51-52, hypothesis that the use of local nets will lead to an increase in association, support, and trust that provide the foundation for collaboration, common identity and social capital in the community. The revival of subgroup national identities is being greatly facilitated by the application of information and communication technology in which time and space are compressed. Email nationalism, argues Benedict Anderson, 1994a, is made possible through the emergence of worldwide computer networks that link diasporic, immigrant, and refugee communities to the homeland. Although not limited to fundamentalist causes, this long-distance nationalism is exerting pressure on the nation-state and exacerbating simmering ethnic conflicts. It is not surprising to read accounts of Middle Eastern cyber wars, Share 2000, between Israelis and Palestinians. Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza may lag behind Israel in internet connections, at 14% and 30% respectively, but Palestinian use of the internet is on the increase, PCPSR 1999, Segan 1999. Equally significant is the use by Palestinian refugee communities of the Internet to establish connections among the various refugee camps scattered in the Middle East. Across Borders, an Internet project that was first established in the Daisha camp in the West Bank, received substantial press coverage for its efforts to link children, in particular, from several camps that are not accessible to each other for political and geographic reasons. In the words of the project director, we need Palestinian refugees to communicate directly between themselves, unmediated by other interests, in Usher 1999. This experiment in making use of the convergence between computers and telecommunications equipment is singled out by Edward Said, 1999, as a form of resistance by which Palestinians assert collective memory and share experience in the face of spatial obstacles. Chapter 6 explores the role of the Internet in Palestinian society, globalism, transnationalism, and the network society. The mushrooming literature on migrant and refugee communities is replete with concepts borrowed from sociology, geography, anthropology, cultural studies, and literary criticism. Concepts such as place, space, globalism, and transnationalism have become part of the discourse on displaced people and refugees. To begin with, I will deal with the work of Anthony Giddens, whose main concern is with the role of modernity in shaping individual experience in Western societies. To the extent that he comments on changes taking place in the developing countries, these changes are perceived as part of global transformation sweeping the world in late modernity. He locates three such changes: globalization, detraditionalization, and social reflexivity, Giddens 1995, 2-4. Globalization is not only confined to the economic sphere or the emergence of world systems, as is customarily alluded to in the debates about modernity, but also implicates the very texture of everyday life. Due mainly to developments in the means of communication, globalization structures intimacy and identity. It invades local contexts of action but does not destroy them. On the contrary, new forms of local cultural autonomy, the demand for local cultural identity and self-expression, are causally bound up with globalization processes. Ibid. 3. In another context, Giddens, 1991, 21, remarks that the concept of globalization is best understood as expressing fundamental aspects of time-space distanciation. Globalization concerns the intersection of presence and absence, the interlacing of social events and social relations at a distance with local contextualities. This theme concerning the articulation of the global and local, dubbed by some as glocalization, see Robertson 1995, is explored in greater detail below in a discussion of Arjuna Potteray's, 1996, Concepts of Locality and Modernity at Large. Detraditionalization is associated with what Giddens, 1995, calls reflexive modernization, an aspect of late modernity, which is distinguished from earlier simple modernization of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Although during the early phase of modernization, tradition fused with modernity and reflexive modernization. Traditions in many circumstances become reinvigorated and actively defended. This is the very origin of fundamentalism, a phenomenon which does not have a long history. Fundamentalism can be defined as tradition defended in the traditional way, against the backdrop, however, of a globalizing cosmopolitan world which increasingly asks for reasons. The reason of tradition differs from that of discourse. Traditions, of course, can be defended discursively, but the whole point of tradition is that it contains a performative notion of truth, a ritual notion of truth. Truth is exemplified in the performance of the traditional practices and symbols. Ibid. 3. Finally, social reflexivity is a feature of global communication and is a consequence of living in a detraditionalist social order where everyone must confront, and deal with, multiple sources of information and knowledge, including fragmented and contested knowledge claims, Giddens 1995, 3. The self becomes a reflexive project in high modernity. The dialectical relationship between the local and global is associated with risk and ontological insecurity. Because of the convergence in time and space, for the first time in human history, self and society are interrelated in a global milieu, Giddens 1991, 32. This observation has important consequences for discussion of migrants, refugees, and displaced people generally. Anthropologist Arjun Appaduri shares with Giddens the dialectical view both of agency and structure and of the local and the global. There is growing evidence, says Appaduri, 1996, 7, that the consumption of the mass media throughout the world provokes resistance, irony, selectivity, and, in general, agency, Emphasis in original. Apatary introduces several concepts useful for this study's purpose. First, he makes a distinction between fantasy and imagination. The former is individualistic and associated with the seductive aspects of the media and their numbing effect on the public, a relic of the mass society discourse captured in the motto "The media are the opiate of the masses." Imagination, on the other hand, is collective and has the potential to trigger action. In the age of electronic media, imagination in its collective form creates ideas of neighborhood and nationhood, of moral economies and unjust rule, of higher wages and foreign labor prospects. Imagination today is a staging ground for action, and not only for escape, ibid. Second, these electronic forms of communication give rise to what Apatary calls solidalities, by which he means communities that exist transnationally yet share with each other a field of imagination that fuels collective action. These are communities with the potential to transform from communities in themselves to communities for themselves, ibid. Third, with so many deterritorialist people on the move, numbering in the tens of millions, from immigrants, guest workers, and refugees to exiles and asylum seekers, it is inescapable that the business of imagination should take on special significance in the context of electronically mediated communication, where the imagination is no longer thought of as the prerogative of the special, expressive space of art, myth, and ritual, but has now become a part of the quotidian mental work of ordinary people in many societies, ibid. 5. The side of everyday life of ordinary people is impacted more than ever before by imagination of a collective kind. Groups on the move bring to bear different sets of expectations, setting in motion diasporas of hope, diasporas of terror, and diasporas of despair. Many more people than ever before seem to imagine routinely the possibility that they or their children will live and work in places other than where they were born. This is the wellspring of increased rates of migration at every level of social, national, and global life. Others are dragged into new settings, as the refugee camps of Thailand, Ethiopia, Tamil Nadu, and Palestine remind us. Ibid. 6. Fourth, unlike the project of modernization, with its familiar meganarrative of development, economic productivity, and efficiency, we are witnessing an experiential engagement with modernity, says Apatary, that makes possible the development of subversive micronarratives expressed in the new vernacular of globalization and gives rise to subaltern oppositionary groups of various kinds. The convergence of electronic mass mediation and transnational mobilization has broken the monopoly of autonomous nation-states over the project of modernization, Apatary 1996, 10. A key element in Apatary's work is the notion that globalization is not the story of cultural homogenization, ibid. 11. Globalization is mediated by agency to produce differing interpretations of modernity, which are contextualized in specific local conditions. At the core of his relational theory of change, in contrast to a monocausal theory, is the notion of rupture, which takes media and migration as its two major and interconnected diacritics and explores their joint effect on the work of the imagination, as a constitutive feature of late modernity, ibid. 3. These modern subjectivities are characterized by instabilities resulting from the juxtaposition of migration and the flow of mass-mediated images, scripts, and sensations, ibid. 4. With international migration and globalization on the increase, Apatary argues, it is not valid anymore to think of culture as isomorphic with space. Ulrich Beck, 2000, 26-27, makes a similar point in outlining the features of what he calls the second modernity. In the paradigm of the second modernity, then, a question mark is placed over the inner consistency of a social construction made up of anthropological constants and functional imperatives of the first modernity. A territorially fixed image of the social, which has for 2 centuries captivated and inspired the political, cultural, and scientific imagination, is in the course of breaking up. Corresponding to global capitalism is a process of cultural and political globalization which transcends territoriality as the ordering principle of society, and as the ordering principle of cultural knowledge upon which familiar images of the self and the world are based. According to Julie Petit, 1995, 173, for the Palestinians, notwithstanding the shifting nature of borders and territoriality, there is an isomorphism between space and place, which explains the desire to return to the homeland. Apaturi, 1996, 13, who is not exclusively concerned with refugees, whereas Petit is, prefers instead to highlight difference as the basis for understanding group identity and mobilization. I suggest that we regard as cultural only those differences that either express, or set the groundwork for, the mobilization of group identities. To the extent that culture is used to designate a group identity, it refers to the consciousness of these attributes, material, linguistic, or territorial, and their naturalization as essential to group identity, ibid. Through several iterations, Apaturi proceeds from rejecting culture as a static entity, to conceiving of it as a process and dimension of difference that forms the basis of group identity, to considering naturalization of difference as central to the mobilization of group identity, and finally to advancing culturalism as a specific outcome of late modernity and an essential ingredient in the transformation of group difference into a social movement pitched at the level of the nation-state. In his words, culturalism is the form that cultural differences tend to take in the era of mass mediation, migration, and globalization, ibid. 16. Apaturi goes through this exercise in order to refute the thesis that primordial ties lie at the basis of ethnic identity and to posit in its place a theory that explains ethnic conflict through reference to culturalism and ethnic mobilization. What appears to be a worldwide rebirth of ethnic nationalisms and separatisms is not really what journalists and pundits all too frequently refer to as tribalism, implying old histories, local rivalries, and deep hatreds. Rather, the ethnic violence we see in many places is part of a wider transformation that is suggested by the term culturalism, which is frequently associated with extraterritorial histories and memories, sometimes with refugee status and exile, and almost always with struggles for recognition from existing nation-states or from various transnational bodies. Ibid. 15. Thomas Feist, 1998, 217, goes beyond globalization and introduces the concept of transnationalism, whereas global processes are largely dissented from specific nation-state territories and take place in a world context. Transnational processes are anchored in and span two or more nation-states, involving actors from the spheres of both state and civil society. For Feist, space is used in a manner that differs from its traditional usage by geographers and anthropologists. In a transnational sense, space refers not only to a territory's physical features but also to larger opportunity structures, the social life and the subjective images, values, and meanings that the specific and limited space represents to migrants. Space thus differs from place in that it encompasses or spans various territorial locations, ibid. Whereas in its traditional usage space referred to geographical location, with place meaning space and culture, in its transnational usage space incorporates culture and global networks. Transnational social spaces are combinations of social and symbolic ties, positions in networks and organizations, and networks of organizations that can be found in at least two geographically and internationally distinct places, ibid. 216. In terms that resonate with Pierre Bourdieu's, 1977, concept of habitus, social spaces involve social capital as defined in terms of access to and membership in networks, groups, and organizations, human capital as reflected in educational and occupational qualifications, and economic capital. It is these ties that facilitate further accumulation in the form of economic, human, and social capital. The problem with resources that make up social capital is that they are locally situated, which makes it difficult for refugee and migrant communities to transfer this capital to other localities. For transnational communities to be communities in Ferdinand Tönnies's, 1963, meaning of the term Gemeinschaft, time and space have to be bound through exchange, reciprocity and solidarity to achieve a high degree of social cohesion, and a common repertoire of symbolic and collective representations, Feist 1998, 221. Transnational communities are based on triadic relations involving the refugee and migrant communities, the host country, and the sending country. Transnational communities are either diasporic or exiled. FACE defines diaspora as a group that has suffered some kind of traumatic event which leads to the dispersal of its members, and there is a vision and remembrance of lost or imagined homelands still to be established, often accompanied by a refusal of the receiving society to fully recognize the cultural distinctiveness of the immigrants. Ibid. 222. Transnational communities are diasporic if they develop some significant social and symbolic ties to the receiving country, otherwise, they are considered to be exiled. Ibid. 222. Notwithstanding the popularity of the concept of diaspora, there is no agreement about its analytic utility. As seen by Floya Anthias, 1998, current usage of diaspora implies homogenization and unity of the group in question, a unity that is based on attribution to a place of origin, with all that this entails in terms of primordialism and the overlooking of differences based on gender, class, generation, and political affiliation. These factors have been alluded to above in reference to the Palestinian refugee experience, based on class, generation, and gender. Thus the idea of diaspora tends to homogenize the population referred to at the transnational level, instead of recognizing that the diaspora is constituted as much in difference and division as it is in commonality and solidarity. Ibid. 564, emphasis in original. For example, just as the locations of diasporic men and women in the class structure of the receiving society are different, so too are positions of men and women within the diasporic group itself. By defining diaspora on the basis of territorial origin, one ignores the racialized experiences of diasporic groups in their countries of settlement and the equally important role played by the sending nation-state in sustaining ethnicity as a marker of its diasporic members. Given these cross-cutting positionings, Anthias questions the claims that diasporic groups, because of their loyalty to a homeland, have the potential to destabilize or weaken the nation-state of their host society. The concerns of second-generation émigrés or refugees need not reflect the concerns of their parents as defined in terms of the politics back home. The political activities of migrants may be dominated by reference to homeland struggles, although those of their children may be more likely to be focused around issues of exclusion in the country of settlement, or may reconstruct ethnic fundamentalist projects as modes of resistance. Ibid. 570. The above theoretical discussion provides us with several openings for the study of Palestinians. First, it allows us to conceptualize Palestinian society extraterritorially in recognition that its membership is not coterminous with nation-state boundaries. Second, the convergence between time and space makes it possible to think of society as a web or network of individuals and groups dispersed globally. Third, the duality of structuration permits us to examine discursively and institutionally agencies' actions in which power is conceptualized through the dialectic of control, i.e., power from above and from below. This has implications for resistance and control. Fourth, the production of identity is both subjective and objective. It is subjective in terms of the meanings one attaches to group membership and objective as it is shaped by state policies in their various discursive and representational forms. Sari Hanafi's work on transnationalism, identity, and the Palestinian refugee camp experience stands out as an important contribution to the sociology of the Palestinians. Hanafi makes full, productive use of the works of Agamben and Foucault on the state of exception, security, and governmentality. In a series of studies of Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon and Syria, he demonstrates that, contra Foucault, governmentality is pursued to further discriminate against Palestinians, not to integrate them and guarantee their security. The camps are treated as spaces of exception and experimental laboratories for control and surveillance. Hanafi 2010, 30. His analysis of the Nahr el-Bared camp in northern Lebanon leads him to conclude that the governance of the refugees is premised on the concept of community policing, according to which the Lebanese state controls the camps, and that its measures do not go beyond providing the refugees with bare life. See also Soleh 2013. Not so in the case of the camps in Syria prior to the latter's ongoing civil war. Although the state controls the appointment of directors and committees of the camps and has instituted an elaborate system of camp governance, unlike in Lebanon, the camps are not perceived as a threat to the security of the state. In the absence of a modicum of governance to regulate the lives of the camp inhabitants, alternative forms of governmentalities have emerged to control the behavior of the camp residents. Here Islamism stands out as a technology of the soul. Islamism, as articulated by Hamas, literally as a science of the soul, has transformed the way many Palestinians, especially young men, construct their sense of self. It has brought to the forefront the idea that an economy of morals can order societies in the absence of traditional hierarchies. Hanafi and Long 2010, 153. As pointed out above, the concept of diaspora is problematic if it rests on a homogeneous conception of the refugee or immigrant community residing outside its traditional homeland. In examining the data stored in an electronic network designed to involve Palestinian scientists and technologists living outside Palestine in building the nation, Hanafi, 2008, 155, notes that although there was enthusiasm for the idea, it did not translate into a return to the homeland. The homeland is no longer synonymous only with intifada and political alienation, but also with job opportunities, scientific and technological development, specialist conferences, and so on. Palestinian identity has moved beyond a completely territorialized framework. One can be a Palestinian abroad, connecting with and aiding the development of the homeland in cyberspace. Emphasis in original. Conclusion. The overall purpose of this chapter has been twofold. First, it has exposed the reader to the scope and variety of social research on Palestinian society in its various statuses and locations. The sheer volume of research on Palestinians, a segment of which has been alluded to here, and the thematic review carried out, particularly with regard to Palestinian refugees, demonstrate the importance of knowledge production as a process in dealing with conflict situations. Second, by providing a series of examples, this chapter has situated the study of Palestine and Palestinian society in the context of recent theoretical and methodological advances in social science that span colonialism, Foucauldian treatment of power, constructivism, the problem of order in explicating the nature of violence in ethnically divided regions, and transnationalism. In using the constructivist approach, the study puts forward a new way of looking at how state building involves co-production efforts in which the institutions of science are mobilized to achieve colonial political ends. The translation of scientific discourse outside the institutions of science, made possible through an alliance between the political and scientific, has led to serious ramifications for population policies and state construction. Finally, the chapter has examined mounting interest in the potential of human rights and transnationalism to affect state policies and mobilize refugee communities. Notwithstanding the criticism of globalization by third world scholars and non-governmental organizations, transnational networks have opened spaces for minorities and marginal groups in society to engage in resistance. The use of cause lawyering has proven effective in publicizing mistreatment of marginal groups who have no recourse to redressing their grievances through the apparatuses of the nation-state. By the same token, globalization has brought about important technological changes in the area of computer networking, which has facilitated communication and exchange of information among refugee communities that are scattered in various geopolitical spaces and are disconnected from each other. This empowerment and resistance by marginal groups through a combination of technology people networks should introduce an important corrective to the traditional sociological conception of agency. It is the hybridity between technology and people, referred to in the language of constructivism as actance, that compels us to rethink our conception of agency as solely human and instead use co-agency to designate this hybridity. 2. Zionism and colonialism. There is an unmistakable coincidence between the experiences of Arab Palestinians at the hands of Zionism and the experiences of those black, yellow, and brown people who were described as inferior and subhuman by 19th-century imperialists. Said 1979, 22. This Israel is not a society of spider webs or of rootless individuals who came to gain control of a land that does not belong to them under the aegis of colonialism and imperialism. Gewisen 2011b. The above statements by the late Palestinian scholar Edward Said and the Israeli legal scholar Ruth Gewisen convey drastically contrasting views of Zionism's mission in Palestine. In the former, Said sees a connection between Zionism and colonialism. In the latter, Gewisen, an ardent defender of Zionism, vehemently rejects any association between it and colonialism. The following discussion elaborates upon the contours of settler colonialism and the debate surrounding its manifestation in the Zionist project in Palestine. Specifically, the chapter addresses the contours of colonialism, the debate surrounding the nature of the Israeli state, the logic of Zionism, the place of Theodor Herzl in Zionist historiography, breaching the Zionist consensus, language's role in hegemony, dehumanization, and state securitization. The contours of colonialism. As a concept, colonialism has traversed an intellectual terrain that is fraught with controversy. 4 decades ago, sociologist Ronald Horvath, 1972, dissected imperialism and colonialism along 3 axes of domination aimed at control of territory and the management of people. The axes produce a matrix of 6 ideal types that extend from extermination to assimilation, with relative social equilibrium in between. Horvath identifies no fewer than 11 classifications involving intra- and intergroup differentiations, domestic forms of colonialism, informal, semi-, and neocolonialism, and administrative colonialism interwoven with elements of class and caste. The problematic cell among his ideal types is that of so-called relative equilibrium, which involves neither assimilation nor extermination. He cites apartheid South Africa as an example of this type. One can hardly regard such a regime, especially at the time Horvath published his article, as constituting relative equilibrium between settlers and indigenous people, given that apartheid policies were in full force in South Africa. Colonialism can exist only in a state of tension with the indigenous population, it cannot be otherwise unless dismantled. Although on moral grounds colonialism is loathed for its exploitative and dominating nature, some see in colonialism a silver lining for its having brought to colonist people elements of modernization and indeed civilization. As we shall see, this is clearly the stance adopted by liberal Zionists, in contrast to revisionist Zionists, in justifying their settler brand of colonizing Palestine, see Essay de 1997. Colonialism and apartheid are closely related, Bacon and Abu Laban 2010, although in the case of Israel there are important distinctions between the two. Whereas the South African white settlers implemented colonial policies of segregation and discrimination to exploit territory and black labor, the Zionists aimed at exploiting space and territory in the first instance without relying on Arab labor to build their settler state. As Patrick Wolf, 2006, puts it, the Zionists sought the elimination of the Palestinians through transfer and expulsion without necessarily seeking their cheap labor. In his comparison of apartheid South Africa and Israeli policies in the occupied Palestinian territories, Opt. Daryl Glazer, 2010, locates close moral and structural similarities between the two regimes. According to Richard Falk, 2010, 3, the United Nations Rapporteur for Human Rights, whose remarks were directed at the situation in the Opt. Colonialism constitutes a repudiation of the essential rights of territorial integrity and self-determination, and apartheid has come to be formally treated as a crime against humanity. The entrenching of colonialist and apartheid features of the Israeli occupation has been a cumulative process. Historian D.K. Fieldhouse, a key researcher on colonialism and imperialism, makes a distinction between colonialism and colonization, both of which are a product of imperial expansion and empire building and as such impact the values and social structure of the colonist regions. He reserves colonialism for a more thorough domination and control of a settled region, whereas colonization refers to the reproduction of European forms of settler society in new territory that is alleged to be unpopulated, Colonialism means exploitation by the foreign society and its agents who occupied the dependency to serve their own interests, not that of the subject population. Fieldhouse 1981, 4-7. In writing about British colonialism in the Middle East, Fieldhouse makes a further distinction between what he calls colonies of occupation and colonies of settlement. The first term identifies those colonies that are intended to provide the colonizer with strategic and economic benefits. The second refers to colonies such as Canada and Australia that were intended for settlement. In the context of the Middle East, Palestine fitted neither, according to Fieldhouse, 2006, 117. Yet he notes that, similar to the British in Australia and New Zealand, the Zionist settlers controlled Palestine's modern economy, had a higher standard of living than the indigenous population, early on adopted policies of separation from the native population, and eventually, on the eve of establishing the state, engaged in what he admits to be ethnic cleansing. Settler colonialism is distinguished from classical imperial undertakings, Elkins and Peterson 2005. The latter are carried out militarily to reap economic benefits and secure spheres of influence without necessarily settling the territories, whereas settler colonialism involves the actual occupation and permanent settlement of a country or territory, such as occurred in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the Americas, among other places. In most cases, a mother country provides protection and sponsorship. These large-scale projects of settler colonialism have involved the displacement, subjugation, and at times extermination of the indigenous population, which has been reduced from a majority to a minority, if not in numbers, at least in terms of power relations. But colonialism, or more appropriately, imperialism, can also involve occupying the territory militarily and administratively without settling the country. India under British rule is a prime example. In some cases, colonialism represents a hybrid of military occupation and settlement. French settler colonialism in Algeria was an example, until the French were forced out of Algeria after a bloody war. Israel's occupation and settlement of the Palestinian territories in 1967 is another hybrid example. Patrick Wolf, 2007, 2008, 123, who has a keen interest in the human rights consequences of colonialism and its genocidal tendencies, uses colonization and colonialism interchangeably, while stressing that, rather than considering it an event, settler colonialism is best understood as a structure and a process that stretches over time, involving the movement of people from one country to another for the purpose of establishing a settler society fashioned after the country of origin, mainly European. Implicit in the colonialism-colonization duality is the assumption that colonization is less deleterious in its impact on the colonist region. Here, as noted above and based on Fieldhouse's work, the colonizers settle areas that are not occupied by the indigenous population. In fact, for some, colonization could have a beneficial economic impact on the colonist, as argued for example by Zionist ideologists and settlers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a claim that has been repeated to this day. 1. In contrast to colonialism, colonization projects a benign, if not positive, view of settlement activity that cloaks the distinction between colonizer and colonist in the neutral language of separate and equal, while claiming that the intention is not to displace or dominate the native population but to live with its members side by side yet separately. This approach, reflected in Israel's pronouncements and settlement policies in the Opt, and prior to that in Israel proper, is used to justify wholesale confiscation of Arab land, racialization of the native population, and spatial segregation of the colonizer from the colonist. As this study will demonstrate, whether in terms of ideology or outcome, it would be difficult to accept a neat separation between colonialism and colonization. The settling by a colonizing group in new territory is bound to involve imposition and control of the native population in one form or another, regardless of whether the settler group has formal links with a foreign metropolis. Thus settler colonialism is a more appropriate label for describing the case at hand. The study will show that the main consequence of settler colonialism is its infringement on the political, social, and economic rights, particularly citizenship rights, of the Palestinian population in Israel proper as well as in the Opt. Ultimately, however, colonialism has to rely on some form of sponsorship or proxy protection, which Zionist settlers eventually made full use of in Mandate Palestine and later in Israel. The connection between settler colonialism and genocide is gaining ground in human rights research. Inspired by the seminal work of Polish legal scholar Raphael Lemkin, 1944, in the aftermath of the Second World War, researchers like Wolff, who is cited above, and others, Lloyd 2012, Moses 2008, Rashid and Short 2012, Shaw 2010, took the conceptual apparatus of genocide advocated by Lemkin in his analysis of Nazi war crimes and applied it to an examination of the situation of settler colonialism in Palestine. Within the colonialism model, it is possible to further identify internal or domestic colonialism, which refers to the exploitation by a dominant settler group, and its descendants, of indigenous people who are co-residents of a geopolitical entity in a post-colonial state, as seen for example in South Africa, Northern Ireland, Hector 1975, and Israel/Palestine. David Leon, 2011, has discussed the applicability of the internal colonialism model to Israel/Palestine. He argues that internal colonialism distinguishes between citizen and subject. Israel's control of the West Bank constitutes a form of internal colonialism since the West Bank's Palestinian residents are subjects who are territorially controlled by Israel but lack citizenship rights. I have argued elsewhere that the Palestinians in Israel, although formally citizens of the state, are also internally colonized by a political regime that curtails their access to resources, mainly land, education, and housing but also jobs, and their exercise of full citizenship rights, Zureik 1979. 2. Finally, there is neocolonialism, which, with recourse to neoliberalism and free market doctrines, relies on bilateral relationships between states and the use of supranational organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and other such bodies to restructure the policies, culture, and internal economies of weaker, mainly post-colonial, states without physically and militarily occupying them. Present-day rhetoric surrounding globalization conceals a new form of neocolonialism that has become widespread since the latter part of the 20th century, Fraser 2013, Harvey 2005, Leon 2010. The structural and comparative approaches to understanding colonialism discussed above are supplemented by Yehuda Shenhav's, 2002, Phenomenology of Colonialism, by which he means the way colonial reality is perceived and experienced by those living within its domain, be they colonizers or colonist. This experiential and subjective aspect of colonial reality was thoroughly investigated by Frantz Fanon in his writings on French colonialism in Algeria, notably in his classic work, The Wretched of the Earth, 1967. As this study will show, understanding Israeli state racism requires delving into the subjective aspects of racial practices as they unfold in a colonial context. This study will also explore the contours of racism in Israeli society and shed light on the background of Israeli educator Nurit Peled's, 2006, 1, observation that Israel's children are educated within an uncompromisingly racist discourse, a racist discourse that does not stop at checkpoints, but governs all human relations in this country. See also N. Peled 2010. In contrast to individual and group racisms, which are amply demonstrated in public opinion polls in Israel, this study argues that state racism and its biopolitical governmentality reinforce individual and group forms of racism, one feeds into the other. What state Israel? Like the European colonists in North America, Africa, and Australasia with whom they often identified, Zionism's luminaries believed that their rights to Palestine exceeded those of its natives. Although the movement's leadership could not deny that the land was full of people, it portrayed Palestinians as a mixture of races and types, a multitude distinguished not by their shared history or national character but by their inferior human quality. S. Robinson 2013, 13. The above statement by Shearer Robinson stands in stark contrast to mainstream social science literature, which remains committed to depicting Israel as a pioneering and settler immigrant society that is essentially multicultural and democratic, Eisenstadt 1967, if not, as the adage goes, the only democracy in the Middle East with no connection to Europe's settler colonial ventures. 3. Some consider Zionism to be an offshoot of so-called diaspora nationalism, A. Smith 1995. This is the case, as some Zionists admit, despite Zionism's development under the shadow of formal and informal European imperialism, during which key Zionist leaders such as Theodor Herzl and Chaim Weizmann labored but initially failed to convince European leaders that Jews would form the white settler group in the country, considered as the ideal collaborator group serving the interests of imperialist colonialist powers, such as in Australia, New Zealand, Rhodesia, and Algeria, Golan. 2001, 141. My purpose in this section is to tease out the various strands that fall within the colonial approach to describing Israel. Among those who are willing to entertain a colonial perspective, including a minority of Israeli writers, the Israeli state is associated with a variety of labels. 4. Gershon Schaefer and Yoav Peled, 2002, 1. Describe Israeli society in terms of the articulation of three contradictory goals: colonialism, ethno-nationalism, and democracy. Hara Peled and Yoav Peled, 2011, 117, assert unequivocally that the Zionist project in its 1948 and 1967 manifestations constitutes one colonial undertaking. We believe that the colonial nature of the Zionist enterprise has been persuasively demonstrated in the scholarly literature and needs to be faced without subterfuge. Such recognition would provide a coherent conceptual framework in which to comprehend the state of Israel and the occupied territories as one political entity. Oren Yiftikal, 2736, echoes the necessity argument when referring to Israel's pre-1948 settler colonialism as colonialism of ethnic survival, the post-1948 period as internal colonialism, and the post-1967 period as external colonialism. Ronit Lenton, 2008a, characterizes Israel as a racial state rather than an ethnocracy, ethnic democracy, settler colonial society, or even racist state. Her definition of state racialism owes more to Etienne Balibar, 1991, and David Theo Goldberg, 2008, than to Michel Foucault's, 2003, state racism, according to which the state needs to defend itself against internal and external threats by targeting specific groups that pose a numerical risk and threaten state sovereignty. State racialism is based on cultural and ethnic markers rather than on biological reasoning or color as a signifier of race. Ultimately, racial states are surveillance states, policing populations and constructing docile bodies. Lenton 2008a. Ronan Shamir, 2000, who observes the effective use by Jewish colonization officials of the infrastructure provided by the Mandate government, designates the British Zionist dynamics of Mandate Palestine as dual colonialism, arguing that the country's Jewish population was active in the concrete material practices of colonization, whereas the British authorities provided the political, legal, and administrative colonial umbrella. In Foreman and Kedar 2003, 499, see also R. Shamir 2002. 5. It is accurate to say that the label colonialism, if it is invoked at all by Israeli writers, is usually used in reference to Israeli policies in the Opt. Policy analyst Raphael Ruvenis, 2008b, detailed account of Israel's colonialist project in the West Bank triggered a heated exchange with political scientist Ira Sharansky, 2008, of the Hebrew University, another staunch defender of mainstream Zionism. 6. And Laura Stoller, 2010a, in contrast, is more emphatic in her conclusion. Democracy is defined, as Hannah Arendt did, by the right to have rights for an entire population within the state's jurisdiction, the Israeli state cannot be considered a democratic one. And in a perceptive article, Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi, 2009, 30-31, describes Israel as a Reconquista state whose settler colonial conduct resembles that of Spain and Portugal in the Iberian Peninsula during the 15th century. In this same fundamental way, Zionism was on the offensive, a Reconquista from the very start. As in the Iberian case, there was never any serious thought about what to do with the usurpers or strangers on the land, they were simply obstacles to its forward march. Partnership was never a possibility because what was at issue was an exclusive primordial, unchallengeable, indeed divine right. The debate over the nature of Israel has come a long way since, to quote Abba Eban, Israel was largely described as a light unto the nations, in Nef 2003, 43. The engagement by anthropologist Nadia Abu el-Hajj with the work of David Theo Goldberg is just one example. In commenting on Goldberg's notion of racial Palestinianization and his idea that Israel is a neoliberal, colonial state, Abu el-Hajj, 2010, 29, argues that Israel is best seen as Janus-faced. It is a regime that maneuvers between and speaks in the name of different modalities in relation to shifting forms of capital, shifting global political imaginaries and shifting oppositional struggles, threats, on the ground. Goldberg is credited with having elevated the discussion of race beyond the usual focus on what passes as the study of race relations in liberal societies that are occupied with issues of whiteness, color blindness, and discrimination. In addition to occupation and the expansion of settlements, Goldberg, 2009, 126, argues that the dehumanist position of the Palestinians in Israeli discourse is what underlies the concept of racial Palestinianization. Racial Palestinianization is thus a conceit about contemporary conditions in terms of a projected past conceived in terms of the politics of the present. The Palestinian is a Philistine, with Philistine values, interests, and desires, a primitive sense of never having evolved beyond ancient whims, drives, capriciousness, viciousness, and the irresponsible impulses to which they give rise. The Palestinian is driven by nothing but unprovoked hate and anger, incapable of a higher order of values, of deeper causation, of responsibility as a product of free choice. Goldberg, 2008, 39, concludes that racial Palestinianization is today among the most repressive, the most subjugating and degrading, the most deadly forms of racial targeting, branding, and rationalization. The Palestinians are not simply identified as a different racial group or category but are also a despised and demonic racial group, Ibid, 42. Drawing upon Foucault, Goldberg notes that state sovereignty defends itself above all else so as to secure the group, its ethnoraciality, to protect its purity, perpetuity, and power, for which it takes itself to exist and which it seeks to represent, Ibid, 28. Although Abu el-Hajj, 2010, 29, endorses Goldberg's characterization of Israeli racism, she departs from seeing it as born-again racism that places racial Palestinianization within a historical trajectory that never happened in the Israeli state. Whereas the Palestinians have not been given the authority to narrate their history, the Israelis, according to Goldberg, 2008, have successfully mounted a counter-historical narrative by gaining world acceptance as a sovereign nation, even though this was accomplished at the expense of the Palestinian narrative. Israel's founding and indeed the ideologies that molded Zionism were premised on colonial racism from the get-go, Abu el-Hajj 2010, 32. But above all, it is the consequence of Israel's being a colonial settler state that must be recognized first. What follows from this recognition, states Abu el-Hajj, is the question of why, as with all other colonist people, the Palestinians should acquiesce to the Israeli state's existence and not question its legitimacy. Finally, Abu el-Hajj questions Goldberg's reference to Israel as a neoliberal state. Being a colonial state, Israel is heavily involved in the expansion and subsidizing of settlements. Such heavy state involvement negates any characterization of Israeli rule in the opt, or in Israel proper, as neoliberal. She concludes by saying that although the Israeli state through its military apparatus protects the settlers, it invests in the destruction of the infrastructures, the livelihoods, the lives of Palestinians under its control. This is the necropolitical disciplining of an ever-active and interventionist colonial state, Ibid. 40. Notwithstanding the labeling of Israel as a colonial settler society, Y. Pellet 2007, 96, see also Masad 2006, 13-31, and Wolf 2006, and 35, discussions of colonialism tend to generalize its common characteristics regardless of where it takes place. There is the danger of overlooking colonialism's specific features that are geographically and historically contingent. For some, Israeli settler colonialism of the West Bank for more than half a century has gradually evolved to differentiate it from other familiar forms of classical colonialism. As argued by Ariel Handel, 2009, colonization of the West Bank is less a matter of managing the population through a Foucauldian framework of biopolitics and more a matter of controlling the resources, i.e., land, water, and airspace, while neglecting the population, or as expressed by anthropologist Ted Swedenborg, 1995, 59-60, about Zionism in general. What seems distinctive about Zionist colonialism is that, most often, altruism is expressed toward the land rather than toward the indigenous population living on it. The practice of spatial separation between the colonizer and colonist in the context of the West Bank, with ramifications for the population, is also discussed by Neve Gordon, 2008, 19. For many years, I maintain, the occupation operated according to the colonization principle, by which I mean the attempt to administer the lives of the people and normalize the colonization, while exploiting the territory's resources, in this case land, water, and labor. Over time, a series of structural contradictions undermined the principle and gave way in the mid-1990s to another guiding principle, namely, the separation principle. By separation I mean the abandonment of efforts to administer the lives of the colonized population, except for the people living in the seam zones or going through the checkpoints, while insisting on the continued exploitation of non-human resources, land and water. The lack of interest in or indifference to the lives of the colonized population that is characteristic of the separation principle accounts for the recent surge in lethal violence. Emphasis in original. This surface indifference, or better, neglect, of the population is not to be confused with an attitude of live and let live that some see as an outcome of Israeli state neoliberalism, although, as pointed out above, the nature of this neoliberalism is contested in light of Israel's being a colonial settler state. The colonial neglect, if it could be labeled as such, is well thought out, meticulously planned, and engineered in such a way as to stifle Palestinian society and cause maximum havoc in the normal lives of the native Palestinian population by using what Wolf, 2007, 329, aptly refers to as Zionism's practical logic. As a policy, separation is but one aspect of the so-called neglect, but is not to be confused with any benign design. It is actually a form of creeping apartheid, as Gordon, 2008, sees it. It can be argued that Foucault's theoretical framework is more relevant to the position of the Palestinian citizens of Israel than it is to Israel's colonial policies in the Opt. Even with regard to the former, Israel's engagements with governmentality in order to normalize the status of its Palestinian minority are of a circumscribed scope and, unlike those exercised vis-a-vis the Jewish population, are not intended to normalize the Palestinians through inclusion and participation in the social body. Although disciplinary surveillance power is a cornerstone of Israel's treatment of all its citizens, expected docility is the order of the day only for the Palestinian minority. In drastic contrast, the situation in the West Bank is in line with what Gordon, 2008, and Handel, 2009, describe. Israel acts as a sovereign colonial power in the Opt that is not accountable for its actions to those it rules over. An interesting deviation from the colonial model is provided by architect and urban planner E.L. Wiseman, a critic of what he acknowledges to be Israel's brutal treatment of the native Palestinian population in the West Bank. In rejecting colonialism as an applicable model, Wiseman argues that Israel's control of the Palestinians should be viewed in the first instance in terms of spatial configuration, Wiseman and Castris Janikis 2007. Basically, he claims that colonialism, as a grand historical design, does not account for the methods of daily contestation over space as exercised by Palestinians and other international actors such as non-governmental organizations in confronting occupation, that it gives too much attention to the role of state ideology, Zionism, and that it does not explain the many fissures in Israeli hegemonic control of the Palestinians. Yet, as pointed out in the study, since space and territory are central to colonialism in its various forms, why not acknowledge the colonial features of Israel's control methods? I am not convinced that Wiseman's concerns cannot be addressed through the prism of colonialism as demonstrated in this discussion. After all, what motivates the actions of the Israeli state if not the straitjacket of Zionist ideology, which has been honed for over a century as a means of controlling and dispossessing the Palestinians? However, as will be shown later, Wiseman's approach, since it focuses on the details of control, is quite useful in assessing the nature of colonial surveillance, without losing sight of the forest, colonialism, for the trees, daily contestations. The claim that a state is democratic does not rule out an association between colonialism and democracy. So-called European democratic states were colonial in the first instance, as was the American experience from the mid-19th century onward, McCoy 2009. As Gordon, 2010, shows, colonialism has been espoused by several democratic regimes that exercise colonial dominion over others. Although he does not subscribe to the notion that Israel is a democracy, Gordon demonstrates that its venture in the opt is typical of colonial democratic regimes, the above qualifications notwithstanding. A similar point is made by Mark Duffield, 2007, 228, who goes back to John Stuart Mill in locating the rationale for foreign aid in imperialist designs by well-to-do nations that domestically espouse liberal values and externally act as practitioners of empire, see also Hall 2005. In a more general way, historian Tony Yude has warned against the aggressive tendencies of democracy. The war in Iraq illustrates, he says, that a democracy, and particularly an armed democracy, is very easily led into war, so long as it is told stories of the kind that are compatible with its self-image, Yude and Snyder 2012, 307. My intention is not to spill more ink in discussing the debate over whether Israel is or is not a colonial society. 7. It is important for this discussion to shed light on why I, and an increasing number of other writers, think Zionism's original settlement policies dating back to the late 19th and early 20th centuries exhibit features that are consonant with those of European-inspired colonial regimes, see Abu Mana 2006. As Glenn Bowman, 2011, concludes, it is the ideational manifestation in the shape of Herzlian settler Zionism and its association with European colonialism that continue to inform the nature of Israeli policies and treatment of the Palestinians in historical Palestine. The logic of Zionism. Political ideas like Zionism need to be examined historically in two ways: 1. Genealogically, in order that their provenance, their kinship and descent, their affiliation both with other ideas and with political institutions may be demonstrated; 2. As practical systems for accumulation, of power, land, ideological legitimacy and displacement, of people, other ideas, prior legitimacy. Said 1979, 11. Dunam po, ve dunam sham, a quarter acre here, a quarter acre there, Hebrew expression. In the derogatory language of Chaim Weizmann, the first president of Israel, the Zionist project in Palestine was to be consolidated step by step by means of piecemeal acquisition, or another acre, another goat, as Edward Said has remarked, in Collins 2004, in spite of Palestinian opposition. In the face of minuscule ownership of land through voluntary purchases from landowners, Zionist colonization in Mandate Palestine and eventually Israel and the OP preceded by shadowy practices, Blau 2012, or stealth. 8. By intimidation, and by sheer force, Eldar 2011. The process of dispossession extended to the confiscation and destruction of built-up areas such as homes and entire villages in 1948 and underscored attempts to erase the Palestinian presence in the country. This policy is an integral part of Israel's ongoing attempts to deplete Arab Jerusalem of its population. By its own admission, the Israeli government has revoked the residency rights of 250,000 Arab residents of Jerusalem and its surroundings since 1967, many of whom are professionals, workers, and students returning from their studies abroad, Eldar 2012b, Hassan 2009. And as revealed in several publicized court cases related to property ownership in East Jerusalem, such dispossessions involve fraudulent transactions, Hassan 2012, whereby Palestinians in economic hardship are enticed to sell property to third parties under dubious circumstances and incomprehensible legal language only to discover later that the intended owner was an Israeli Jewish buyer or, in most cases, either a Zionist institution such as the Jewish National Fund or settlers themselves, a practice that ensures permanent alienation of the land from its original Arab owners. In 2013, a fraudulent property transfer in the West Bank near the city of Ramallah involving a Jewish religious institute that resulted in the eviction of Palestinians from their homes came to light. In this particular case, the Jerusalem District Court confirmed the fraudulent nature of the transaction and ordered the removal of the institute from the illegally occupied Palestinian home, Levinson 2013-2014. In a previous 2012 case, the settlers presented falsified documents as proof of a recent land transaction, even though the Palestinian owner had been dead since 2011, Levinson 2012b, and in a related move the Ministry of Defense, which ostensibly controls the land it occupied in 1967, is about to implement a new land registry that bypasses the familiar Ottoman taboo registry. The change is intended to give the settlers the right to enter their names in the new registry as proof of ownership. By closing the new registry to Palestinian landowners, Israel has in effect denied them the right of appeal, which is based on the Ottoman registry, Levinson 2012a. The Zionist project can be best described as a cumulative, colonial enterprise that has continued unabated since its inception, Eldar 2011, Margalit 2006a, 2006b, 2010. Early Zionist settlement of Palestine, starting in the late 19th century and continuing throughout the first half of the 20th century, under Turkish and then British rule, was shaped and ideologically inspired by European colonialism, even though no mother country or metropolis existed to speak of. As will be shown later, this latter circumstance does not vitiate considering Zionism from the outset as a settler colonial movement. Because of the small number of settlers and early unsuccessful attempts at colonizing Palestine in the late 19th century under the aegis of the Baron de Rothschild, military occupation was not contemplated as a feasible option. Eventually, in the wake of the Balfour Declaration of 1917, 9. There was British Zionist collusion, which led John Strawson, 2002, 377, to comment that Jewish nationalism developed in the womb of British colonialism. In the words of Israeli legal experts Jeremy Foreman and Alexander Kedar, 2003, 497, thus, at the onset of British rule, official documents attested to an imperial policy of Jewish colonization, facilitating immigration, land acquisition, settlement, development, and elements of sovereignty. In addition to perceived mutual interests, the British Zionist relationship was based on a discourse of development and modernization. Among the early academic writers on Palestine, Foreman and Kedar have explored in a series of papers the implications of colonial law in Palestine for Arab-Jewish relations. Although they note the contradictory nature of colonial law and the loopholes it contains that at times enable colonist people to fight for their rights, ultimately the law served as both an instrument of domination and a weapon of the weak, albeit most of the time more successfully as the former than as the latter, Ibid. 516. Among liberal Zionists, Professor Ruth Gavizon occupies a central place in arguing for the compatibility of Israel's being simultaneously Jewish and democratic. In a speech she gave in the United States to a legal audience in 2011, she stressed that this compatibility can be accomplished only if the Jews remain a stable majority, otherwise, the state would be unstable and degenerate into dictatorship. Gavizon 2011a. It is not clear why dictatorship is the only outcome of a multi-ethnic or binational state, unless Gavizon assumes that the Arabs are not ready for democracy, as suggested by her efforts to differentiate Israel from other multi-ethnic states that are dictatorships and mired in conflict, especially neighboring Middle Eastern states. According to Gavizon, 2011a, it is irrelevant that the overwhelming majority of the Palestinians living in what became Israel were expelled, ran away, fled, the main fact is that they left, emphasis added. Thus the circumstances surrounding the dispersal of the Palestinians are obliterated so as not to admit the overwhelming historical evidence, in no small measure attested to by Israeli researchers, that they were mainly expelled by the fledgling Israeli state and are therefore entitled under international law and a United Nations resolution to petition for return. Not addressing this fact allows Gavizon to sidestep both the role played by Israel in creating the refugee problem and its moral responsibility and culpability. More importantly, Gavizon falls back on the Zionist demographic mantra in favor of perpetual Jewish numerical dominance, as a guarantor of democracy, to justify barring the refugees from ever exercising their right of return. She seems to be oblivious to the fact that, based on a spate of bills that have been passed or are being considered by the Knesset, Israel is sliding gradually into authoritarianism to the detriment of the Palestinian population, which is the main target of these bills, but before long the Jewish population will be affected as well. See Association of Civil Rights in Israel 2012c. Theodor Herzl, a Zionist icon. It is significant, as pointed out earlier, that key Zionist leaders, unsuccessfully, sought sponsorship from the ailing Ottoman Empire as early as 1896, when Theodor Herzl, 1896, 148-49, the ideologist of political Zionism, advocated the following. If His Majesty the Sultan were to give us Palestine, we could undertake the responsibility of putting the finances of Turkey completely in order. To Europe we would represent a part of the barrier against Asia, we would serve as the outpost of civilization against barbarism. As a neutral state we would remain allied to all of Europe, which in turn would have to guarantee our existence. He went on to say, for Europe we shall form a part of the dike confronting Asia, and serve as the harbinger of culture against barbarism, in Golan 2001, 143. Herzl is lionized by the leading Israeli academics, such as political scientist Shlomo Avinri, and he occupies a special place beyond that of being a theoretician and visionary of modern Zionism. It was his actions and organizational skills that changed Jewish history, declared Avinri, 2010a, at a conference devoted to Herzl, see also Avinri 2009. The product of liberal bourgeois European society, Herzl popularized his views in the utopian novel Alt Neuland, The Old New Land, originally published in German in 1902. In his writings about Herzl, Avinri, 2002, attaches importance to the novel, which he interprets as proof of Herzl's political tolerance, awareness of the Arab presence in the country, and promise to grant the Arabs equal rights and opportunities to participate in the elections in a future Jewish state. Avinri considers these views, which he had already expounded upon 3 decades earlier in The Making of Modern Zionism, 1981, to be a refutation of the claim that Zionism is in any way associated with colonialism or racism. 10. In fact, he, like other mainstream Israeli intellectuals, considers Zionism a revolutionary movement. As shown below, it was D.K. Fieldhouse, among others, who saw a common thread running through Herzl's vision at the turn of the 20th century and the unfolding of exclusionary Zionist ideology in the creation of the State of Israel. The view of the Zionist leadership in 1948 remained that of Herzl: there must be a Zionist state and, as Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion saw it, there would be no room in it for non-Jews. The events of 1948 demonstrated that ethnic cleansing, not collaboration, was the Zionist strategy. Fieldhouse 2006, 345. It would be difficult to accept mainstream Zionist interpretations of Herzl's benevolent stance in the face of his often cited statement in his 1895 diary about the price to be paid by the local Palestinian population for Zionist colonization. We must expropriate gently the private property on the estates assigned to us. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries, while denying it employment in our own country. The property owners will come over to our side. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. The property owners may believe that they are cheating us, selling to us at more than the land is worth. But nothing will be sold back to them. In Peninsula 2005, 67. 45 years ago, while riding a wave of fame as a scholar of Karl Marx's exegeses, Aveinry addressed the treatment of colonialism by Marx in newspaper reports that appeared in the New York Daily Tribune from 1852 to 1862. In the introduction to the edited volume of these reports, Aveinry, 1968, argued that Marx's writings on Asiatic societies explain the backwardness of these societies in terms of their dominant and static Asiatic mode of production. 11. This became a constant theme in Aveinry's comments on the Arab Middle East, including the confrontation between Israel and the Palestinians. Israel is presented as a modern society whose social structure is dynamic and is in no way affected by its colonialist nature, Aveinry 1972. The transformative role of colonialism as depicted by Marx, according to Aveinry, is absent in the Arab Islamic Middle East. This is due in large measure to its indirect form of rule. Thus indirect colonial rule hampered the development of the European-style capitalist mode of production and its attendant class conflict, while leaving primordial and authoritarian rule in place, with local elites being the main beneficiary. The post-colonial Arab world is a continuation of traditional societies in which the modern army replaced the old autocracies. Sociologist Brian Turner, 1976-77, among others, has criticized Aveinry's explanation of the contrast between the Arab world and Israel. In the case of the latter, he points out that at its inception Israel's development was aided by a sizable inflow of capital from the outside, a feature that has remained true to this day, and that Israel's class formation was facilitated by ethnic segregation and displacement of the native Arab population. With regard to the Arab world, Turner suggests that a better analogy is Britain's colonization of Northern Ireland and Palestine. Just as Marx noted a stunting effect in Britain's conflict with Ireland, so one might find a stunted development in the Middle East under the dual impact of British and Israeli colonization. Ibid. 406. Turner further argues that to appreciate the impact of European colonialism of the Middle East, one must not start with the 20th century but should examine European penetration of the area, i.e., Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, by the British and French, which dates back to the 19th century, when an economic dependence between the Middle East and Europe was created. Historians who are wedded to the Zionist project go to great lengths to contextualize Herzl's racist opinion as a product of the general climate of 19th-century imperial Europe and, in one particular case, as an outcome of a manic fit from which Herzl suffered at the time he wrote these entries in his diary, Peninsula 2005, 71. If the Zionist idea of population transfer, described by Walid Khalidi, 1993, and other commentators, Mosselha 1992, Pap 2003, as so intrinsic to the Zionist project, is indeed or mainly the product of Herzl's manic fits and psychological condition, how does one explain the detailed plans that Herzl drew up in 1901, with complete disregard for the welfare of the native Palestinian population, for establishing the Jewish Ottoman Land Company, W. Khalidi 1993, which in many ways mirrored the Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company. Although Herzl's Colonial Company failed to materialize, its spirit lives on in the institutional structure of key national Zionist organizations, particularly the Jewish National Fund, where, in line with Herzl's proposed charter, Jewish property is communally Jewish, state-owned, and expected to remain Jewish in perpetuity. At the present time, more than 90% of the land in Israel is Jewish-owned, Foreman and Kedar 2003, a complete reversal of land ownership patterns in 1948, when Jewish ownership extended to no more than 5 to 7% of the land, Jirius 1977. An example of a strident Zionist reading of Herzl is given by Israeli geographer Arnon Golan, 2001, 140, who, in dismissing Marxist scholarship regarding the nature of imperialism and its relevance to Palestine, has pronounced that Zionism was not imperialist or colonialist in nature, but a national liberation movement that developed in Eastern and Central Europe, in conjunction with other national liberation movements in these regions. In the same breath, he sees fit to describe the Zionist project in Palestine as a form of non-formal colonialism that flourished under a formal imperial regime. What constitutes non-formal colonialism, one might ask? Basically, it is argued that lacking a formal colonial metropole to provide economic and military backing, the Zionists relied on themselves through their technology, knowledge, and capital, while collaborating with the British for the mutual good of both. Among the benefits of such collaboration, Golan mentions British willingness to allow Jewish immigration into Palestine, which contributed largely to an increase in the Jewish population from a mere 10% at the time Britain issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917 to close to 30% on the eve of British withdrawal from Palestine in the late 1940s. Another feature of so-called non-formal colonialism is the pattern of Zionist urbanization in Palestine that grew independently of its Arab counterpart. The Zionist pattern had the settler model, whereas the Arab one reflected the colonial model. More importantly, according to Golan, the Jewish urban system did not come to dominate the Arab, which remained the political, economic, and cultural center of the Palestinian Arab population, Ibid. 138. According to him, the Jewish and Arab urban systems developed separately under the tutelage of non-formal colonialism. Thus, according to this logic, if the two sectors are separate, they are separate and different but not necessarily separate and unequal. This portrayal of Zionist settler colonialism as benign and not dependent on so-called formal British imperialism had a corollary, namely that, according to Golan, from the late 1930s until the termination of the mandatory government in 1948, the British government in Palestine tended to support the Arab side, Ibid. 141. Contrast this view with that of Israeli historian Chaim Gerber, 2003, who argues that on several levels the British favored the Zionists, such as in education, military cooperation, and cruel repression of the Arab population. On a different front, support for this position is provided by John Knight, 2011, who critically examines the dominant claim made in Palestine historiography that the British police were hostile to the Jewish community or did not do enough to protect it. He shows that, on the contrary, the police and military were instrumental in furthering the Balfour Declaration by training, arming, and recruiting Jewish supernumeraries to put down the Arab revolt of 1936–39. Specifically, Knight highlights the role of Ord Wingate, described in the Annals of Zionism as a radical believer in Zionism, which he adopted as his religion, in Knight 2011, 533. Sent to Palestine in 1936 as an intelligence officer, Wingate eventually took upon himself the task of leading so-called special night squads, referred to by others as Jewish murder gangs, Ibid. 534, to fight against the native Arab population. The claim that urban economic development of the Arab and Jewish sectors was separate, equal, or just different is standard in Zionist scholarship on Israel's project of settler colonialism. Yet there is contrary empirical evidence to demonstrate that urban Jewish development in Palestine took place at the expense of its Arab counterpart, be it in the acquisition of land or in the closure of the labor market to Arab workers in the Prestate period, not to mention access to capital. As Chaim Yacobi, 2004a, 2004b, 2008, Mark Levine, 2005, and Zachary Lockman, 1996, demonstrate, the lopsided and dependent urban relationship in so-called mixed cities continues to this day. Israeli geographer Yacobi, 2008, observes. The term mixed cities is often perceived as pertaining to an idyllic image of a shared urban space. But it is a misleading idiom, as it hides from the Israeli public the extent of segregation and poverty experienced by Arab citizens living in cities such as Acre, Lod, Haifa, and Ramel, where they constitute between 20 and 30% of the population. This status is not coincidental, evolutional, or neutral, it is the product of intentional policy, mostly implicit but occasionally explicit, operating according to ethno-national logic. Its main objective has and continues to be the demographic dominance of the Jewish majority over the Arab minority in the mixed cities. As a matter of fact, a recent museum exhibit in Tel Aviv focused precisely on the issue of urbanization in the Arab sector and its relationship to the Zionist project. It was intended to highlight the injustice against the Palestinian populace in Israel in 1948 and Israel today with the purpose of reaching those who are not prepared to view Israeli urbanization from an exclusively Zionist viewpoint. Yahav 2013. The ultimate test of the Zionist project should be its actual developments on the ground, which belie the ideological claims of Zionism and its defenders, a point emphasized by Benjamin Beit-Hallahmi, Elon Papp, and others, as shown below. To critics, notably historian Gabriel Peiterberg, who admonishes Avinri for his veneer of liberalism, there is nothing further from the truth regarding the standard Zionist narrative. Herzl's statements demonstrate that the settlers' nationalism is intended to create a Jewish state in a territory inhabited by non-white natives, Peiterberg 2008, 10, while affirming Herzl's belief that having a successful colonial European-like venture in the East was the ultimate path to admission into the West, Ibid, 19. A variant of Avinri's position is expressed by fellow political scientist Zeev Sternhell, 2010, 111, who argues in a critical review of Peterberg's book that settler Zionism in Mandate Palestine and its consequence for the indigenous Palestinian population must be seen as a necessity dictated by historical circumstances and the experience in Europe following the Second World War, when the Jews had no place to go. 12. Furthermore, for this and other reasons, Zionism cannot be viewed as a form of colonialism. Sternhell, 2008, a fierce opponent of settlements in the Opt who almost paid with his life at the hands of Jewish settler terrorists, made an exception and labeled the settlements a form of Zionist colonialism. However, the argument of necessity cannot convincingly explain the systematic dispossession of the native Palestinian minority in Israel and the continued widespread discrimination against its members. As Sternhell and others must know by now, the 1948 expulsion of the majority of the Palestinian population was largely a premeditated act instigated to cleanse the country of its Arab inhabitants. The argument of historical necessity is also invoked by legal scholar Chaim Gans, 2008, with the added stipulation that Zionism, and its fulfillment in the shape of Israel, must acknowledge its responsibility in the creation of the Palestinian refugee problem, although this does not imply that the refugees can exercise their right of return. The task of reconciling Herzl's seemingly contradictory views is carried out by philosopher M.A. Khalidi, 2001, and reiterated by Peiterberg, 2008, 39-40. Basically, Khalidi argues that Herzl's novel Alt New Land was a public relations tract aimed at a European audience in the hope of gaining favor with Europe's political establishments. According to Khalidi, 2001, 61, the novel was not conceived as a work aimed primarily at the Jews, but as a work of persuasion aimed at a non-Jewish European audience. The token Arab in the novel is a character by the name of Raskid Bey, who, in Khaledi's words, was a fawning Oriental who ingratiated himself in praising Zionist colonization of Palestine as benefiting the native Arab population, Ibid. 58-61. As shown above, in proposing creation of the Jewish Ottoman Land Company to colonize Palestine and Syria, Herzl took his cues from other colonial ventures such as the British East India Company of the 19th century. The charter of Herzl's company provided detailed plans for land acquisition and resettlement of the Palestinians outside their country. Such details were absent from Alt-New Land. Socio-economic integration of the native population was never considered a serious option in mainstream Zionist thought, notwithstanding efforts toward this end by Brit Shalom, a splinter binationalist Jewish group that was active in the 1930s. Indeed, other fleeting attempts at Arab-Jewish so-called labor union integration saw Jewish nationalism trump sporadic calls for Arab-Jewish working-class solidarity. In the words of Gershon Schaefer and Yoav Peled, 2002, 37, the most distinguishing characteristic of the Jewish labor movement in Palestine was that it was not a labor movement at all. Rather, it was a colonial movement in which the workers' interest remained secondary to the exigencies of settlement. See also Schaefer 1996. Commenting on Schaefer's, 1989, conclusion that the foundations of the Israeli state must be understood in terms of what happened prior to 1914 with the establishment of exclusive Jewish settlements and labor closure, Fieldhouse, 2006, 127, adds that ultimately the Balfour Declaration is what made the Zionist project possible. Extrapolating to more than a half-century later, one can safely claim that if not for Western support, particularly from the United States, Israel would not have been able to carry out its illegal policies and enjoy immunity from international law regarding its discriminatory treatment of the Palestinians. Equally important, Lockman, 2012, demonstrates in a critical, yet appreciative, article that, in analyzing the modalities of the Zionist project in Palestine, Schaefer, 1989, does not give due consideration to the role of violence in the Zionist project of displacing and expelling the Palestinian population, which made the creation of Israel possible. There is no shortage of celebratory writings about Zionism, even though the critical perspective, which is constantly attacked as anti-Semitic, is gaining ground and becoming increasingly heard in academic circles. Two books in particular demonstrate the pitfalls of adopting an idealist rendition of Zionism. Eyal Chauers, 2012, 13, provides a philosophical perspective for understanding the Zionist project in Palestine as a unique national movement, with its systems of thought and modes of action, and Boaz Newman, 2011, 40, focuses on the role of desire as a primal, existential condition behind the Jewish colonization of Palestine in the early part of the 20th century. Both books are infused with a sense of social idealism, the belief that reality is basically a mental construct and exists independently of its surroundings, which in this case is the reality of Palestine and the fact that it was already inhabited by another people when Israel was created. The analysis in both books draws upon the Jewish intellectual experience in Europe and later Palestine, with no reference to comparative studies of settler societies. The Palestinians are absent in voice and action. This omission is intentional, as the authors admit. Chauers, 2012, 11, examines the philosophical foundations of Zionism and claims that his approach departs from the prevalent theories and vocabularies typically used to examine Zionism. It also differs from the approaches taken by the critics who seek a connection between Zionism and colonialism and those who sympathize with the movement's ideology. He first tackles the conception of time in Zionist discourse and argues that it represents a rejection of Immanuel Kant's teleological, linear conception of time and progress as key elements of modernity. By conceiving fragmented and semi-cyclical time as the basis for temporal imaginations, he concludes that time opens vistas for conversation between distant moments and the grounding of identity in concrete images and events. Ibid. 11, and that fragmented time makes possible for the individual and community the recovery of memory and receptivity to the past. In his book's second chapter, Chauers introduces the key concept of sundered history, which in my estimation has a postmodern ring to it, by providing a picture of history as shapeless, devoid of binding meta-narratives or underlying structures. Ibid. 15. Building is taken as a prime metaphor that refers to building the nation and building the environment. The Zionists in Palestine embarked on molding space as a means to affirm their rootedness and consolidate their sense of community. Even though the Palestinian Arabs constituted an overwhelming majority in the early 20th century, in no way did this lead to reassessing the totality and morality of the Zionist project. Yet this prime preoccupation with building and the honing of skills, which for all intents and purposes are the hallmarks of colonial activity in general, was accomplished at the expense of developing the language and skills needed for democratic politics. Boaz Newman, 2011, 2, claims that by focusing on Zionist desire for the land of Israel, he too has embarked on an unexplored aspect of Zionism, making his study unlike others that deal with politics, history, religion, or even psychology. Newman conceives of desire as an existential attribute that is revealed in the writings of the early 20th century settlers, referred to in Zionist parlance as pioneers. But these were a special kind of pioneer, we are told. They did not come to Palestine to blaze a trail or conquer new territory, as other so-called pioneers have done, say in North America, Africa, and other places. They were the pioneers of building, construction, and redemption. This is not pioneerism that one associates with colonialism. He does point out that although these pioneers constituted a tiny minority, 13% of the settlers, they formed the nucleus of the settler elite strata and eventually the backbone of Israel's military establishment. The research for Newman's 2011 book was carried out during the Second Intifada in 2000. In the preface, he is clear about his task: it is an exploration of Jewish desire for the land. As someone who does not speak Arabic, he leaves it for the Palestinians to provide the narrative about their desire for the land. This is a questionable symmetry, although no doubt Newman means to be fair-minded in calling for both sides to tell their stories. In the eyes of the Palestinians, they are called upon to reveal why they desire the land on par with the new colonists, as though the fact of living continuously in Palestine for more than 1,000 years is not sufficient proof of their attachment to the land. One does not have to be proficient in Arabic to understand the meaning of the iconic image of Palestinian refugees who were expelled from their homes in 1948 yet for more than 60 years continued to cling to the keys of their expropriated abodes in Palestine. The land of Palestine is a perennial theme in Palestinian history and literature, Arabic and foreign. The Palestinians saw no need to sing the praises of Palestine, a country that is their natural habitat and taken for granted, until they were displaced and felt the encroachment of the Zionist project on their land. Throughout his book, Newman, 2011, 52, describes the settlers' desire for the land in mystical, metaphorical, even erotic terms. The Zionist narrative of many Halotzim pioneers is a story of falling in love romantically, even sexually, with the land of Israel. Desire for the land becomes constitutive of the settler's being. But how does desire come about? Is it innate? Is desire a social construct, as the anthropologist Laura Stoller, 1995, reminds us in her writings about colonialism? Newman outlines several psychological approaches to the study of desire, all of which he rejects since they are based on the Freudian formulation of the unconscious, in which desire is linked to parental relationship and transference of needs. He settles on the following based on his reading of Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, 2009, by Jill Deleuze and Felix Guattari. What Deleuze and Guattari do is purge desire of its essence and meaning. For desire knows only to crave, to produce. It is pure energy, a fluidity that knows no origins, i.e., derives from no needs, or destinations, i.e., makes no demands, and is not essentially connected to any particular body. and this is how I understand the desire of the Halotzim for the land of Israel. B. Newman 2011, 30. It is worth noting that Deleuze's views of the Zionist settlement in Palestine are revealing and, one might add, at variance with Newman's views. In a 1982 interview, reprinted in 1998, Deleuze said of the Palestinian encounter with Zionism, "There are two very different movements within capitalism. Now it's a matter of taking a people on their own territory and making them work, exploiting them, in order to accumulate a surplus. That's what's ordinarily called a colony. Now, on the contrary, it's a matter of emptying a territory of its people in order to make a leap forward, even if it means making them into a workforce elsewhere. The history of Zionism and Israel, like that of America, happened that second way: how to make an empty space, how to throw out a people." Deleuze and Sandbar 1998, 27. In addition to propounding his free-floating conception of desire, Newman, 2011, 40, goes on to say tautologically that desire exists because it reproduces itself. Desire, then, only desires. Moreover, the Halotzim chose the land of Israel because it chose them. Ibid. 41. He continues to state his case in this tautological vein by essentially closing off the debate about the morality and appropriateness of the whole Zionist project. This is definitely a different perspective on Zionism, but is it credible? And what does it tell us about the travails of those on the receiving end of Zionism, such as the Palestinians? It does not explore the social basis of desire. Why is it that some desire and others do not? Why is the language of desire loaded with derogatory descriptions of the native Palestinian population? In a chapter titled Dissolving Boundaries, Newman proceeds to dissolve the boundaries between flesh, blood, sweat, and bodily fluids, on the one hand, and the soil of the land, on the other, thus obliterating boundaries between human agency and nature. Even the act of digging a well is riddled with sexual innuendos. The pioneers saw removing earth as another way to become intimate with and penetrate the land. Ibid. The emergence of political Zionism and Jewish nationalism as a late 19th century phenomenon is examined by both Chauers, 2012, and Newman, 2011, with no appreciation for the standpoint of its Palestinian victims, to quote the title of an article by Edward Said, 1979, in which he avers that one of the enduring attributes of self-serving idealism, however, is the notion that ideas are just ideas and that they exist only in the realm of ideas. The tendency to view ideas as pertaining only to a world of abstractions increases among people for whom an idea is essentially perfect, good, uncontaminated by human desires or will. Ibid. 10-11. Said goes on to note that effective political ideas like Zionism need to be examined historically in two ways: 1, genealogically in order that their provenance, their kinship and descent, their affiliation both with other ideas and with political institutions may be demonstrated; 2, as practical systems for accumulation, of power, land, ideological legitimacy and displacement, of people, other ideas, prior legitimacy. Ibid. 11. The absence of any dialectical synthesis between the reality of Palestine and its confrontation with Zionism is a major lacuna. Zionism is presented as self-contained and isolated from its surroundings, with its origins, although European in their inspiration, remaining purely Jewish in their manifestation. Here, it is worth noting an observation by Gershon Schafer, an Israeli himself and a student of early Zionism in Palestine, that captures the relevance of colonialism to understanding the Zionist idea. He notes that in their attempts to escape European persecution, Jewish settlers in Palestine could escape Europe, but not rid themselves of it. Schafer 2005, 41. Breaching the consensus. The Israeli-Arab conflict has as its core the efforts of the Zionist settlers to create an exclusivist Jewish society in Palestine and the resistance, first of the native Arab population, and later of states, Arab and other, to this colonization project. The social, national, and state-building processes of Israel are seen by the Arabs as processes of destruction, Dispersion and Destructuration of Palestinian Arab Society. Ehrlich 1987, 122. Avishai Ehrlich's comment is in stark contrast to the routine claims made by Israel and its supporters that the Arab-Israeli conflict is basically a conflict between states and that the Palestine issue is a tangential component of it. The dominant Zionist attitude toward the Palestinians is best reflected in the words of Golda Meir, who more than 3 decades ago brazenly declared, "There is no such a thing as a Palestinian people," a statement that has been roundly criticized, in Economist 2008. Israeli authors who acknowledge the colonial character of Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories since 1967 describe it as different from what had transpired in Israel proper since 1948. The post-1948 project is viewed implicitly or explicitly as non-colonial in essence and as having turned colonial inadvertently or accidentally after 1967, as in Gershom Gorenberg's work, 2006. Overall, except by a few writers, as shown below, the Zionist project is still largely seen in its historical context as non-colonial, if not liberatory, and any deviations from the liberation model are seen as aberrations caused by historical necessity. Although the unfoldings of the Zionist project in historical Palestine in 1948 and 1967, comprising Israel and the occupied territories, had different histories and trajectories, in both instances expulsion, seizure of land, and displacement of the indigenous population, all of which are settler colonialism's hallmarks, were Zionism's common features. Whereas historically it has been Palestinian, other Arab, and Western Marxist writers who have analyzed Israel since its inception from the perspective of colonialism, Kiley 1981, Rodinson 1973, in the past few decades several mainstream writers, including Israeli ones, have breached the once dominant consensus about the nature of Israel as advanced by Israeli and Western social scientists by situating its formation in the context of colonialism and the ensuing conflict with the indigenous Palestinian population. Executing this intellectual reconstruction has not been easy. It was once considered slanderous, as sociologist Yuri Ram, 1993, 330, remarks, to associate Zionism in scholarly discourse with colonialism. Or, as expressed more forcefully by historian Elon Papp, 2003, 81. Who suffered personally and professionally as a result of his critical perspective on Zionism. A New York reference to Zionism as colonialism is tantamount in the Israeli political discourse to treason and self-hatred, see also Papp. E. 2014. Through their writings, Jewish political activists and academics with leftist leanings contributed as early as the 1970s to laying the foundations for a critical Jewish perspective on Israeli society that slowly but eventually made its impact felt in the wider academy. I drew upon the writings of this group more than 3 decades ago in my book The Palestinians in Israel, A Study in Internal Colonialism, Zureik 1979, and there is no need to repeat my discussion of that body of work here in full. Yuri Ram, 1993, 1995, addressed both in a review article and in a subsequent book the intellectual history behind the colonization framework in Israeli sociology. The immediate discussion that follows is a brief overview of efforts by a handful of Israeli writers who fall within this genre. One of the earliest among this group was Yuri Davis, an anti-Zionist member of the defunct Trotskyite Motzman group, who early on exposed the workings of the Jewish National Fund as a colonial instrument for dispossessing the native Palestinians of their land and who applied the label apartheid to describe Israel's treatment of the Palestinians long before it was in use. U. Davis 2003, U. Davis, Mac, and Yuval Davis 1975. Singha Flipan, once an active member of the defunct left-of-center Mapam party, was also one of the early writers to address the impact of Zionism on the indigenous population. It is important to note that Flipan, 1979, who acknowledged that the Palestinian struggle constituted a national movement, did not construe Zionism as a colonial project and was not anti-Zionist himself. Rather, as he stated, it was the ascendancy of militarism. 13. And the disintegration of what he regarded as universal and progressive values within Zionism that had to be rectified if peace with the Palestinians was to be achieved, Ibid. 13. Another Israeli writer who has provided a thorough discussion of Zionism and its colonialist orientations is psychologist Benjamin Beit-Hallahmi, who outright associates Israel throughout its history with colonialism. In his book, Original Sins, Reflections on the History of Zionism and Israel, 1992, Beit-Hallahmi makes the point that even if the intentions of the Zionist settlers were not colonialist from the outset, Zionism, like settler movements elsewhere, cannot be regarded as anything other than settler colonialism given the way that it unfolded in Palestine. Although the Zionist project did not have a mother country to sponsor it, and was not driven by a search for markets and access to raw material, its sponsorship by colonial powers such as Britain, France, and the United States in successive historical periods gave the Zionists the needed impetus to proceed with little serious consideration of the aspirations and opposition of the indigenous population, which was perceived as a surplus population, Ibid. Beit-Hallahmi further notes that creating Jewish sovereignty in Palestine was only possible at the Palestinians' expense. They had to be eliminated, pushed away or dispossessed, Ibid. 82. Whether or not Zionism was intentionally colonial by design is a moot question, since all settler colonialisms end up dispossessing the natives. Around the same time, three central figures in this critical school, who are thus identified with the label post-Zionism. 14. Emerged on the academic scene, sociologist Gershon Schaefer, historian Elon Papp, and sociologist Barak Kimmerling. In Land, Labor, and the Origins of the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict, 1882-1914, Schaefer, 1989, 11, remarks, I came to the conclusion that, during most of its history, Israeli society is best understood not through the existing inward-looking interpretations but rather in terms of the broader context of Israeli-Palestinian relations. 15. This relationship is to be understood by considering the appropriateness of the model of European colonization for the Israeli case, which is due to some structural similarities, Ibid. 10. Schaefer also remarks, at the outset, Zionism was a variety of Eastern European nationalism, that is, an ethnic movement in search of a state. But at the end of the journey it may be seen more fruitfully as a late instance of European overseas expansion, which had been taking place from the 16th through the early 20th centuries. Ibid. 8. In Schaefer's, 1989, Materialist. 16. In contrast to idealist perspective, the crux of the initial Zionist colonization of Palestine was the issue of land and labor, as well as the question of how to implement colonization without exploiting the native population. None of these issues, land, labor, or population, were resolved by the Zionist project without ethnic separation, exploitation, and eventually outright dispossession and cleansing of the Palestinians. Elon Papp, the most prolific of these post-Zionist Israeli writers, has contributed a series of books that offer a critical assessment of the historical origins of the Arab-Israeli conflict as portrayed in mainstream Israeli historiography. Throughout his writings, he has kept his focus on the Palestinian component of the conflict. Papp rejects the claim of Zionist historiography that the Jewish settlement in Palestine was motivated mainly by nationalism and socialism. It is methodologically incorrect, argues Papp, 1988, to assume a causal link between the ideologies, intentions, and writings of the settlers, on the one hand, and what actually unfolded on the ground, on the other. As he correctly sees it, the Zionist venture was driven from its early inception by colonialism and eventually by ethnic cleansing. In a comparative analysis of Zionist settlement and other Christian missionary movements in Africa, Papp shows that the ideological manifestations of these groups, which were influenced by European colonialism under the banners of idealism and progress, belied actual developments that resulted in the exploitation and dispossession of the native population. Ibid. See also Papp 2011. At the time of his death in 2007, the sociologist Barak Kimmerling had achieved a prominent position as a scholar and public intellectual. He is well known for his scathing criticism of Ariel Sharon as the main architect of Israeli colonial policies in the occupied territories, which included waging politicide against the Palestinians, Kimmerling 2003. His analysis of Zionism and the situation in Israel proper is rather different. In his book with Joel Migdal, Palestinians, The Making of a People, Kimmerling and Migdal 1993, there is no place for colonialism as an organizing principle for explaining the historical confrontation between Zionism and the Palestinians. The book is a chronological rendition of the emergence of Palestinian nationalism, with heavy emphasis on primordialism and internal factionalism. What made it refreshing for many readers was that it was written by Israeli mainstream academics. Jan Selby's 2005, 108, overview of post-Zionist writings captures the central weakness of Kimmerling's approach. He sees Zionism as a uniquely non-profit and non-economic settler movement driven exclusively by nationalist sentiment, the result being that he ends up saying nothing either about the world systemic colonial system within which the Zionist movement took shape, or about the political economy of settlement within Ottoman and British Mandate Palestine. Sociologist Gil Eyal, 2006, 33-61, offers a nuanced yet sympathetic interpretation of Zionism, although he admits that as an ideology Zionism is imbued with Orientalist rhetoric, a view that is shared by Israeli historian Chaim Gerber, 2003, referred to earlier. In commenting on the works of Said, Schaeffer, and others, Eyal points out that settler Zionism embodied diverse, even contradictory, attitudes toward the Arab population of Palestine, fascination and disgust, superiority and admiration. Although Eyal does not deny the colonialist attitudes of Zionist writers starting with Theodor Herzl, he claims that these attitudes were motivated by the needs of Zionist settlers to distance themselves from the primitive culture of the native Oriental population, both Arabs and Jews of Middle Eastern origin, and to establish a separate identity that was also dissociated from the European stigmatizing of the Jews. I argue that attempts by Eyal and others, such as Derek Pensla, 2007. 17. To present Zionism as a hybrid of multifaceted sentiments, including anti-colonial sentiments vis-a-vis Europe, do not negate the fact that, except for among a minority of binationalists who were marginalized and sidelined, Zionism's ultimate objective has always been to colonize the land, ensure a substantial Jewish majority, with land dispossession and Arab population transfer being concrete alternatives, and, in the face of Arab opposition, build a society separated from its Arab neighbors. By what the revisionist Vladimir Jabotinsky has called an iron wall. In contrast to other Zionist apologists, Jabotinsky does not shy away from admitting that the Palestinians are a nation and calling the Zionist project a colonial effort that is sustainable only through the use of naked force to counter Arab opposition. Zionist colonization, even the most restricted, must either be terminated or carried out in defiance of the will of the native population. This colonization can, therefore, continue and develop only under the protection of a force independent of the local population, an iron wall which the native population cannot break through. This is, in toto, our policy towards the Arabs. To formulate it any other way would only be hypocrisy. In Essay to 2010, 47, see also Lustig 2008. Up to now, Israel has remained uncommitted to acknowledging its role in what anthropologist Danny Rabinovitz, 2000, has called the original sin that resulted in the 1948 destruction of the Palestinian community, on whose remnants Israel was created. In presenting his critical interpretation of mainstream Israeli writings, historian Gabriel Peiterberg, 2008, 62, argues that Zionism's colonialist character and its foundational myth are manifested along three fundamentals of hegemonic settler narratives. The alleged uniqueness of the Jewish nation in its relentless search for sovereignty in the biblically endowed homeland, the privileging of the consciousness of Zionist settlers at the expense of the colonized, and at the expense of the results of colonization by the settlers rather than their intentions, and the denial of the fact that the presence of the Palestinian Arabs on the land destined for colonization was the single most significant factor that determined the shape taken by the settlers' nation. In tandem with persistent attempts to erase the Palestinian narrative about historical connection to the country, Israeli politicians at the highest level have engaged in distorting and outright concealing the Palestinian presence in the country. Ongoing research by doctoral student Shay Hoskini, 2013, has shown that by withholding archival material from researchers, the Israeli censor continues to conceal the true nature of events following the 1948 onslaught against the Palestinian civil population and its expulsion. Under the leadership of Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, top Middle East scholars in the civil service were assigned the task of providing evidence supporting Israel's position, which was that, rather than being expelled in 1948, the Palestinians had fled of their own volition. Discourse and power. The language of obfuscation. Political language, and with variations this is true of all political parties, from conservatives to anarchists, is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable. Orwell 1946, 139. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be master, that's all. Lewis Carroll, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, in Petit 2005, 153. Raymond Williams's, 1976, Notion of Keywords allows Robert Home, 2003, 298, to note that, through their rhetorical and hegemonic weight, such words offer prisms through which colonial and post-colonial state objectives can be seen. They offer shifting and alternative meanings, deployed for different, sometimes hidden, objectives by different interests. 18. Home analyzes 4 key words that were used to describe the British and Zionist plans for colonizing Palestine: settlement, transfer, partition, and absenteeism. These became tools in dispossessing Palestinians of their land. They were used as a mechanism to override a traditional and communal land tenure system in favor of privatization. These 4 keywords, with their shifting interpretations, sustained in the Mandate period an assault by the modernizing colonial state upon the communal land tenure systems of the Palestinian village, where 2/3 of the Palestinian population lived, preparing the way for the massive land confiscations by the successor Israeli state. Ibid. 301. The word settlement, Home points out, had 2 special meanings in British colonial discourse. First, Article 6 of the League of Nations Palestine Mandate stated that the British shall facilitate Jewish immigration under suitable conditions and shall encourage close settlement by Jews on the land, including state lands and wastelands not required for public purposes, in Foreman and Kedar 2003, 496-97, emphasis added. Close settlement referred to intensive agriculture by means of large-scale agricultural settlements. The second meaning referred to the use of cadastral maps to fix land locations and titles, thus privatizing land ownership and leaving it to the courts to adjudicate legal transactions. This process set the stage for the Zionists to eventually approach individual owners for the purpose of land purchase. Transfer, the second term examined by Home, also had double connotations. First, it was concerned with land transfers, with only registered transactions recognized by the courts. It provided the legal framework for purchase of land. Within a decade, the scale of transfers to Jews, and the accompanying evictions of Palestinian agricultural tenants, were revealing the contradictions in the mandate, and making the British uneasy. Home 2003, 299. The same procedure was followed by Israel after 1948 in the aftermath of the expulsion and flight of the Palestinians, and again after 1967 in the West Bank. In due course, the second meaning of transfer referred to the Palestinian population's transfer. After 1948 the keyword transfer acquired a different and more sinister meaning. associated with a potential policy of systematic physical expulsion of the Palestinians from the State of Israel, Ibid. With regard to partition, Home notes that this third keyword, as it appeared in the Ottoman Land Code, implied something quite different from that acquired under the British Mandate. Under the Ottoman Code, partition allowed jointly owned village land to be periodically reallocated. Land might be held in uneconomic sizes and shapes, with inherited shares of an estate expressed in fractions of no real value. Periodic land readjustment could be achieved through application by 2/3 of the owners of shares in undivided land, and was recorded in a formal partition schedule. Home 2003, 299. Thus the onslaught against communal land ownership was made possible by defining partition politically to mean territorial division between Arabs and Jews. Finally, absenteeism, Home's fourth keyword, had double connotations. First, it referred to landowners who under the British system and later Israel were defined as forfeiting ownership due to their absence from the country or because the land remained idle for a minimum period of time. Whereas under the Ottoman system such land would be held in state trust, and original owners of Miri land had up to 90 years to restore ownership, the Zionists operated under a different interpretation of the land code, for once the state or the Jewish National Fund assumed ownership, such land remained Jewish in perpetuity. Absentee owners increased significantly after the 1948 expulsion. Refugee property was at one point controlled by a military governor and was administered by the so-called custodian of absentee property. Here too this meant that property was not held in trust by the state, as the original British emergency regulations stipulated, after which the Israeli system was set up, but would be transferred to Jewish owners and permanently alienated from its original Palestinian owners. The association between power and knowledge, emphasized by Edward Said, 1978, with a special reference to colonialism's dominant discourse, is apparent in Israel's continuing attempts to erase the colonial past and depict the present as free of any connection between Palestine, its landscape, culture, and continuous Arab presence, and its Arab-Islamic heritage. C. N. Gordon 2002, and Peiterberg 2001. What makes the task of colonialism all the more feasible is that it rests on asymmetrical power relations in which the colonizer utilizes its technology, know-how, superior economy, and military power to impose a way of seeing and describing the colony that naturalizes its actions and discourse toward the colonist. In discussing colonial discourse, Julie Petit, 2005, 153-54, notes that words are more than simple reflections of reality, referencing a moral grammar that underwrites and reproduces power. In this way, colonial language delegitimizes Palestinian claims and stifles voices of dissent in opposition to the Zionist project. In analyzing the naming of events, places, and actions in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Petit is cognizant of the power of words. Words are extraordinarily important for the way they embody ideological significance and circulate moral attributes. In other words, in a conflict setting the words chosen from a vast lexicon to describe events, actions, peoples, places, and social phenomena reverberate with, uphold or contest power. They constitute moral worlds and the humanity of participants and thus, ultimately, the distribution of rights. Ibid. 154. She demonstrates how binary terminology is deployed in public discourse about the conflict, the 1948 Nakba for the Palestinians versus independence for the Zionists, resistance versus terrorism, civilized world versus evil world of terror and darkness, murder and assassination versus legitimate state-targeted killings, and so on. In the wake of the Oslo Agreement, Israel seems to have stepped up its use of what Petit, 2009, calls discursive subterfuge to conceal its true colonial intentions in dealing with the Palestinians. For example, as settlements continued to expand, the seemingly neutral term hipperdut or half-reda, separation in Hebrew, enunciated by Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, Masad 2010, was used to describe the official policy promoted by successive Israeli governments in the occupied territories, see Badil 2009. From 2001 to 2009, during Ariel Sharon's and Ehud Olmert's successive tenures as Prime Minister, Hipperdut mutated into Hitnatkut, severance of contact or relationship, and was eventually transformed into Hitkansut, ingathering, converging, or becoming inward-looking, Cook 2006. Hitkansut, which was borrowed from Jewish spiritual teachings, served the ideological underpinning of the right-wing Kadima Party's unilateral policies in the occupied territories and, contrary to claims by its critics, was presented as a form of Jewish self-reflection that was not intended to denigrate the other. Philologos 2006. Eyal Chaurs, 2012, whose work was discussed earlier, addresses the role and revival of the Hebrew language by contrasting two national figures, the poet Chaim Bialik and the essayist Ahad Hayam. Both are considered key cultural nationalists who viewed language as a tool of spiritual revival. Among researchers of Palestinian history, Asher Ginsberg, whose pen name is Ahad Hayam, is well known for a letter he wrote after a visit to Palestine in the closing decade of the 19th century in which he warned against accepting the Zionist idea that the land was empty and that its Arab inhabitants were primitive and backward. Bialik, in contrast, viewed the Hebrew language as a means of coping with biblical tohu, chaos, formlessness. Language's foremost reason for existence is to cover up formlessness in a pile of words and metaphors, descriptions, and conventions. Language engulfs humans in a world of meanings they have developed in order to deny tohu, or the abyss. Ibid. 197-98. Chaurs describes the consequences of concealing uncomfortable truths through language by way of an example from the actions of David Ben-Gurion, an admirer of Bialik. Ben-Gurion struck a committee in 1949 to suggest replacement names for Arab localities whose inhabitants had been driven out of Palestine in 1947-48. Of the 533 new names suggested by the committee, only 8 Arabic names were transliterated untouched, Ibid. 301. Thus language was put in the service of historical and national erasure of the Palestinians. In his discussion of contemporary Israeli politics, Chaurs makes passing reference to the political use of language in the context of the Israeli-Arab conflict, as seen for example in the censoring of any reference to the Nakba in Israeli school textbooks. He attributes the concealing aspects of the Hebrew language to the conflict with the Arabs. It is not clear, however, whether the Hebrew language would have revealed the truth about reality if there had been no such conflict. Taking examples from contemporary events, Chaurs, 2012, provides a quick summary of how language has been used by Israeli officials and the military to convey messages other than the real intention of the enunciators. The 1982 Israeli attack on Lebanon was officially dubbed Melamet Shalom HaGalil, meaning war for the safety/peace of the Galilee, thereby turning the meaning of the highly potent word shalom on its head, Ibid. 202. He goes on to say, the term Hisol Memokad, which can be translated as focused liquidation, a kind of marriage between the detached surgical term Memokad and the language of commercial sales, is in fact targeted assassination. The word Hisav, an old twist on the word Losov, means the act of revealing or exposing something, but is used by the army to signify a military action in which the orchards, gardens, buildings, fences, and so on of Palestinians are removed for security reasons. Ibid. Michael Sfard, 2012, an Israeli human rights lawyer, demonstrates how the corruption of the Hebrew language by the Israeli military and bureaucracy constitutes a form of Orwellian doublespeak. Extrajudicial executions have become targeted assassinations. Torture has been dubbed moderate physical pressure. Expulsion to Gaza has been renamed assigning a place of residence. The theft of privately owned land has become declaring the land state-owned. Collective punishment is leveraging civilians, and collective punishment by blockade is a siege, closure or separation. The occupation addresses its subjects not in words, but in deed. It is not a language designed for dialogue, but for an extended speech in which the speaker acts and the listener is acted upon. This is the lingua franca common among Palestinians and Israeli soldiers. This linguistic turn revived another dimension of the debate, namely the growing comparison of Israeli policies in the occupied territories with those of South Africa's previous apartheid regime. For those subscribing to the apartheid label, its most visible manifestation in the occupied territories is the so-called separation wall, the building of settlements and roads for exclusive Jewish use, and a whole host of other concrete policies that will be discussed below. As pointed out in a report by the Human Sciences Research Council of South Africa, 2009, in many respects the Israeli form of separation resembles, and some would argue is worse than, the once practiced system of South African apartheid, which in the Afrikaner language also means separation, THIRD 2003. Although, as expected, this semantic equivalence is rejected outright by Zionists across the ideological spectrum, the slide into an apartheid regime is nevertheless highlighted by Daniel Blattman, 2011, head of the Institute for Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University. He sees an apartheid state that is reminiscent of the old South Africa developing in Israel as a result of the tsunami of racist laws enacted by the Knesset. He specifically cites the Acceptance Committee law, according to which localities are entitled to vote on accepting or rejecting newcomers, meaning Arabs, the Nakba law, which authorizes the state to withhold funding for education and for culture programs from local councils that celebrate the Nakba, and the citizenship law, which strips citizenship from those who are convicted of espionage or treason. In Blattman's view, the aim of these legislations is the gradual establishment of an apartheid state in Israel, and the future separation on a racial basis of Jews and non-Jews, Ibid. Indeed, the South African government officially condemned the forced removal of Palestinians from East Jerusalem to make room for Jewish settlers and compared this action to what transpired during the apartheid regime in South Africa, in 2009. A word of caution is sounded by Julie Petit, 2009, who argues for a strategic use of the label apartheid in the Israeli-Palestinian context, inasmuch as the analogy with South Africa's old apartheid system is valid on several counts. Israel sets limits on the free mobility of the Palestinian population, it controls the land and other natural resources such as water, it uses the pass system and repressive policies to counter opposition to military rule, it fosters economic dependency, it has implemented a dual legal system, one part governing the native Palestinians and the other being for exclusive use by Jewish settlers, it privileges the settlers, example in the law of return, and as the colonizer, it has exclusive control of the security apparatus. Petit's, 2009, warning against accepting the apartheid analogy in toto is pragmatic and based on the following considerations. First, the injection of race language in denouncing Israeli methods of occupation will not elicit international support on the scale of South Africa due mainly to the Jewish historical experience of discrimination and racism, not to mention the Holocaust. Petit may be onto something here, except that the debate over domestic Jewish racism is now voiced in Israel itself, Bar L 2014, Shenhav and Yonah 2008, where all along public opinion data on attitudes toward the Arab population have overwhelmingly demonstrated a high level of racism and endorsement of discrimination, significantly among Jewish youth, Kosh T 2010, Zulaikovic 2010. Furthermore, racism in Israel is not confined to surveys of fleeting public attitudes but permeates the institutional structure of the state, such as the Knesset and government policies, Mata al-Carmel 2010a, Rabinovitz, Ganem, and Yiftikel 2000, Rafafer 2010, Weiler Polik 2009. According to reports on civil rights in Israel, the level of discrimination and racism shown toward the Palestinian citizens of Israel has risen substantially in the past few years, example see Akri 2009, 2012 c., and in all likelihood it will continue to rise in the presence of a far-right government, some of whose ministers publicly espouse racist attitudes toward Palestinian citizens of the state. A study by Israeli psychologists has revealed a high level of self-victimization and delegitimization of Palestinians, Bartal and Teichmann 2005. Violations of civil rights do not stop at the doorsteps of the homes where Palestinians live in Israel. These attitudes towards civil rights will eventually engulf the Jewish sector as well, although admittedly they will take a different form and have lower intensity. David Landau, 2010, in the face of personal and physical attacks on those whom he considers to be liberal Israeli Jews, has warned that Israel has slid almost inadvertently a long way down the slope that leads to McCarthyism and racism. The charge of proto-fascism is now voiced more frequently in Israel, Ann Gordon 2010. Blattman, 2011, sees a direct link between anti-Arab racism and laws enacted by the Knesset. 19. Israeli racism, whose natural hothouse is the colonialist project in the territories, has long since spilled into Israel's society and has been legitimized in the series of laws recently passed in the Knesset. Only people who avoid looking at the broad historical context of such a process he refers to Nazi laws and apartheid South Africa are still able to believe it is possible to stop the emergence of an Israeli apartheid state without getting rid of the colonialist racist grip on the territories. As expected, there will be those old guard liberal Zionists of the left who take issue with this characterization, echoing Shlomo Aveinri's 2010b, view that Israel is the opposite of fascist and that, like other democracies, it merely has marginal extremists who tarnish its image. Aveinri comments that these racist tendencies directed at non-Jews are being fought in the public arena and so far have not been translated into laws depriving non-Jewish Israeli citizens of democratic rights. In replying to Aveinri, Arnon Golan, 2010, points out that what is talked about is the gradual slide into a fascist political culture and that its proponents are not marginal figures but include government ministers, government-salaried rabbis, and the leadership of several right-wing parties. The belated cry against pronouncements such as those by rabbis against renting homes to non-Jews or against Jews marrying non-Jews is nothing short of a mild rebuke. It is unlikely that these rabbis will be dismissed from their position or prosecuted. To return to Petit's 2009 comments, it seems that more, not less, public discussion of racism in Israel is called for so as to publicize its widespread use and make the analogy with apartheid more tangible and credible, as has been done by Daryl Glazer, 2010. Second, according to Petit, unlike South Africa, Israel has never enunciated an explicit policy of discrimination against the Palestinian population that is written in law, although one could quarrel with this stance in light of Knesset legislations aimed at criminalizing any mention of the Nakba and other related discriminatory legislations that target the Palestinians of Israel. 20. It is thus, according to Petit, difficult for the public to seize on what appears to be camouflaged policies of racism. Third, the demographic comparison is lopsided since, in the case of Israel, the Jews comprise a majority, a slim one, mind you, if we consider the Arab-Jewish population balance west of the Jordan River, compared to South Africa's whites, who amounted to no more than 17% of the population at the height of the apartheid regime. Petit, Ibid, concludes by noting that it may be time to develop a new language. She is correct to say that apartheid cannot thoroughly explain Zionist ideology or Israeli practices. It can simply offer broad points of comparison, a framing by an already powerful concept. Yet the Afrikaans term, as noted above, does have a Hebrew counterpart in the term hafreda, meaning separation or putting distance between oneself and others, in this case, the Palestinians. In Hebrew, the wall is often referred to as the hafreda barrier. As we have seen, however, a new language is indeed being introduced, superseding the hafreda slogan, but this language is being deployed by Israeli policymakers to justify Israeli policies. It is high time for critical scholars to address the issue. This does not mean that the argument of separation is irrelevant. According to Aleph Ben, 2010, the success of Ariel Sharon's separation policies has the advantage of removing the Palestinians from the sight of the Israeli public. Commitment to the idea that they, the Palestinians, are there and that we, the Jews, are here ensures that there is little knowledge among the Jewish public about what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank and hence little acknowledgement of responsibility. Finally, Petit, 2009, is correct, however, in pointing out that the Palestinians face a formidable obstacle in confronting Israel's effective use of the current buzzwords terrorists and security to justify its policies toward the Palestinians. To a very large extent, the international community has accepted Israel's rationale. The language and logic of security. The barrier that Israel is presently constructing within the territory of the West Bank goes by the name of seam zone, security fence, or wall. The word annexation is avoided as it is too accurate a description and too concerned about the need to obfuscate the truth. The fact must be faced that what we are presently witnessing in the West Bank is a visible and clear act of territorial annexation under the guise of security. Annexation of this kind goes by another name in international law, conquest. Dugard 2003, 6-8. The logic of security has become the most authoritative prism through which to refract difference so as to stratify subaltern groups. Bletcher 2005, 731. Semantic analysis of political discourse has occupied international relations experts since the early part of the 20th century, when the field of communication and mass media assumed a central role in the analysis of political and social life. As quantitative analysis and eventually computerization progressed, there was a need to understand actors' utterances and weigh the meaning of words by developing semantic coding methods that made it possible to determine the effective and neutral tone of one's utterances and communication patterns. In Canada, political scientist Ole Holsty, 1969, pioneered the technique of content analysis of large texts by developing a coding method and computerized dictionary to translate the meaning of keywords into quantitative measures. Psychologists developed the concept of the semantic differential to assign quantitative values to attitudes and manipulate these values in sophisticated analysis that made it possible to determine correlations and causality. As the popularity of qualitative research grew, content analysis techniques were developed for application in qualitative research as well so as to establish connections and communication patterns among the studied groups and individuals. A plethora of software is available to researchers in the humanities for this purpose. The authors dealt with below rely on a much more straightforward, interpretative analysis of language to show that, in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, media and public discourse tap stereotypes that are framed in a specific cultural temporal context and are reinforced by the power positions of the protagonists. This is a key distinction between content and discourse analysis. For Joseph Massad, 2010, it is a problem not of word usage as such but of translation using the Zionist lexicon to describe facts on the ground. Thus for Zionism, colonization goes hand in hand with peace, and any resistance to colonization is translated into a declaration of war. Colonialism is peace, anti-colonialism is war, ibid, emphasis in original. Similar translation problems occur with reference to sovereignty and security. Israeli human rights lawyer David Kritzmer, 1990, 137, points out in mild language that Zionist, possession of Palestinian land is defined in terms of collective security, even though this results in discriminatory practices and dispossession of the Palestinians. The perception of Jewish ownership of land and settlement as essential mechanisms of maintaining the security of the Jewish collective means that security measures which restrict basic liberties of Arab citizens may be employed to facilitate them. There is nothing new here since colonial history has always linked security claims to appropriation of land from the native population. This is the cornerstone of colonialism, of which Zionism is but one late example. Thus, in the name of security, Israel has launched numerous and disproportionate targeted killings of the Palestinians in the occupied territories and in the refugee camps in neighboring countries such as Lebanon. Under the current right-wing Israeli government, the security argument is increasingly advanced to justify human rights violations targeting Palestinian citizens in Israel. Amira Hass, 2006, poignantly comments that when it comes to the Palestinians, Israel acts in the name of security, but not for its sake. Palestinian legal scholar Samir Esmair, 2004, 3, points out that issues pertaining to demography, Arab-owned lands, Arab Palestinians moving and crossing borders, political dissent, certain forms of knowledge, speech, memory, and the relationship to the past become security concerns. Hillel Cohen, 2004, singles out the chilling effect of the security argument on the dissemination of information. He argues that the General Security Service, or Shin Bet, has successfully managed to curtail research on its activities in the name of state security. A germane example of language analysis of security claims is provided by Jonathan Mendel, who shows that when it comes to discussions of security, there is almost unanimous agreement among Israeli media outlets to refrain from critical assessment of the military establishment and to take its word at face value. This is made possible through the exercise of voluntary self-discipline by the media, which, as Mendel, 2008, comments, makes the practice of journalism all the more dangerous. See also Sfard 2012. As portrayed in the media, the Israeli military is forced to fight and react to Palestinian violence but never initiates it, even though, as Mendel points out, the Israeli army had killed 4,485 Palestinians in the previous 7 years, most of whom were civilians. References to apartheid, Palestinian citizens of Israel, Bantustans, ethnic cleansing, the Nakba, racism, and so on are taboo in the Israeli context. By content analyzing 3 major Israeli newspapers a decade ago, Neve Gordon, 2004, examined the role of the Israeli press in legitimating and rationalizing extrajudicial killings of Palestinians. 3/4 of Israelis polled supported the policy of extrajudicial killings, even though 45% believed that these executions increased Palestinian violence and only 22% said that assassinations would deter Palestinian violence. Gordon concludes that, by ignoring the context and background of Palestinian violence and instead presenting it as a byproduct of an irrational and violent culture, the newspapers legitimized government actions. Rarely do we see Israeli journalists actually interview family members of those who commit suicide bombings so as to understand the circumstances that led to such acts. Academic research on suicide bombing in Palestine has established a causal relationship between state repression and suicide bombing, BRYM and Arash 2006-2008. The campaign to vilify Arab citizens in order to delegitimize their right to engage in lawful protest is revealed in semi-structured interviews with Arab leaders and journalists, as well as in content analysis of 2 major Hebrew newspapers' coverage of the Land Day protests that are organized annually to commemorate the confiscation of Arab land in 1976 and the killings of 6 Arab citizens by the police. By drawing upon a stereotypical interpretation of Arab culture as basically violent, the findings show a systematic exaggeration by the press of the violent intent of Arab protest, which usually takes place with little evidence of violence. Collective Arab behavior is depicted as a threat to public security. When it comes to introducing changes in the socio-economic and political position of the Arab minority, the press, the authors conclude, serves as one of the primary agents preventing such changes by constantly denigrating this population. Wolfsfeld, Avraham and Abareya 2129. It must be stated that although Israel has used the state security argument to its fullest in order to trample on human rights and dispossess Palestinians, the argument is not unique to Israel, as demonstrated by events following the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States. In the name of security, Western states, particularly the United States under President Barack Obama, have increased their surveillance of American citizens, with a special focus on Muslims and Arabs, and adopted measures that infringe on human rights. Webb 2007. Security is not always about security, as a report of Israeli practices at the country's largest border crossing at Ben Gurion Airport shows. According to a former airport employee, the checks at the airport have expanded and are now designed to confront the geopolitical situation of the region. Searches and lengthy interrogations, which lead to unnecessary delays, are intended to prevent activists and pro-Palestinian groups from visiting the OPT. They range from volunteer work to nonviolent demonstrations or protest actions that pose no security threat to Israelis. Greenberg 2012, see also Villeneuve 2014. Who articulates the logic of security, and how is it conveyed to a target audience? Is security defined through the Speech Act, as the Copenhagen School claims, or is it defined in conjunction with other forms of communication such as televisual media? How to appraise its success or failure, and how to estimate its cost from the human rights perspective? Above all, should an existential security threat be accepted at face value because it has been enunciated by official decision makers? These are important questions that cannot be addressed in their entirety here. Although research about securitization has received new impetus since September 11, 2001, it had already been introduced in the security literature more than a decade earlier by Barry Buzan and colleagues at the Copenhagen School. Even though securitization claims invariably involve surveillance, this literature eschews linking surveillance to framing the issue of securitization and, in turn, to privacy violations and human rights. Buzan and Weyever, 2003, 491, define securitization as the discursive process through which an intersubjective understanding is constructed within a political community to treat something as an existential threat to a valued referent object, and to enable a call for urgent and exceptional measures to deal with the threat. Securitization defined this way is a form of discourse designed to draw attention to an existential threat. Furthermore, Buzan defines the concept of macro-securitization in the following way. By macro-securitization I mean a securitization aimed at, and up to a point succeeding, in framing security issues, agendas, and relationships on a system-wide basis. Macro-securitizations are based on universalist constructions of threats and or referent objects. A macro-securitization can be about a shared fate, where the referent object is staged in universalist terms, e.g. the planetary environment, human civilization, or about a widespread sharing of the same threat even though the specific referent objects are mainly at state and societal level, e.g. terrorism, disease. In Mikirishvili 2008. In the words of Weyever, 1995, 55. What then is security? With the help of language theory, we can regard security as a speech act. In this usage, security is not of interest as a sign that refers to something more real, the utterance itself is the act. By saying it, something is done, as in betting, giving a promise, naming a ship. By uttering security a state representative moves a particular development into a specific area, and thereby claims a special right to use whatever means are necessary to block it. Assessment of the securitization field that concerns itself with issues of societal identity has raised questions about its constructivist thrust, which is anchored in an analysis of speech acts, following the works of philosophers John Austin and John Searle, to the neglect of other forms of communication, M. Williams 2003. Moreover, the Copenhagen School posits that language goes beyond shaping our perception of reality by treating language as self-referential and equating speech claims with reality itself. The main task of the Speech Act, according to the Securitization School, is to bring about consensus between the audience and the securitizing actor. In his criticism of the Speech Act approach adopted by the Copenhagen School, Thierry Baltsac, 2005, 181, echoes Ludwig Wittgenstein's words, in this scheme, there is no security problem except through the language game. To move away from a universalist, subjectivist frame of reference in the analysis of securitization, Baltsac's criticism advances a pragmatic, strategic framework that contextualizes securitization in terms of the power position of the enunciator of security claims, the social identity of the securitizing actor, and the nature of the intended audience, while allowing for the presence of oppositional groups that could provide alternative security claims. What is peculiar about the linguistic turn in the securitization research is its neglect of the rich literature on power, language, and hegemony, in the tradition of Edward Herman and Noam Chomsky's, 1988, work on how societal consensus is manufactured. As pointed out above, the literature on security does not make clear the connection between state securitization and surveillance, on the one hand, and the human consequences of the convergence of securitization and surveillance, on the other. More pronounced is the absence of what Pavel Beeve and J. Peter Burgess, 2002, 125, call, in the context of the rhetoric over the war on terror and with reference to the Israeli-Palestinian encounter, the practice of state terrorization of the political other. Although at one time there were attempts by some governments, such as Canada's, to introduce human security in order to complement state and military security, the weight of the state and its monopoly over the means of violence rendered human rights security concerns subservient to state security, Zureik and Hindle 2004. The stress on state security continues to exact a high human toll through ethnic cleansing and the drive toward population homogenization in various parts of the world. According to some, the upshot of this is that securitization policies by the nation-state accomplished the opposite of their original intentions by perpetuating conflict and undermining state security, Malag 2007. Michael Williams, 2003, 525, explains. At the heart of these issues is the question of whether a theory so closely tied to speech for its explanatory and ethical position is capable of addressing the dynamics of security in a world where political communication is increasingly bound with images and in which televisual communication is an essential element of communicative action. Drawing upon the Habermasian notion of communicative action as a means to enhance democratic practice in the public debate about security issues, Williams points out that the Copenhagen School's theory of securitization remains very much tied to discourse analysis of speech acts and is yet to address how communicative action through images and electronic media impacts an audience in a cultural and social context located outside a space of interaction between the speech actor and the target audience. The Palestinian population is usually bracketed outside such discourse, which is mainly carried out between a Jewish speech actor and the Jewish audience. The intention is to exclude Palestinians from taking part in the public debate about existential security issues as they are defined by Israeli Jewish policymakers. As a matter of fact, there is a complete disconnect between the Jewish and Arab public regarding what constitutes the public good and security issues. Security and the state of exception. The tradition of the oppressed teaches us that the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. We must attain to a conception of history that is in keeping with this insight. Benjamin 1999, 257. It is not surprising, however, that there is a great deal of interest in the applicability of Giorgio Agamben's, 1998, 2005, state of exception framework to Israel. In the course of attempting this alignment, several criticisms have been voiced. One criticism of Agamben's work is that he presents a passive, totalizing view of the oppressed. Nowhere do we see the colonist reacting in voice or in action to their subjugated existence. Lenton 2008 b. 1-22, see also Jamal and Sandor 2010. A related cautionary note is sounded by E.L. Wiseman, who questions the applicability of Agamben's binary framework regarding the state of exception and argues that characterizing the West Bank and Gaza, indeed Israel itself, as primarily in a state of exception potentially obscures the complex assemblages of actors involved in contesting methods of social control, including surveillance practices. Wiseman and Castris Janikis 2007. This becomes even more apparent in discussions of patterns of resistance to surveillance. Furthermore, Agamben's work lacks any reference to gender violence, particularly the role of women and how they are targeted for systemic violence in national conflict situations. Lenton 2006, 3. Elon Papp provides a different and more encompassing criticism of the applicability of Agamben's framework to Israel. This critical assessment of Agamben is shared by Abigail Bacon and Yasmin Abu Laban, 2010, see also Ghanem and Chilhat 2011, and Lenton 2008 b. Papp, 2008, argues that Israel is not in a state of exception but a state of oppression as far as the indigenous Palestinian population is concerned. He labels this the state of the Mukhabarat, intelligence state in Arabic, echoing the characterization by the late Israeli philosopher Yeshayahu Leibowitz, who called Israel the Shin Bet state, in Levy 2011. Following Agamben's argument, to say that Israel is in a state of exception is to subscribe to the notion that it was once a democracy for all of its citizens but has gradually become undemocratic. Three conditions characterize a state of exception: changes in sovereignty, amendments of constitutions and transformations on the ground, based on new legislation or delegislation, PAP 2008, 155. According to PAP, none of these prevail in the case of Israel. With regard to the first point, PAP points out that there has been no real transition in power from the legislature to the executive, as was the case in Germany's state of exception with the rise of Adolf Hitler. In its treatment of the Palestinians, the state rests on its power to oppress, regardless of whether the power lies with the government or the parliament, Ibid. 156. The distinction between the sovereign, executive, and parliament is meaningless in the case of Israel, as far as the Palestinian Homo Sacer is concerned, PAP 2005. The bare life of the Palestinians is disconnected from any transition and slide into undemocratic practices. The majority Jewish population is not affected by any changes in sovereignty or by the presence of Palestinian bare life. Furthermore, Jewish citizens of Israel are disinterested in this debate, since we Jews accept the state's racist ideological infrastructure and trust it to disallow any legal or real parallels between us and them, the oppressed Palestinians, PAP 2008, 156. The second requirement for a state of exception to exist is that the citizenry must be unaware of the diminution in the system of checks and balances governing the functioning of government. In the case of Israel, PAP 2008, 157, argues, the Israeli state of oppression of Palestinians is noticed, acknowledged, and welcomed by its Jewish citizens who leave it in the hands of the political elite to vacillate between de facto and de jure acknowledgement. Only when the dilution of the system of checks and balances begins to affect the Jewish majority does Agamben's model of the state of exception become relevant to the Israeli case. Finally, according to PAP, the overarching Zionist framework of the state was designed from the outset to dispossess and oppress the Palestinians. Thus the model of the state of exception fails in its applicability to the Israeli case due to the fact that, being a colonial state from its inception, Israel embodied certain laws and rules that sui generis are anti-democratic in their impact on the Palestinian population. Prime examples of this are the emergency regulations, which date back to the time of the British Mandate and are still on the books, and the Israeli law of return. Here, PAP 2008, 159, concludes that Israel is an exception to the state of exception. The integration of these abuses of power, law, and sovereignty into the ideology of a colonizing regime is beyond Agamben's discursive and analytical framework. And these elements that are basically racist and colonialist and not the outcome of a collapsing republic or democracy are far more sustainable as facts of life. They remain so pervasive in the lives of citizens not because of laws, their interpretation, or even their abuse, but because of the way the State of Israel came into being, and due to an element that is totally absent from the paradigm of the state of exception, the hegemony of the security apparatuses. The language and process of dehumanization. The language of dehumanization is not confined to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Events in Iraq following the U.S. invasion of 2003, most notably prisoner treatment at the hands of American interrogators in the Abu Ghraib prison, involved a familiar torture practice where culture, religion, and ethnicity figured prominently in shaping the attitudes of American prison officials. 21. As a matter of fact, the Abu Ghraib model has been referred to in describing instances where Israeli soldiers have behaved in a similar manner toward Palestinian prisoners, Haaretz 2008. Dehumanizing Palestinians in the occupied territories is a frequent practice among members of the ruling establishment and, to a very large extent, among the public at large. Data revealed in numerous public opinion polls, discussed in Chapter 5. Show that the attitudes of the Jewish public, young and old, to the issues of the citizenship and human rights of the Palestinian citizens of Israel are tainted with racism. In the words of Neve Gordon, 2004, 319. The Palestinians are frequently presented as the bad guys. They are immoral evil beings who do not really care about the value of human life. They are the provokers, aggressors, assailants, and terrorists, who are driven by emotions, irrational and fanatic aspirations. Israelis, on the other hand, are often portrayed as moral beings. Human life is of great value to them. They merely react in order to defend and secure life. They are the victims who are driven by rational calculations and whose major aim is to protect life. That the law is rarely applied in criminal situations involving Arab victims and state agents is proof that the exception is the rule. For example, a policeman who shot and killed an Arab citizen protesting in 2006 was eventually sentenced to 30 months of imprisonment, and this was an exception. The Musawa Center for Arab Rights in Israel, which keeps track of such incidents, has reported 45 cases where the police shot Arab civilians that were not officially investigated, Cowrie 2010. Since the mass protests of October 2000, there has been only one case in which a policeman or soldier has been criminally indicted. In spite of the fact that 13 Palestinian citizens of Israel were killed during the demonstrations, no indictments were ever filed against any of the policemen involved, and all the cases were closed by the Attorney General. Worse still, none of the mild recommendations of the Or Commission, 2003, concerning ways to close the gaps between Jews and Arabs in many different realms of life in Israel were ever implemented by the government, Dalil 2003, Pellet 2005. As expected, the situation is no different when the victims are Palestinians from the territories. Here is how journalist Avi Issacharoff, 2009, describes the ethnically bifurcated structure of the Israeli criminal justice system. Experience, and statistics, show that Israeli law enforcement is remarkably lax when it comes to tackling violence against Palestinians. The, justifiably, original, prevailing feeling among Palestinians in the West Bank is that their blood is of no consequence. It's hard to find a Palestinian today who will make an effort to approach the Israeli police about a settler assault, unless Israeli human rights groups help him. The way Palestinians in the territories see it, Israeli law is enforced only if Jews are harmed, while incidents in which Palestinians are murdered, beaten, or otherwise wounded are treated cursorily at best, and more often, are ignored entirely. 22. It is not uncommon to come across unpolished racist statements by Israeli leaders. According to Robert Fisk, 2005, 507, in August 2000 Prime Minister Ehud Barak called the Palestinians crocodiles. One-time Israeli Chief of Staff Moshe Yaalon described them as a cancerous manifestation and equated the military action in the occupied territories with chemotherapy. In March 2001, the Israeli tourism minister at the time, the late Rehav Ze'evi, called Yasser Arafat a scorpion. Raphael Eitan, a former Israeli chief of staff, referred to the Palestinians as cockroaches in a bottle. Menachem Begin called them two-legged beasts. A decade ago, the Shas party's spiritual leader, who suggested that God should send the Palestinian ants to hell, also called them serpents. Updating these labels with reference to more recent accounts reveals that in August 2010 the same Sephardic chief rabbi, Yosef Ovida, 2010, pronounced that God should strike the Palestinians with a plague. Dan Skoufton, a professor at Tel Aviv University, was quoted in the Ma'ariv newspaper in October 2009 as having said that the Arabs are the biggest failure in the history of the human race. There's nothing under the sun that's more screwed up than the Palestinians, Leibovitz Dar 2009. Journalist Amira Hass, 2010a, captures the logic of Israeli justice when it comes to Arab victims at the hands of the state's agents. If anyone in the world had called Israel an abscess, we would have generated a wave of protests, and learned scholars of anti-Semitism would lecture about the vocabulary that the Nazis borrowed from pathology and microbiology. The same holds for Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. But when a deputy prime minister of Israel and a member of the Labour Party used a clinical metaphor to talk about the Gaza Strip this week, Gaza is an abscess, troublesome pus in original, no one got upset. We are always allowed to do what others are not. Speaking before the United Nations General Assembly in September 2011, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reiterated that the Jewishness of the Israeli state, where 20% of the citizens are not Jewish, must be acknowledged by the Palestinians as a prerequisite for peace, IMFA 2011. In a Knesset speech on the eve of his visit to the United States, Netanyahu stated the same conditions as a prelude to negotiations with the Palestinians, Bronner 2011. Avigdor Lieberman, Israel's foreign minister at the time, declared at the United Nations in New York in October 2010 that without recognition of Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people and refugees, there would be no peace with the Palestinians, IMFA 2010. The implication of this stance is clear: it rules out the return of any Palestinian refugees to their homes in Israel, and it robs non-Jewish citizens of the state of their universal rights. 23. The Palestinians constitute what the Italian philosopher Giorgio Agamben, 1998, calls homo sacer, according to which the universal laws of humanity do not apply to them. For Israel, the Palestinians, particularly those who reside in the Opt, deserve to exist in conditions of bare life. Their minimal existence is tolerated but not enhanced. Invariably, the law is suspended when it comes to rectifying Palestinian grievances. Israel is usually quick to cite national security as justification for its lethal actions. Life for its Palestinian citizens is in a perpetual state of emergency because exception to the universal application of the law is the rule. As a colonial state, Israel is best viewed through a racialist prism given that ethnicity and race govern the treatment of its citizens. As shown in Chapter 4. The discourse of biopolitics, i.e., demography and population management, and settlements in Israel are logical expressions of Zionism, and they will continue to be its cornerstone until Israel achieves its objective of getting rid of as many of its Palestinians as possible through either expulsion or so-called population and territorial exchanges. At best, the Palestinians in Israel are treated as a suspect community that must be closely surveilled by the state's various institutions and the Jewish public. The Zionist project remains in full throttle, in line with what the founders of the state dreamed of. Current and future leadership will not rest until the Palestinian presence in Israel is significantly reduced. Conclusion. This chapter has traced Zionist perceptions of the Palestinians and the land on which they live, showing that although there have been diversions and nuanced interpretations of Zionism on the part of Zionist spokespersons and their supporters, a constant core has remained, which continues to typify attitudes toward the Palestinians, whether they are citizens of Israel or reside in the occupied territories, a focus on effecting population management and territorial control so as to ensure perpetual Jewish dominance in historical Palestine. As is the case with colonial projects in general, territorial exchange and land confiscation as well as population displacement or outright expulsion have been entertained and at crucial times practiced by the Zionist leadership of various political shades. With ethnic cleansing in place, these methods reached a crescendo on the eve of the state's establishment in 1948, and they are now being voiced and practiced with regard to the West Bank. I have argued that although these attitudes reflect a specific Zionist ideology that is being increasingly couched in the language of security, land redemption, and religious invocations, the project is basically secular and is rooted in the colonial character of the Zionist movement and its manifestation in Israel in 1948 and subsequent expansion through settlement activities in 1967. For this experiment to succeed, there must be a sustained discourse that dehumanizes the native Palestinian population. The language of securitization has been used in a blanket fashion to justify the suspension of basic human rights for the Palestinians. Through an examination of language use, this chapter has demonstrated the ideological basis of the discourse that shaped, and continues to inform, the attitude of the Israeli state toward the Palestinians. 3. Colonialism as surveillance. One of the most powerful strategies of imperial dominance is that of surveillance, or observation, because it implies a viewer with an elevated vantage point. It suggests the power to process and understand that which is seen, and it objectifies and interpellates the colonized subject in a way that fixes its identity in relation to the surveyor. Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin 1998, 226. The gaze metaphor in surveillance studies owes its origin to Jacques Lacan's mirror stage theory, in which the gaze corresponds to the grand autre, or the process of othering, whereby the colonizer's self-affirmation and identity construction are configured on the basis of stigmatizing and denigrating the identity of the other, the colonist. In this process, the identification, objectification, and subjection of the subject are simultaneously enacted. The imperial gaze defines the identity of the subject, objectifies it within the identifying system of power relations and confirms its subalternity and powerlessness. Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin 1998, 226. Although othering is a convenient way of propping up one's ego and power, it is inherently fragile. It must be constantly fed by the illusory inferiority of the other and is thus constantly at risk of being discredited. A key feature of surveillance in colonist regions is its racialization of the native. As noted by Alex Lubin, 2008, 674, who locates Orientalist discourse underpinning the rationale for erecting a wall on the border of the United States and Mexico and for the Israeli occupation wall in the West Bank, racialization is always relational and comparative, establishing a clear order of right and wrong, strong and weak, civilized and savage. Yasmin Abu-Laban and Abigail Bacon, 2011, demonstrate that what distinguishes surveillance in Israel/Palestine is its racialized context and the asymmetric power relations between the colonizer and colonist. Academic research by social scientists and legal scholars about surveillance and security in Western countries has grown remarkably in the past couple of decades, particularly since the attack of September 11, 2001 on the United States. Yet, among key social science writers on modes of surveillance, states of exception, and securitization, empirical research on colonial and post-colonial regimes, notably in the Middle East, is underrepresented. This is peculiar since surveillance and the state of exception, in which the law is framed and suspended for the purpose of ruling indigenous populations and territory, is a common feature of both colonial and post-colonial zones experiencing ethno-national conflicts. Before surveillance became a topic of interest to social science, studies of colonial situations bearing on the central role of surveillance came mainly from the humanities, historians, anthropologists, and more recently media and culture studies scholars. As the discussion below demonstrates, the insights of these researchers provide an important point of departure for this study. Colonial and post-colonial surveillance. Such scientific racial classifications and racist evaluation of colonized populations which were based, among other things, on biometric considerations effectively function to legitimate colonial occupation and the acts of colonial genocide perpetrated by the colonizers against indigenous peoples. Pugley's 2010, 39. Two features are central to colonial surveillance studies as essential instruments of ruling and state formation: the quotidian everyday context of people watching people and the formal aspect of colonial policies that are embodied in bureaucratic, enumerative, and legal measures that are aimed at controlling the territory by classifying and categorizing the population through what Martha Kaplan, 1995, calls panopticism. Thus, in his masterful work on India, C.A. Bailey, 1996, shows how the gathering of information in colonial India involved not only census and survey data about the population and territory but also information gathered through informal surveillance by astrologers, physicians, marriage brokers, and holy men. Categorization and enumeration of the population in pre-colonial India were carried out by local elites and subsequently modified and implemented by the British for the purposes of ruling and taxation. From the mid-18th century onward, the British cultivated colonial knowledge that was embedded in a corpus of Orientalist tropes. The stereotyping of the other in Orientalist discourse, inasmuch as it is a basic staple of colonial knowledge. 1. Should not obscure the fact that, as Bailey shows, it is not always successful and triggers resistance by the colonist. Indeed, India's resistance to British rule shows how the colonists successfully used the same tools of information dissemination that were applied by the colonizer to control them, notably the print media. As Martha Kaplan, 1995-93, remarks, clearly, the power of colonized people to articulate their own projects, to challenge colonial discourses, and to make their own histories constrains the projects of colonizers and, sometimes, remakes the panopticon into a constraint on its constructors. David Spur, 1993, lists 12 discursive modes by which colonial rhetoric constructs the other. These start with surveillance and extend through appropriation, aestheticization, classification, debasement, and negation to eventually end with resistance. Spur's list is not all that different from the one provided by Bernard Cohn, 1996, who analyzes colonial knowledge through 6 modalities: historiographic, observational/travel, survey, enumerative, museological, and surveillance. Surveillance is not a one-way activity. Mary Louise Pratt, 1991, 6, takes into account the co-presence of the colonizer and the colonist in a dialectical fashion in the context of the contact zone, which she defines as the space of colonial encounters, the space in which peoples geographically and historically separated come into contact with each other and establish ongoing relations, usually involving conditions of coercion, radical inequality, and intractable conflict. She argues for the need to understand how the colonizer and colonist are co-constituted through these encounters. This observation has direct relevance to understanding how encounters between Israeli state agents, i.e., soldiers, police, and bureaucrats, and Palestinians are co-constituted, albeit in a situation of asymmetrical power relations, be it at the checkpoint, at the airport terminal, in everyday movement, or in routine contact with the elaborate bureaucratic apparatus of the state and its military. As this chapter will demonstrate, ethnographic studies prove to be powerful research instruments in highlighting the carceral experience of Palestinians under occupation. R.J. Smith, 2011. Quantification and categorization as discursive forms of surveillance. To divide, deploy, schematize, tabulate, index, and record everything in sight, and out of sight, are the features of Orientalist projections. Said 1978, 86. As pointed out above, Kaplan, 1995, considers the use of questionnaires, censuses, maps, records, and reports by colonial regimes to be tools of surveillance. As a matter of fact, Kaplan provides evidence from the British rule in India to question Michel Foucault's, 1977, claim regarding the unique association between modernity and panopticism in Europe, a point that will be explored below. Benedict Anderson, 1994b, 169-70, views census construction in Dutch colonial Indonesia as a form of feverish imagining that relied primarily on the logic of quantification and identity categorization as means of controlling the population. As declassified official documents become available to researchers, it is possible to piece together the surveillance methods used by colonial regimes in ruling over their colonies, as demonstrated in Martin Thomas's, 2008, study of Britain and France as they embarked on expanding their colonial domains in North Africa and the Middle East between the two world wars, and in Alfred McCoy's, 2009, in-depth historic analysis of the development of the surveillance state in the Philippines, following its occupation by the United States in 1898. In both cases, the imperial powers introduced surveillance as a key institutional mechanism for ruling colonist regions and, in doing so, resorted to technical and non-technical forms of surveillance. The historical studies of surveillance in colonial societies demonstrate the eventual spillover, or boomerang, effect, to quote Foucault, 2003, of such practices and their deployment in the home countries, as shown by McCoy, 2009. The colony becomes a laboratory for developing and testing surveillance technologies for home use and marketing purposes. This is clearly the case with Israel, whose military officialdom and technologists do not miss an opportunity to tout the fact that their surveillance and control technologies have proven successful in putting down Palestinian opposition to its colonial practices, as demonstrated in The Lab, 2013, an Israeli documentary film directed by Yotam Feldman, Moz 2013, see also Cook 2013. The documentary shows how retired government officials and Israeli officers who have become weapons manufacturers and military-industrial entrepreneurs go to great lengths to explain how they have profited worldwide from marketing their war technologies on account of their success in fighting the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. It is significant that the basic tools of surveillance as we know them today, i.e., fingerprinting, census taking, map making, and profiling, which include the forerunners of present-day biometrics, were refined and implemented in colonial settings, Pugliese 2010, notably by the Dutch in Southeast Asia, the French in Africa, and the British in India and North America. On the latter, see Hanna 2175-76, and K. Smith 2010. In Colonizing Egypt, 1988, 35, Timothy Mitchell remarks. Foucault's analyses are focused on France and Northern Europe. Perhaps the focus has tended to obscure the colonizing nature of disciplinary power. Yet the Panopticon, the model institution whose geometric order and generalist surveillance serve as a motif for this kind of power, was a colonial invention. The panoptic principle was devised on Europe's colonial frontier with the Ottoman Empire, and examples of the Panopticon were built for the most part not in Northern Europe, but in places like colonial India. For the British, Simon Cole, 2002, 63, 75, explains, fingerprinting was viewed as a tool for colonial governance, and the system of fingerprinting identification actually emerged in the colonies rather than in England. Proponents of fingerprinting as a method of surveillance and sorting of the population into deviants and normal groups were led in the 19th century by Francis Galton, the British eugenicist and advocate of social Darwinism. It is no coincidence that the impetus for the British to further develop a scientific method of population classification by means of identity cards occurred in the wake of the 1858 Sepoy Mutiny, in which Hindu and Muslim conscripts rebelled against the British East India Company, Sengupta 2003. 2. Methods of surveillance and control are also transferred from one colonial setting to another, Sinclair and Williams 2007, and from the colony to the home country. Taking their cues from the experience in India, the British introduced identity cards in Palestine during the Arab Revolt of 1936-39 as part of their campaign to stave off Palestinian opposition to colonial rule and illegal Zionist immigration, H. Cohen 2011. With a focus on Palestine, Lali Khalili, 2010a, 415, explores the horizontal circuits through which colonial policing or security practices have been transmitted across time or from one location to another, with Palestine as either a point of origin or an intermediary node of transmission. In a more recent work, Khalili explores the development of counterinsurgency measures by the British in Mandate Palestine and their subsequent adaptation by Israel. Central to these measures and their refinement by Israel were the expropriation of land, application of curfews, restrictions on mobility through the deployment of permit regimes and checkpoints, expulsion and collective punishment. Khalili, 2013, 185, mentions one main difference between Israeli and other colonial counterinsurgency tactics, such as those adopted by the United States in the Philippines or the French in Algeria. Although Israeli settler colonialism is predicated on expulsion, carceral methods are used throughout the occupied Palestinian territories, via encirclement and enclavization of vast terrains. The occupation wall is considered the main instrument for containing the Palestinian population. Khalili reminds us that the British used similar techniques and carceral mechanisms to cope with the Arab Revolt, including watchtowers and security fences, and that they hired a Zionist construction company and Jewish personnel to build these fences. Israel has adopted a similar carceral practice in the occupied territories, J. Young 2012. Glenn Bowman uses encystation and entombment as metaphors to describe the effects of the wall's encirclement of the Palestinian populations in the towns of Bethlehem, Kalkalia, and Tulkarem, which are cut off from the rest of Palestine. He points out that the objective is to put the Palestinians beyond the sight and reach of the Israeli Jewish population and to ensure that the newly built system of bypass roads will be for exclusive Jewish settler use. The encirclement of the Palestinians has put the surrounding social body at risk. Bowman 2003, 129. The wall itself has resulted in the expropriation of 10% of Palestinian lands. Bearing in mind that the West Bank and Gaza constituted 28% of the area of Mandate Palestine, land expropriation for roads, the wall, and above all new settlements, is expected to reduce the size of the Palestinian enclaves to no more than 45% of the area of the West Bank, which is almost 15% of the area of historical Palestine. The larger effect of quarantining the Palestinians is to make life socially and economically unbearable and to cause their emigration, mainly to Jordan. At one time, this was Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's preferred transfer solution, in line with his often quoted statement that Jordan is Palestine. In an interesting paper, instead of viewing the conflict in symmetrical fashion as involving state and non-state elite actors, Ron Smith, 2011, challenges the state-centric definition of the conflict and directs his attention to the Palestinian subaltern experience in coping with Israeli-imposed graduated incarceration in the Opt. The biopolitical is understood from the bottom up and in terms of microgeographies involving the daily lives of the colonist. According to historian Martin Thomas, 2008, 46. Statistics on crime levels among distinct community, extensive record keeping about individual suspects, and the use of paramilitary special forces to deal with the outbreak of political violence or to break colonial strikes were all practices familiar in British India before World War I. All were adopted by the Palestine Police in the 1920s, whose Criminal Record Office and Fingerprint Bureau both drew on profiling techniques developed in India. The Promise, 2011, a television drama by British director Peter Kosminski that caused protests in Israel, draws parallels between current-day Israeli policies of house demolitions and practices by the British during their presence in Palestine, Kupfer 2012. Keeping records, or ruling by records, as Richard Somerez Smith, 1996, calls it, is a cornerstone of colonialism, as it is of any modern administrative body. Anthropologist Talal Assad, 1994, 76, singles out the importance of statistics for colonial rule by noting that from the latter part of the 19th century on, statistics became increasingly important in the European empires. The important distinction in the case of colonialism is that the classification criteria of land, population, and other forms of record keeping have serious implications for governing and dispossessing indigenous populations. This point is demonstrated by anthropologist Arjun Appaduri in his discussion of the difference between the British census in India and the one used in the home country. First, the stress on race and ethnicity characterized the British efforts in India, in contrast to the British Home Census, which in its early days emphasized geographical distribution and social class. Second, unlike in India, the British Home Census was tied to citizenship, electoral politics, and representation. Third, whereas the British Home Census sought to identify marginal and problematic groups, the poor, criminals, etc., in society, the Indian census made no such distinction. It blanketed the entire population for the purpose of control as though the entire population were problematic and deviant. Appaduri 1993, 317-18, see also Major 1999. What is at issue here is the constructivist power of social statistics. With words reminiscent of sociologist Anthony Giddens's, 1987, notion of the double hermeneutic, according to which theories and concepts about society feed back into society and constitute the very phenomena that these theories purport to study. Philosopher Ian Hacking, 2002, 11, captures the significance of scientific categorization and its looping effect on the behavior of individuals. There can be strong interactions. What was known about people classified in a certain way may become false because people so classified have changed in virtue of how they have been classified, what they believe about themselves, or because of how they have been treated as so classified. There is what I call a looping effect. This is what Hacking, 1999, calls the power of statistics to make up people. Thus, from the perspective of surveillance as well as administration, counting people is not an objective, neutral exercise that leaves things unchanged. Both who does the counting and how people are counted and their identity categorized in censuses have ramifications for biopolitics and governance, as will be discussed in more detail in Chapter 4. In commenting on Hacking's work, and Laura Stoller, 2010 b. 8, remarks that the power of categories rests in their capacity to impose the realities they ostensibly only describe. Classification here is not a benign cultural act but a potent political one. Bernard Cohn, 1987, looks at the processes of census construction used by the British in India in implementing imperial policy. He shows how objectification and quantification of the population were achieved in India by means of categorization, standardization, and classification, with elements of race and caste being based on Western notions of class structure, and above all by imposing a racial hierarchy on the caste system, which derived mainly from Western notions about race sentiment or purity of races. It is important to note, however, that local and communal pre-colonial conditions play an important role in maintaining traditional values. In the words of Sumit Guha, 2003, 162, community structures of feeling and communication survived into the colonial era, and used the colonial public sphere to assert their claims. In violating the ethical rules governing modern censuses, statistics have their darker side, as for example when governments target specific vulnerable groups, usually on the basis of race and ethnicity, for close observation and monitoring that lead to human rights abuses, Seltzer and Anderson 2001. The Nazi regime, with the aid of the IBM Corporation, performed targeted enumeration in the early part of the 20th century to identify Jewish German citizens for the purpose of locating and eventually exterminating the group, Black 2001. But population targeting is one side of a sinister coin. Reverse targeting is another practice of census, taking. Since in modern nation-state censuses are associated with citizenship rights, the exclusion of certain groups from enumeration has negative consequences, such as the denial of citizenship rights and their associated social benefits. As demonstrated by Anat Leibler, 2011, in the case of the first Israeli census in 1948, calculated plans to exclude some of the remaining Palestinian citizens from being counted had serious ramifications for failing to document their citizenship, such as the denial of access to their homes and property. To this day, they are referred to as the present absentees, present in the country but absent for census purposes, and their descendants continue to reside in unrecognized localities with no access to their original homes. It is significant to note that the snap census Israel carried out after it occupied the West Bank and Gaza in 1967 repeated the 1948 process by undercounting the resident population of the occupied territories and denying the right of return to Palestinian residents who were absent from their abodes for study, work, travel, or other reasons when the census was undertaken, Lowenstein 2006. In the words of a report by Human Rights Watch, 2012, 17-18, in New York. Among the Palestinians whom the 1967 Israeli census did not register were Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza who were displaced during the fighting in 1967 and had not returned by the time of the census, as well as Palestinians who were residing abroad at the time for work, study, or any other reason. The 1967 conflict displaced at least 270,000 Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza. Other estimates are significantly higher. For example, the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, estimated that the 1967 conflict displaced about 390,000 Palestinians from the occupied Palestinian territory. One should not lose sight of the fact that, as Christine Zakaria, 1996, and Kevin Wilkins, 2004, note in commenting on Palestine, the census has the potential to mobilize marginal and dispossessed populations into actions of resistance. Some claim that in a more general sense the rise of the modern nation-state in the West is associated with the use of the census not exclusively as a surveillance tool to punish deviants but also as a means to provide citizens with social benefits, Higgs 2001. In his work on Mandate Palestine, Michael Fishback, 2011, 298, captures the constructivist nature of colonial record-keeping for governance. Data such as population censuses, tax lists, land records, survey maps, and so forth, do not merely dispassionately represent a world, in this case, a population that the state governs, that is out there in a pristine, positivistic sense. The processes of sorting, categorizing, and describing help create the very population that is being observed and recorded. This represents not merely the need for simplicity dictated by bureaucratic need, but also the wider imaginings about the nature of society. As pointed out above, the constructivist aspect of surveillance takes on special meaning in colonial and post-colonial regimes. The recording of census data involves interpretation and identity construction, according to which censuses and other population data are grouped, sorted, and labeled in ways that reflect the administrative needs of those in power. However, Fishback notes, the British were not able to rule by records alone and had to rely on local knowledge and the appointment of village leaders who facilitated the collection of population and land ownership data. Fishback further asks, beyond the obvious degree to which data and information helped Britain rule Palestine, did such surveillance transform the basic nature of Arab life in Palestine as a result? His answer is that the record would suggest that they did not because of any weakness in the transformative power of the data, but because of Palestinian resistance to the mandate itself and the Zionist project, and because the British need to work with the Palestinians in implementing certain policies forced them to temper their outside, unilateral decision-making, Ibid. 306-7. With regard to the United States and Canada respectively, Matthew Hanna, 2000, and Keith Smith, 2010, discuss how colonial surveillance in 19th-century North America facilitated the appropriation of native territory, the creation of the reserve system, and the stifling of opposition to the settlers. In both studies, the authors draw upon a Foucauldian framework to demonstrate how surveillance was accomplished by means of record-keeping, deployment of informers and bureaucrats, missionaries, enforcement of alien, Western-based legal systems, and the adoption of disciplining techniques that included policing, schooling, Christian proselytizing, and above all the reserve system itself. Smith accords a special place to liberalism as an ideology that justified the treatment of the native population as an inferior group in terms of values, rationality, and claims to the land. Hanna, in contrast, extends this focus by linking governmentality, or the regulation of the social body, in colonial situations to surveillance and spatial knowledge through mapping and enumeration. Although governmentality is premised on non-coercive benign rule. 3. It nevertheless contains a colonial structure. His point is that the metropolitan and colonial concerns share similar features, the most important of which are rule from a distance and collection of information, such as in census taking and mapping of national territory, without seeking the consent of the people. Hanna does admit, however, that historical analysis of colonization and the administration of colonies can benefit from understanding regulatory policies and the extent to which they are different in colonial and non-colonial situations.